Alright. Hello to people on the YouTube VOD. So I'm going to be playing more of my Ranger in PoE 2 today, but at the same time, I'm going to be listening to a almost 4-hour VOD from Zach Asmongold regarding the falling out with Ashes of Creation, Stephen Shariff, as well as the content creator Narc. It seems that he's covering both Steven's YouTube response. I had seen a VOD where Narc was basically saying he's not going to be covering Ashes of Creation anymore because he feels like it was misrepresented and a bit of a scam. Steven's coming back with his own points, and then he appears to do an interview with each of them. So I want to listen to it in the background, probably pausing in the middle at some points to make my own comments, but hopefully you enjoy listening to it in this sort of podcast style. But if you check the description, I've also linked the original video if you prefer to watch it that way. All right, let's get into it.
So this is a video I uploaded, I guess it's like a few hours ago, and by I mean the editors uploaded. If you read the comments in this video, the majority of people in these comments are getting angry. Obviously, like, this has been a lot of negativity for the game, and so Steven came out and made a response to the video that I made talking about the game. Here we go.
I just watched your video reviewing Narc's very unfortunate video about Ashes, and I wanted to take just a moment to go through a couple of the things that he says that I feel are really disingenuous and unfortunately paint a very negative light on myself, on the team, on the project. And I think
I have to say the dramatic background music is something else, where it feels like the entire feeling surrounding this video is like betrayal.
That it's very intentional what he did in his video.
Why?
And I think it's important to the viewers that they have an opportunity to really inspect and understand what Narc is saying and whether or not it's accurate and true and whether or not there's a bias there, and if he's trying to paint a picture that is overly negative for the purposes of trying to defame the project because of whatever.
The fact that he uses the word defame makes me a little uneasy, like impending lawsuit for damages.
Reason that he's become discontent about us. But
it's hard to know why somebody, like, unless I talked to Narc, I would have no idea why he felt this way. But as I said before, I think that whenever you get super invested into something, it's very easy for something like this to happen. Super easy.
I think the biggest takeaway in watching his video that can give a real clear sign to the viewers that what he is saying is not accurate is the way he portrays the desert. And 2 years ago we had
yeah,
let me set my speed a little bit lower. 2 years ago we had a showcase of our development update, kind of walking through the zone of the desert that was completed, so that players could see what that desert's going to look like, what the zone's going to be like. And in his video, he goes to the edge of the map. Basically, you can see, kind of this area, which is the entrance into the desert. And
because obviously not only the developers, but Stephen Shariff, who's heading the game, knows where this permanent place in his game map exists. So the misrepresentation to drive home his point about the game. But I think what Narc was trying to do was say that Stephen Shariff alluded to the fact in a developer update that they were going to expand the desert, and he's implying that they did not expand the desert. So I don't know. Yeah, I guess there's two different ways you could see that perception. But I mean, who's to say that they're really delivering?
And this desert is supposed to be relatively large. I mean, it's going to go all the way kind of down out here. And this section is still incomplete, right? We are building the game. We are in alpha. We have been very clear that there is a significant amount of work, of course, for us to do. The approach that I have taken with this project has been one to kind of show that process very clearly to the players. And he makes a claim that, what we show is not real or is fake to some degree or some way, and that's just completely false. He purposefully...
So is this in Alpha 2 right now? Or Alpha 1 or Alpha... I guess it's Alpha 2? This is in the game right now. Switch it to
He's in the game.
Oh, sorry.
Goes out to the edge of the desert in his video.
I might as well show it really quick.
It's
quite detailed. It's quite fleshed out.
So the area was in the game.
Any context to the viewers that this whole section of the desert exists, right? This is some 26 square kilometers.
That's true. No, Steven's right. Like, I would have 100% got the impression that the desert didn't have this on there.
That was the impression I got as well, because I haven't really been following any Ashes of Creation content for quite a while. I thought the game was going to be coming out sometime soon, but I decided to stop watching any of that content because I know that the game is far off from being released. I have no interest in being in part of an alpha or a beta unless it was free, but like I don't want to pay to be a part of it. And I'm waiting for the game to come out if I'm going to consider trying it. So I've just been ignoring it, but it's interesting to see this kind of fallout between testers and creators and also the people making the game.
The area is in the game that Narc showed, but it's just the edge and it's not fully finished. So both things are true.
Both things are true.
What Steven is saying here is true, and Narc saying that part of the desert is unfinished is also true. But from my video that I watched of Narc, I got the impression that the things that were being shown, and correct me if I'm wrong, for those of you guys that thought this from the original video, that the desert showcase that was showcased 2 years ago or whatever was not in alpha. That was my impression that I got.
Yeah. That's how he presented
so
it.
Everybody got this same impression. Okay, good. I'm not saying Narc lied. I'm saying I got that impression.
Well, I think what Narc did was he presented the video in a way that assumed that the people watching were well informed about the game, because why else would people be watching the video if they weren't abreast of everything that has happened to this point in Ashes of Creation? But I don't think that that's a fair way to represent it. You have to present this video in such a way that people are hearing about the game for the first time and give that context. But giving that context probably leads to a longer video, which isn't really conducive to YouTube content creation, because you're always trying to trim the fat and make sure that you have like a seemingly concise video so people are willing to engage and stay engaged. So, arguments to be made there, but I do feel like he misrepresented, because as someone who hasn't really been paying attention, I thought the desert had nothing in it, and there's clearly stuff in it.
Desert area that is present within the world. And he doesn't show any.
This looks exactly like what was in the Alpha 2 test.
I think it would be very quick to show the desert.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think Narc misrepresented it, because. So, okay, this is the reason why. And I like Narc a lot, so I'm trying to... I want to be nice, because I do really like the guy. But I think he painted a picture that was intentionally inaccurate.
Yeah.
Because it's very obvious that when you have an alpha for a game, the entire game isn't completed or finished. But to say that the desert that we were promised wasn't in the game is only a partial truth. And I think the partial truth hinges on not taking into consideration that the game isn't fully completed.
Right.
Like, I've played AAA demos that are like this. Like, I played, let me think of...
Now seeing this imagery that Steven Shariff is showing in his response video, I have a lot more confidence that the game will be finished, and whatever they were promising that Narc happens to be calling out is kind of nitpicking to grant more favor to his own video, because the outsider looking in who doesn't have an impression of the rest of the game will go like, oh, this looks like crap, I'm not going to play it. And to be honest, now I circle back to Steven using the term defame, and like, this is defamation in a way. You're misrepresenting something that could potentially lead to a massive loss of sales if your video is successful, and the video was quite successful. So it's a shame. Hopefully this video and the videos responding to it are more successful to kind of counteract this, but it doesn't change the fact that he's potentially accountable for defamation.
Give some examples of this. No Rest for the Wicked, the demo for that, like, a lot of the game wasn't finished. I think World of Warcraft is the best example. Like, how many of you guys remember the super popular videos that I did of WoW where I go into the alpha and it's not available yet? Or like, there's big, huge swaths of the game that aren't doable. He also claimed the desert that they had was easily put in Unreal Engine in 10 minutes. Yeah.
I mean,
the desert not being expanded on. It seems like Narc was focused on nothing new has been shown in the various alphas. Well, from my impression, that's not what I got out of it.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's not the impression he's giving.
That's not what I got out of it myself. I mean, I don't know what else to say. He did make...
That's what I was saying earlier, is it seems like he's really hinged on making a video that represents how the game is doing for the viewer who is well informed about the game already. But you can't really do that with a YouTube video unless you're restricting the content to viewers who are like a part of your membership or something, so that you're kind of limiting who can see this, because you know that those viewers are particularly informed about the whole subject and they can ignore the idea that you're kind of representing just a specific part of the desert that was promised to be done but isn't done. But you're just making it look like when I looked at the desert that he showed in his original, like, I'm not covering Ashes of Creation anymore, I was like, this looks like the Tatooine desert from Star Wars Galaxies in like 2004, 2005, whenever it was. And it's clearly not that. Like, this is fleshed out detail. There's this argument that, oh, with Unreal Engine 5, maybe you could procedurally generate a lot of this content quite quickly and easily, so it's not, you know, a great feat to put this together. But it looks good. It looks polished. It looks like, even if there was an initial layout generated, they took the time to make sure that it looked reasonable, that it works well. And I've seen other videos like PirateSoftware demonstrating, well, it wasn't a video, it was just his stream, but I saw the dynamic weather and the way that there's wind blowing to like push the grass and the trees, and all of the wind is affecting the trees and grass in the same direction, as opposed to just like a randomized animation. It's pretty cool what they've achieved so far. I'm still not like on the hook, but I like it.
The claim that the entire desert could be generated in Unreal in 10 minutes. I don't know. Maybe it could. I've no idea.
Maybe it could.
I've never used Unreal. I'm not good at it. That's probably not true. But, you know, maybe. I have no idea.
Are they using Unreal Engine 5?
Finished game release, work in progress on it. Early access is now perceived as a fully release on Nowadays. Well, like, what I'm saying is that... So, I guess this is kind of like... This is the impression that I got, right? So, this is the desert. And so... So, basically, this is the good part of the desert. and the red is the bad part of the desert, right? I got the impression that this is basically where the alpha is now, right? Is this an accurate evaluation?
Yeah.
That if you look at the alpha for the desert at this very moment, it's basically this.
That's what it seemed like.
More or less.
Maybe
right?
an exaggeration,
like size,
but yeah.
disparity, irrelevant, not important, but just generally
just to
that's
illustrate
what it is.
the point.
A bit bigger, but yes. Okay. So, yeah, I was totally misled. No, I was totally misled, and it makes sense. This is the. I didn't. Jesus Christ, this is embarrassing. Alpha, yeah, this is the alpha part, and so it's not finished.
He wrote alpaca.
You got played, sadly. I didn't get played.
He didn't get played. He's not invested. That's why he didn't understand what's actually happening.
Is that I didn't get paid or played. Yeah, that's the problem. A lot of other people got played, and people got mad at me because I wasn't played.
And that's the reason why I myself am not really expressing any interest in the game, is because I want to wait for a more finished product. I'm not interested in being a guinea pig. Some people are. Some people can afford the time and the money to support something that they believe in, but I'm more like I'll believe it when I see it.
This point is misrepresented by Steven. Pull me up and I will explain. Okay. I'm gonna let this person explain, and then we'll continue the video. I apologize. It's been a very contentious thing for me, and so I'm very caught up in this. Can you quickly pull up the Narc video showcasing the desert? I can. I will do that. I think that's a really good idea. So let's listen to what he said. Actually, wait a minute. Let me go back to the chatter. Sorry. You know, a lot going on. Okay, this person still hasn't responded. So let's listen to what Narc said.
For developers to do this. This is simply not true, because developers that do this receive a lot of negative backlash, selling promises and pre-orders on a showcase that an expansion.
I am just going to be talking about what's going to land on December 20th. We're going to go through what systems are going to land come December 20th. Let's talk. The desert is probably going to receive a little bit more love than the tropics will, given that it's...
This prompted people to finally expect some remnants of the desert showcase that was shown in 2022. Yet what we received was this, an empty wasteland that could be...
This is what he showed in his video. It's just blank sand dunes. And then, like, you want to talk about generating something in 10 minutes in Unreal Engine 5. You could do this in 10 minutes. But I think this is a gross misrepresentation if we're at 10:01 now. But this is what's actually there. And he's just showing the outer edge of the map that's not really there. So... I don't know. I'm not inclined to believe this guy as much, but I know that his response is coming up later. He has a conversation with Narc, and then later he'll have a conversation with Steven. So, oh, and right at the end, he has a conversation with PirateSoftware, who, as far as I can tell, has been playing the game a lot. So I think I'll trust his opinion the most, but that's 3 hours from now.
This, an empty wasteland that could be generated in Unreal Engine 5 in seconds, with the Winstead and Mirrorleth nodes being copy-pasted onto them, slightly rotated. The state of the desert has obviously sent a lot of people into a confused frenzy, with Reddit posts popping up expressing this concern. This isn't just isolated to me, guys. This is what everyone in the community feels. However, these posts are now being locked by Steven Shariff himself, and people are being...
So this is in the alpha, right? And this is the desert? Okay.
At first, I thought the locking of threads was in poor taste. But now I feel like, at the risk of them being on the hook for defamation of the game, he's almost doing them a favor by just locking out these posts and not letting people fan the flames when they potentially don't know what they're talking about. I think a lot of people also lack the developer perspective. They're not technically inclined to know what goes into the game or to realize how much more needs to go into the game until it's ready.
Okay, so how did this get misinterpreted? The part Steven said is complete already in the game for the most part, and Narc got mad that they said launch phase 2 with the full desert and they didn't add anything.
Yeah, I understood that.
Did he say... I didn't hear full desert. Did you guys hear full desert?
He didn't say full desert. He said that the desert biome is going to be receiving a bit more love.
He never did. Yeah, I didn't hear that being said at all.
So that's just...
I don't know where this is coming from.
People deciding to hear what they want to hear.
I mean... yeah, this is misleading. It's misleading. Like,
it is misleading.
It is. Like, I don't know what else to say.
Is present within the world, and he doesn't show any of that.
Like, he's painting the narrative of, I'm not going to cover this anymore, and he's really trying to drive home the point of, look how little they've done. But it's not look how little they've done. They've done quite a lot.
Which I think is really just unfortunate. Here we have a little player here. Hold on. Let me give them a Christmas hat because they found me. So, you know, just kind of running through this space.
Free Christmas hat.
You know, you ask yourself, why would...
How does that work, actually? I want to see that. So irrelevant to the point of the conversation, but like...
He doesn't show any of that, which I think is really just unfortunate. Here we have a little player here. Hold on. Let me give them a Christmas hat because they found me.
I didn't even get to see it.
So,
oh well.
You know, just kind of running through this space, you know, you ask yourself, why would Narc purposefully show for 1.5 minutes in his video a completely barren section of the edge of the map to try to demonstrate to the viewer that what we showed was not real? When
to be fair, I called out the fact that he's trying to make a concise video for YouTube, but 1.5 minutes he did that. He could have used that time to better demonstrate the fact that this is what they had. They said they were going to put a little bit more love. This is what it looked like at the time before. Then he said that. It still looks like this. And then here's an edge of the map that's like totally undeveloped. That would have been fair, but that's not what he did.
And in fact, there is a...
It was misleading.
Uh-oh.
It was. Like, this is absolutely misleading.
Huge portion of the desert that is complete, that is a playable space, that has monsters in it, that is exactly what we showed in our preview of the desert biome. It's completely disingenuous, and it's intended to influence the viewer's perception of us, of myself, and to demean, you know, our character, which is just completely unfair. And we don't have a way to inform all of the people who go and watch Narc's video. You know, it has over 100,000 views now, or your video, which is going to have, you know, 500,000 or 1 million views, and people are going to watch.
Or my video that's going to have 5 views. Yeah. Anyway.
Away from that video, and they're going to think, wow, you know, why would they show something that is inaccurate when here is exactly what we showed, right? So I think it's important that people see that, and I think it's important that they understand that this section of the world is here, that we do not show any updates or development that is not real, that is fake. I understand that people have been burned through many other developments that have, you know, shown things that aren't exactly accurate, but that's not the...
This is not...
As a personal anecdote, there was... alpha game that I bought into because my cousin thought it was going to be a really cool game, and I think as far as I'm concerned, they just took the money and ran. They didn't end up fleshing out the game at all. It was called either the or just repopulation. I don't even remember the game ever being in a state that seemed fun. It was just like an MMO that had you run around and like kill random monsters that were generated on the map, and it didn't really feel like you were progressing to anything meaningful.
This looks like a desert area that I would
So
expect
people
to
are
see in
worried
an
about
MMO,
getting
and it
burned
looks-
in that way again, because it happens.
It's some kind of a boss. Yeah, this looks fine. It looks really good. Yeah, Steven is also misrepresenting this. No, he's not.
He's not.
So Steven saying
He's in the live
desert is
game.
incomplete, and Narc saying the desert is not what we were promised. One of these statements is true, and the other one is simply not true. The alpha was never advertised to be 100% like asset or feature complete.
That's what
was
an alpha.
Never a promise. It was never
An alpha is never a feature complete finished product.
advertised, and in every single
I'm playing Path of Exile 2 in early access. I know that this is not a finished product. Even though it's playing like one, I know that it's not done.
alpha for every single game, this is what happens. And if you play any game in an alpha state, you see situations like this. And if you don't believe me, look at me playing games in alpha states, like search Asmongold Alpha, and you'll see me playing games that are like this. No shit, yeah. Yeah, PoE 2 doesn't have 3 acts, exactly. Steven is also misrepresenting this. They stated on December 20th that the alpha in the desert was expanded, but everything that Steven was showing was already in the game, and the expansion is what Narc was playing. That's not what Narc said. Listen to what he said.
And the Tropics location.
This prompted people to finally expect some remnants of the desert showcase that was shown in 2022. Yet, what we received was this, an empty...
That is a factually untrue statement.
Again, this just comes
I
back to
don't
the
know what-
idea that you need to be so much more aware of the game in its previous state, in its current state, and what was said in developer updates. Like this is presented almost for the already informed Ashes of Creation player, in which case those people probably aren't even interested in watching this video. So the problem arises when it's the uninformed, ignorant player who comes to this video and thinks, oh, this game is shit, there's nothing here.
What else to say?
wasteland that could be generated in Unreal Engine 5 in seconds, with the Winstead and Mirrorleth nodes being copy-pasted onto them, slightly rotated. The state of the desert has obviously sent a lot of people into a confused frenzy, with Reddit posts popping up expressing this concern. This isn't just isolated to me, guys, this is what everyone in the community feels. However, these posts are now being locked by Steven Shariff himself, and people are being banned by Steven Shariff himself for simply stating their concerns. There was a beautifully written post about this, talking about how the project is not the open development that we were promised, and it's Steven's reply to this thread that made me
Somebody says, yeah, I mean... So, what is this? You want me to go back? What am I going back to? What do you want me to go back? What am I misrepresenting? This is what I was saying before about how people have a bias for the first person who tells them something.
Yeah.
How can you possibly defend this level of this is such an obvious misrepresentation. How can you possibly say it's not? I don't understand this. Like, it's so fucking obvious. Go back and Narc. Go back to what? What do you say? You're saying go back.
Go back.
Go back to what? Narc mentioned the expansion and then
go back. You're gaslighting Narc. That's not necessarily even what gaslighting means, so I don't know what he's saying.
Wrongfully showed the edge of the map, but Steven showed in his response video the old showcase area, not the expansion. Yes, but Narc implied that the showcase area in the showcase was not in the game. That's what the video that he made implies.
That's what I heard. That's what I understood.
An average viewer that would watch that video would think the showcase that was available 2 years ago was not in the game. This kind of confusing? No, it's not. 20% of the desert has assets, 80% is empty. The rest of the map has nothing in it. It's not in the showcase, and that's the point of Narc's video.
But you need to be well informed to understand that.
Am I going to believe... Like, Steven has spent, like, 3 minutes riding around in the desert, zoomed out with, like, movement speed turned on, showing the desert in large swaths from a bird's eye view. Meanwhile, Narc is showing one clip of one area in the desert. So, my logical brain is going to assume that the person who is showing more information is probably going to be more right. Like, how can you not think like this? It's shocking that how is this even happening? The phase isn't done yet. No, it's not. Like, log into the game. How much of phase did you plan? Didn't get banned, chatters. I can't. No, you're not going to get banned. You're that. Why you're not going to get banned for disagreeing? You're kind of annoying, but like, and you're not going to get banned.
You're kind of annoying.
Log into the game and go look.
Oh shit.
Where's Narc's minimap? It's not shown. Phase 2 is being rolled out in patches. This is the test server stability. Thor did the same thing this morning. He debunked all this on stream within the first hour while bug testing. Top right? No, it's in the Narc video. There's not an indicator of a... Like, look. This is how long the clip is.
An empty wasteland that could be generated in Unreal Engine 5 in seconds, with the Winstead and Mirrorleth nodes being copy-pasted onto them, slightly rotated.
The minimap isn't shown. Anyway, let's go back to this video.
Case for us. Here's our scorpion mama.
It's a big boy.
Let's take a look at her. How's she doing?
You mad? Nope.
Oops. Okay, she got a little angry. Definitely got a little angry. But we'll leave her behind. So that's an important point. The other thing that I wanted to talk about for just a second was that we're 230 plus people that are working on this project, and Ashes of Creation is obviously a very ambitious MMORPG that we're trying to create, and it's not always going to be rosy and sunshine in the development process. There are steps that we're going to take forward, and there are steps that we're going to take backwards.
Well, it's very evident that part of the desert is finished and part of the desert isn't finished. I mean, we're already seeing this right now. Like, it
And that's okay as long as we stick to that transparent, aspect of showing our community, showing our core audience what we're working on and, what's up and coming. We're now in this Alpha 2 phase where players are capable of participating.
Somebody says Narc shows the minimap at 10:09. Let me see.
by me or any community member, the
on the edge of the map. Okay, I'll be right back.
He's just on the edge of the map.
I'll be right back. Give me a minute. Quite
You can see the hard edge.
Part of the desert behind him. Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is that there should be no confusion on an alpha not being completed. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what
narrative is that it's just an alpha, and therefore it's okay. It's not okay. It wasn't okay for all previous Kickstarters to do this, so why is it okay for Ashes of Creation? For Steven...
Because it is okay. The difference between... Oh, all right.
5 days a week, although we've been up for the past almost 3 weeks now, in phase 2. And not everything, we have a roadmap, a very clear roadmap of when additional systems and features are going to be included. And we're going to obviously try to stick to that feature roadmap, but there are things that can happen in development that can set you back. And we are open and honest.
To me, I always think of a development roadmap kind of like the promises made by construction projects. Like, even if it's by the city, if they say it's going to be done like over the summer, then I expect it to be done like in the spring of the next year. Just because there's constantly this idea of things happen, things arise, unplanned, unforeseen circumstances come about, and the appraised schedule is no longer accurate. So I take those things with a grain of salt. So to complain and be like, oh, but you said it was going to be there and now it's not here. It's like, yeah, well, shit happens. I actually need to go to the bathroom myself, so I'll be back. Okay, let's continue.
About what...
Oh, love you, bro. I can explain. I think Steven and Narc both have a miscommunication.
All these people wanting to be pulled up. My God.
No. No, that's not what's happening. Like, no, like,
One person is upset because things aren't turning out the way he thought they'd be. And he's misrepresenting to get more people on his side. But it's going to backfire. And I can't wait for the conversation he has with Narc, because it seems like a long conversation from 46 minutes up to an hour and 54. I don't think any amount of explanation is going to save what he's done to kind of diminish his rapport with viewers. After all of this information coming out, it's not going to look good.
Look, I like Narc,
we'll see.
But that's not what's happening.
He seems like a funny guy, good skits, but
those things can be.
This is a mistake.
And it is very unfortunate when, Narc, for the purposes of acquiring, views and or followers and subscribers,
who knows why,
wants to take things to a very negative place.
I don't know why. I don't even think that's the reason.
But instead,
personally, I don't even think that Narc is doing it for views.
I don't think he's doing it for views. I think he's doing it to have people on his side of this, if you can call it, controversy.
I don't know why he's doing. I'm not sure, but I don't think it's just for views.
He had an opportunity to expand upon what we're doing to kind of educate, people as part of this transparent development process, what it takes to make an MMORPG. And for many years he did that, but over the course of the last year he went to a very negative place, and because of that we didn't engage with him at all as a content creator, and I think that led to him creating this kind of negative echo chamber, which he became beholden to, which is unfortunate. So anyways, I heard...
Because when it comes to YouTube, negative content always does better than positive content. That's just the way it goes. That's why there's so many drama channels.
Heard your
this one included.
I just negative play.
By this one I mean Zach's, not mine. I don't really thrive off drama. There's one successful video that did well because of drama, and I decided I hate that this video did well for that reason. I'm never doing this again.
So I don't know what happened between him and the company. I have no idea.
But then it's like, what am I doing here now? Mostly just out of interest. I want to play PoE 2, but I'm also interested in this subject as an aspiring game developer. So I want to see how this relationship between content creator and... I mean, is Steven a developer? I'm not actually sure. But head of game developers, I want to see how this kind of conversation pans out. It's good to know what to expect.
I don't like Steven's attitude of expectation towards free testing either. Well, I mean, I don't know, like the expectation of free testing, like... I think that people are doing mental gymnastics to justify what very clearly was a misrepresentation that I think people took it and they ran with.
Yeah.
And I don't think people want to admit...
So now people realize that they're wrong and they don't want to admit that they're wrong.
That their initial impression was wrong.
Yeah.
So instead of admitting that that impression was initially wrong, they're trying to do mental gymnastics to justify why the initial impression was still accurate, even though we've just spent 7 minutes in this video looking at the fact that it's not accurate. Like, I think that's what's happening. I think people are going into this, like, massive fucking, like, oh no, I'm not going to change my opinion. I'm going to double down on what I already thought.
Yeah. which is a stupid way to live
on your show and talking about anything,
yeah.
I am more than happy to do that. Of course, I hate to give any attention to these types of claims, which are just completely false.
You have
but
to. It's just
when it reaches
that's
the
how
level
it is.
of viewership and interest that it has right now.
Yeah.
I'm kind of forced to do that. And I know a lot of people look at me and they say, hey, you're the director of the game. You shouldn't be, engaging with you should kind of stay above the fray. But that's not why I made this company, and that's not why I started this project.
I don't think that if somebody's misrepresenting something, I think that it's better to just come out.
He has an
and
obligation.
explain it. Like, for example, there were like some rumors going around that the Witcher 4 development team was totally fucked up or something like that, and it's like the CEO of CD Projekt Red just came out and said, yeah, this is bullshit, it's not true. And I think that that's beneficial.
I would agree.
I have.
I don't know why you're so invested in a topic. It's not your responsibility to fix other people's problems. Why I'm so invested in a topic?
For views, obviously, and he has an interest in games, and because of his large viewer base, he feels like he has a duty to represent subjects in a light of somewhat truth. Although we had a discussion yesterday on stream about how sometimes he can diverge from his genuine opinions to like accommodate what other people want to hear. But I don't know if that's true or not. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think he does try to represent truth as often as he can. Other times he'll say things just because like it's going to get a rise out of the crowd. But I digress.
Well, I want to see the game be good, and I think that, I mean, at the end of the day, I am just talking about stuff. I do find it to be annoying that this is happening, but I don't find it to be annoying for the reasons why a lot of people think that I do. The reason why I find it to be very annoying is that I think that people have like this weird hate bias that sometimes they create where if you're not playing into the narrative of just blindly getting mad and frustrated about everything, that then they just create a narrative and a conspiracy about how it's like you're being paid not to do it. And so it seems like unnecessary drama. Well, it's basically the reason why is that on a very fundamental level, it is people coming to conclusions without, in my opinion, authentically and logically evaluating evidence and doing mental gymnastics to justify a bad first impression.
Yeah.
That's fundamentally why it bothers me, why I don't like it. It has nothing to do with the game. It's a type of behavior that I don't like. It's about ego more than anything. Yeah, I think that's basically it. It's a dog pile. Yeah, people love getting their pitchforks out. That's it. People are YouTuber. Yeah. Previous convo was about people hating YouTubers for causing hate. Yet here's the reason Asmongold gets attacked is because other videos we're discussing. Yeah. It's a lot of words. People don't like to authenticate. Yeah, it's herd mentality. Exactly.
Dedicated myself over the last 8 years in building this company up from very humble beginnings of just a dozen people
unlearn shit on games
when we first started to what it is today.
You have to look at what's happening. You have to look at reality. You have to be able to accurately assess and evaluate what you're seeing in an authentic way without letting your personal biases and your previous opinions about something color that opinion. It's not about whether something is good or bad. It's about whether something is accurate or not. That's what it mainly is. It's not about hating on games or not hating on games. It's about looking at the evidence and making an informed decision based off of the most information possible. That's the and I think that Narc's video did not lead us to that conclusion. I think it was it was a deliberate misleading. I mean, if you have, he's showing that the desert is unfinished, and you can see on the mini map he's basically at the edge of he's at the edge of the map. I think that this is a misinterpretation. Like I don't know what else to say. And I think people, like, if people had seen this Steven video first, I don't think that I'd be getting any of these comments that I'm getting of people that are defending Narc and defending the way that he showed the desert. I think people are only doing it because they've already created an impression in their head of what they think, and they're unwilling to reevaluate it and look at it logically.
Which is a very large
you can't
project
handle the
that is
truth.
in the
Yeah,
works,
there
you can't
to
handle the
accomplish something that I
truth.
think
That's funny.
Players want within the space, which
Yeah.
is, you know, an honest team that is not going to be introducing pay to win, that is going to respect the players' achievements and integrity, that is here because we want this game too. So that's something that I think is important, and it really gets lost when creators like Narc or others give him a platform that is just simply completely false, and it's so
I think
hard
it's
to
important,
bear.
like,
it's hard to bear. As
so my perspective with giving things a platform is that I think it's always better to address things head on.
Yeah.
Always address it head on, talk about it specifically. You can never hide in the shadows. You can't ban it or anything. You've got to address it. You've got to talk about it. That's it.
I think what Steven Shariff is trying to say is that time could be better spent focusing on the project itself than having to diffuse the claims of someone who's not being genuine with the representation of the current state of the game. That being said, people are always going to have this feeling because there's always a few bad apples that spoil the orchard. And what I mean by that is that there have been so many alpha projects, whether they're MMOs or some other kind of game, where they give all these promises, they take a bunch of money from interested parties, and then they flee and they don't redeem themselves. They don't actually genuinely create what they promise to make. So there's a lot of skepticism, as there should be.
a person who is very invested invested both monetarily, emotionally, and in my life to creating something for a group of people that I affiliate myself with, which is the gaming community, the MMORPG gaming community. So anyways, I just wanted to make this quick video just as a response. I'm going to post it into your channel, and then I would be very, very happy to join you and talk about anything that you'd like to.
Yeah,
right.
maybe
Thanks,
we'll do
guys.
that.
Bye.
Okay, well, there we go. So what about Narc's other points? I think I think you bring up a very good point. Now let's talk about some other things. Yes, banning people off of the subreddit, etc. I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, maybe some people, it's hard to say, like, who got banned for what reason, but in general, expressing displeasure or frustration with the way that the game is, I don't think that should be bannable. That did not happen. Well, I'm not saying it did or didn't. What I'm saying is that if it did, then it's bad. If it didn't, then it doesn't matter.
That open development isn't for us. But what I think you mean is that open development isn't for you, Steven Shariff, because what you're selling is not open development. It's funding at any cost, and if anyone questions it, you ban them. So, from the bottom of my heart, I have to apologize to everyone who I convinced to help support this project these last 4 years, because I thought I was being shown the genuine state of the game. Not 4 years.
When he gets to the conversation with Narc, I feel like Narc is going to double down. I'm genuinely curious to see how he'll react. I'm anticipating
Unreal
it.
Engine fakery. Now, let's not get this twisted. I do not think Ashes of Creation is a scam. There is a lot of potential here. They've put a fucked...
It's very confusing.
It's just salty. Yeah, I mean, it's being
He's just salty.
Yeah, and he's got a sub goal for uninstall. That's pretty telling. We'll uninstall and play another game. I have no idea about the subathon. I don't like... The thing is that, and I'll link you guys Steven's video that he made. And 4 years of Unreal Engine fakery, I don't think it's a scam. Calls it fakery, then says it's not a scam. That's also true. Yeah, that doesn't really make sense. So, Steven is acting unprofessionally. Why do you think Steven is acting unprofessionally?
What?
Why do you think that?
This is what I was saying yesterday in the stream. His chat is like 99 idiots to one rational person. And he has like 20,000 people plus at a time. It's just a sea of stupid.
We'll listen to it. It's okay. We'll listen to it. It's fine.
Ban incoming.
It's in the prior message. Why? I want to make sure that, like, if that's the reason, then I'll address that. I just want to make sure that that is the reason.
The amount of dubious things about his campaign is over 9,000. Doesn't matter, but Steven is speculating about another person's mental state, which is highly unprofessional, especially when that person is your customer. Did he? I didn't actually see, like, mental state. I mean, he said that he became negative and farmed negativity with his channel and his community, which he became beholden to. I don't remember him saying that he had any, like, mental issues per se. So, like, mental state, I don't think that's the right, maybe mentality. Like,
but
doing it for views.
If your previous message is the reason, you can just say that, and then I'll talk about that. Okay. Let me see. He did respond. Because he did exactly what the Concord dev did, but in a more roundabout way. He basically said that Narc has mental issues.
Did he say that?
No, he didn't. Let's go back over. We're going to watch the clip about that, and we're going to see what he actually said.
He didn't say mental issues. He might have mentioned mental health in the, like, written post when he locked one of the Reddit threads. But all he was saying was, for your mental health, take a break, and we'll be here when you're ready to come back. Which I feel like is kind of the most diplomatic way to say it when someone's trying to farm hate in your Reddit.
Where did it go? That's the referral program part. Sorry, I've got to find it. I don't remember where it was on the other video. No, this is in the Narc video for sure. Because it was Steven's response. Yeah. So this is what Narc is talking about. Okay, here we go. Let's listen to it right now.
Like, there was a part in Narc's video where he said that he, like, couldn't believe that Shariff would bring mental health into this, and it's just like, he didn't. You're misinterpreting what he's saying. Or, again, entirely misrepresenting.
Pasted onto them, slightly rotated. The state of the desert has obviously sent a lot of people into a confused frenzy, with Reddit posts popping up expressing this concern. This isn't just isolated to me, guys. This is what everyone in the community feels. However, these posts are now being locked by Shariff himself, and people are being banned by Shariff himself for simply stating their concerns. There was a beautifully written post about this, talking about how the project is not the open development development that we were promised, and it's Steven's reply to this thread that made me reconsider covering this game. He states that the Desert Showcase in 2022 was not real, and in fact just a showcase using assets that exist, and actually it's pretty normal for developers to do this. This is simply not true, because developers that do this receive a lot of negative backlash selling promises and pre-orders on a showcase that doesn't accurately represent the game. But in this case, it's not even a downscale of what was shown, it's just a straight up lie. Back in 2022, when the Desert Showcase was being shown...
So he said it was a lie.
Yeah.
It's not a lie.
It's not a lie.
Like, it's there. Like,
They made it absolutely clear that this was the current state of the desert biome, boasting about their innovative tools to help them develop the world fast, and in no way, shape, or form alluded to this being just a concept.
You know, these are some of the foliage that environment's been creating
Yo,
as
look at
part
that.
of what's capable of creating an interesting desert biome.
22.
So this is what he said about the mental state. I will continue to make the game in our vision. If development process makes you think otherwise, I will repeat this for your own mental health. Step away. We'll be here when you're ready to return.
For your own mental health. Everyone has mental health. And to say for your own mental health, step away, is to say you're clearly unhappy and continuing to be a part of this early access process or this alpha process is going to continue to perpetuate this unhappiness. So take a break, seek out something that's going to make you happy, and if you're feeling prepared, come back. Like, the people do that all the time.
Is this a problematic comment? You
It's
think
not.
that's the same as the Concord developers saying that people that didn't like the game were talentless freaks? Where it said Narc had gone into a very negative mental state. I think he was just referring to his state mentally about the game. I don't think Steven was making a psychological evaluation. I mean,
No,
I don't know, maybe
he wasn't.
was. I'm not sure about that. The comment's
No, he
okay.
wasn't.
Yeah, I wasn't even talking about Narc directly, just the thread. Yeah.
I have no stake in the matter in defending Stephen Shariff. I'm just objectively looking at the statement said and saying this is not a problematic statement.
So it wasn't even about him. Like, I just... That's how I took it, talking about his views on the game. Yeah, I don't think that that's unprofessional or problematic at all.
Not in the slightest.
Remotely close to what the Concord dev said. That it's not even in the same universe.
I don't remember what the Concord dev said.
I can't even imagine. Like, how could you possibly say that? That, like, saying that somebody has a bad mental state when you're referring to them talking or discussing your game is the same as calling somebody a talentless freak that doesn't like the game. That what is this?
Yeah, that's way different. One is very diplomatic and respectful. The other one is completely disrespectful and, like, attacking. It's aggressive.
Narc is coming on to talk. Please go on Narc's stream. Narc wants to connect with you. Talk to me. Okay.
Okay, so Narc conversation in like 5 minutes.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Does Narc have Twitter? Let me see if he does. Give me 1 second. He's live right now. Yeah, no, I don't know. He's not a girl, so he doesn't have a link tree. So
He's...
where do I need to go?
Come on, dude.
He's streaming at Narcoverse? No, I know he is. He's here, but he can't type because of follow mode. Okay. Fuck. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me think this out. So the best way to do it, if he doesn't have Twitter or anything else, would be for him to message me on Discord. So can Narc Nomad? Can you maybe like get in contact with Narc and then put me in a group DM with him on Discord, and I can call him that way? Like, that would be the easiest thing for me, but if you guys are busy, I can figure it out with him. We need his username. Yeah, well, if Narc can DM one of my mods, that would be ideal, right? And I'll listen to him explain it. You guys should chat using the Marvel Rivals chat lobby? I don't know about that. I don't know if we'd be able to.
Marvel Rivals chat lobby, why?
Just be forewarned, people from this chat are absolutely blowing things out of proportion in Narc's chat, which I'm sure you knew had already happened. People are going to be... Guys, can we please just dial all of this to fuck down? It's a video game. Who cares?
True.
It's a fucking
It's just
game.
a video game.
Like, I know people are passionate about it, and it's like people want it. It's just a fucking game. Like, yeah, tell him to whisper Nomad Raider. Yeah, whisper Nomad Raider. Yeah, dramatic people get... Yeah, people getting way too dramatic about this. Just try to chill out. It's a difference in opinion? Yeah, it's just a difference in opinion. People spurging out. We're going crazy. Video games are so political now and it's corny. This has nothing to do with politics. This is just a disagreement about the state of a video game. It has nothing to do with anything that is political at all. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't think it's really that big of a deal. I mean, it's
really,
you know,
not.
It's just people talking about a game, but I know everybody's going to get in their feelings about shit, right?
But, like, what is a big deal is misrepresenting the content in a way that might cost, you know, an immeasurable amount of sales for a game, which a lot of people have staked their lives on, because for some people it's a full-time job working on this game. So that's the part that matters. But when it comes to the perspective of the game and, like, disagreements about the development state, like, these things, people need to chill out. They get way too tribal.
It'll take a minute. Your chat cares because you're going on and on about this. Use inflammatory language all the time. Call people retards. Say everything is DEI. You refuse to accept you have power over a good chunk of your base. Well, you're just... No, you're getting banned. Because you've been complaining constantly. Yeah, you've just... Like, if you don't like the stream and you're not happy about it, I'm going to do something unprofessional here. For your own mental health, watch something else. Stop watching it.
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, he's doing that for comedic value. But I don't know. I guess that's why people like to watch him, because he does that.
If you're mad and you don't like the fact that I haven't talked about DEI at all with this. What are you talking about? DEI? Get the fuck out of here. You're butthurt because I talked about something that you didn't agree with? The fuck out of here. Yeah, of course my viewers are going to have opinions about things. That's the way anything is. All I'm saying is that I think people take it too far. They always do. It's not my fault that they do that. That's the internet. That's what fans do. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, if he's making sub-goals out of negatively about a game, like showing the edge of the map, misrepresenting it, the dev already said they're trying to break ties with him. I safely assume he's arguing in bad faith. Therefore, I can say he's being a mean man. Well, I'm trying to be... Listen, guys. I try to be fair. I know. This is very upsetting for some people that have their pitchforks out. But I do, in fact, try to be fair, and I try to listen to what people are saying. And I do try to be genuine and get an idea of what's going on. You are fair. I really try to be fair. I try to see other people's points of view. That's all. Am I crazy? I don't think so. Yo, what's up, man?
Yo, Asmon, hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, well, I was having fun. I was playing Dark Souls, and then suddenly I wasn't playing Dark Souls.
Which Dark Souls were you playing?
Witcher 1. I've never played Dark Souls before in my entire life.
Oh my god.
It's the first...
Well, you know...
Do you know what? Hey, I two-shot Smaug and that guy. I two-shot him.
I'm gonna be honest. That is impressive. Smaug and Ornstein. Yeah, and Orlando.
Yeah,
that is
Ornstein,
impressive.
yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. It was pretty good. Yeah, I was surprised.
So you're liking the game?
Molding. Yeah, the game's actually insane, and I'm really looking forward to. Obviously, I'm going to make a video about it and stuff like that because of this whole situation. You know, my goal is to distance myself with Ashes because of the whole situation.
So how'd this start? Because it seems like I'm sure you probably did. You see my reaction to your video and everything?
No, I didn't get around to it yet.
Okay.
But I got the TLDR. Apparently,
sure.
So apparently, you obviously I'm paraphrasing, and I've got it from a bunch of Twitch chat around these. You were like disagreeing with the video, but then apparently your comment section was actually agreeing with me. In the video.
A lot of people actually agreed with you in the comment section. A lot of the chatters did, and commenters.
So the thing is, if anyone who's actually played the game, like knows the truth, right? Because they've been to the desert, they know the state of the desert.
Well, how do you reconcile that with people like PirateSoftware who have played the game a lot, who show that that's not the case?
I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea what's going through Pirate's head.
Okay.
Because I don't know what he sees in the video game. I'll say to him though, he really likes the video game. And it's likely because he thinks the video game's going to be like EVE Online. I don't really think the game's going to be like EVE Online.
Okay.
I think it's trying to be more like Lineage or Arcade, not EVE. So
well, yeah, I know Steven played a lot of
games.
Lineage before before this, and Arcade as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So like Pirate's his perception of the video game, I feel like is Pirate wants it to be one thing, which I just don't think it is, and it's never tried to be that. But then there's this other group who want it to be like classic WoW. Then there's the group who want it to be like Lineage. So there's like factions within the game's community who want it to be in different ways.
I think that's a huge problem for like every MMO, because like every MMO is going to have like a faction of people that want it to be a hardcore PvP, or they want it to be a theme park, or they want it to be an MMO, or they want it to have roguelike features, or etc. But it's impossible to manage all of those expectations. Sure. Yeah. But like I mean, I think PirateSoftware looked at, for example, like the desert, and I think that was really the main point of contention that a lot of people are bringing up. Yeah. Is that
So the desert's currently in two sections. There is an old section of the desert, the thing that you've got on your stream at the moment, the current state. This section of the desert that looks quote unquote complete. This isn't complete. This is just a bare bones empty area that's had trees placed around it. The grass, you can even see the grass in this screenshot right now is not rendering correctly because the grass doesn't render correctly in this area. This is an unfinished area. It's got 0 points of interest. It's got 0 dungeons. All it's got is random mobs and random trees placed all around it. I made a whole video showing this segment of the desert in phase 1. I flew around this and I made a bet with Steven and said, you know what? If the desert exists, I'll cut my beard off. And guess what? I flew around this section and I was like, yeah, do you know what? The desert exists. I'll shave my beard off.
Oh, that's a lot.
And I fucking look like a thumb. I look like a thumb for, what was it, 2-3 weeks?
So then what changed?
So what changed was when Phase 2 launched, they advertised Phase 2 with a $110 price tag, having an expansion to the desert. So that, and I stated this explicitly in the video, it's all about the expansion. The expansion to the desert
Did you say that in the video? I don't remember you saying that, because like, so, and this is the impression that well, you can see like, so like when I watched the video that you did, the impression that I got from the video is that you were showing the desert and there was like nothing in the desert at all. Like all of the images that you showed you, and it looks like if you look at your mini map, you're basically on the edge of the map. And
if you bring up my stream right now, if you can.
Sure.
Where I am currently is smack bang right in the middle of the desert. There is a node directly in front of me. This little crop of land is a node, right?
Yeah.
Ignore the crop of land. I don't care about the crop of land because that's just a node.
Mm-hmm.
The point is, all around it, It's just emptiness everywhere. There is no desert. This isn't a desert expansion. This is just sand.
But you can see, so I think that's a good point you're bringing up, and you're saying that the desert expansion doesn't exist, but the desert does exist.
The desert exists in the fact that they have just created a land mass with nothing in it. There is no content in this desert. There is nothing to test in this desert.
But your video implied that the things that were advertised in the demo from 2 years ago were not present in the alpha. Is that correct?
Yep.
Is that true?
Yep. And I would say, yeah, I'd stand by that. That's true. These things do not exist.
So if I look at it and I see the things that were shown in alpha in like this demo from 2 years ago, and then I look at the video that Steven's showing right now of the desert, I feel like these two things are pretty congruent. Like,
right. What things would you say that exist from both those trailer from 2 years ago and and what Steven's showing? What would you say exists, quote unquote exists? Is it the trees?
Yeah, the developed landscape that they showed in the trailer.
Okay.
And also, and you're contrasting that because you making the comparison in your video, that the comparison is actually it's this empty desert. Because that's what you're comparing it with. But if you...
Well, I think what he's about to say is that developed landscape, adding trees isn't a big deal, and there should be more. I think that's the whole argument, is that the audience who have bought into the alpha have a higher expectation of the developers' work than what the developers are actually doing, I think is the argument being made here. Which, I can understand that, but I don't know the inner workings of the Ashes of Creation team. I don't know how relaxed or how intense the workload is, or if there's over 200 people, I heard, on the staff, what level of things being passed around and awaiting approval, and this team can't move forward until this team is complete with their work kind of structure exists. But it's pretty common that like there can be bottlenecks and things being held because such and such team didn't get their objectives completed, and thus this team can't move forward, so they're focused on a different task. These things happen.
If you look at the video itself and you see inside of the game, it does seem like that's what the game looks like.
I agree that the rocks exist. The rocks exist and the trees exist.
But do you see how if you do that and then you show this image of a completely like unfinished area, it's going to give people the impression that the entire desert is also unfinished?
Well, you've got to use the context that you got to acknowledge the context that I've already made a 20-minute video showing off this section of the desert that Steven's currently showing off.
So that
I've already done this.
Okay, that's fine. So what you're saying is that inside of this video, though, that context doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't. Correct. That was my whole point earlier, is he's not providing the context because he's operating on the assumption that people are already informed, whether it's by playing the game or watching some other video he made.
Because like if there's a previous video where you've explained it, so then you can see why people would be confused, right?
I assume my audience. Exactly. You assumed your audience. What about people who aren't part of your audience, who aren't informed about the game? You're grossly misrepresenting what the product is.
Yeah, I would assume that I don't reach a very wide audience, right? My audience has been the same 10,000 people for, again, 3 fucking years covering this game.
Yeah.
So when I make videos, I always assume that people have seen the previous videos.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like when I release a thing, I reference the things that I said in the last video because it's always a continuation of when I'm covering the video game. So anyone who's interested in Ashes of Creation have already seen that previous Desert Expansion video because I don't really reach an audience outside of my own 10 to 20k.
That's pretty ignorant. You should just operate on the fact that like any amount of people from any walk of life could see this video.
People.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. That's fine if you want to do that. But I think when you do have a video that does get popular, right? I mean, and I'm sure you would have expected this one to get popular.
Is it popular? I've not checked.
I mean, it's got 130,000 views. That's really good. I mean, it popped off. Yeah.
I'm gonna put some fucking ads on that one.
Yeah, too. And so, the point is like, so if I just watched that video, which is what I did, and I think also the odds are that every single person watching the videos is not, because and this is another way to look at it, right? Is that if a lot of people are angry about it and they're perceiving the desert to be incomplete, that would also imply that they also did not see the other videos either. Because if they had seen the other videos as well, like you said, then they wouldn't be making these comments because they would know that it was contextualized.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what all I'm trying to do is make a video explaining why I am no longer in support of this video game. Right? Okay. I don't support the video game anymore because what they showed 2 years ago, this doesn't exist. This desert, this doesn't exist, right? Looking at my stream, I'm showing you this. This shit doesn't exist. What is this? Is this even an asset that exists? None of this exists, right? But when they showed it 2 years ago for a $250 price tag based on this, the current state of the game, you saw these reactions, didn't you? You were there for
I watched
that.
it.
You were very excited. Did you have any impression that this wasn't the current state of the video game?
Yeah.
Yeah. You looked at this and thought, well, this is this is what they got, right? This is what they're showing us.
Yes and no. So, like, I've gone through a lot of betas and demos for games before, and I know that, like, for example, like, there are many games that have cut content, or they don't fully show the game whenever it's ready. And I think also there are cases where, like, big components of a game are not being added in until, like, later on in the future. So, I think if a game is in an alpha state, like, every single image that you see inside, I think this is what your impression is, right? Is that every single image that you saw on these previews, you expected to be in the alpha.
Well, yeah, they showed this saying, this is the desert. There's many, if you go back and just watch that whole live stream, there is no context in that live stream that what they showed, this whole thing is just a concept. This is just the assets. They never once did they say that. They implied, they made it look like that this is the current state of the desert. It's not the current state of the desert. The desert probably didn't even exist at this point because the desert doesn't exist now. There is no desert.
Well, there is though, right? Because like if you look at the image that he showed, and if you look at it, you can see that there is a desert that's very expanded on. I think that you bring up a good point that like this image and this specific case with like this tower is not there.
Well, no, not just that specific. I would say everything in this trailer doesn't exist. Everything. And you'll be hard pressed to find it.
Okay, well, why don't you just pick a random spot?
This one.
So that's not in there.
No.
Okay, go to another one. So and by the way, this is just a random. I mean, you realize that's literally one asset that's placed on a mountain, right?
Yeah. But they've sold the game based on this is the current state of the desert. We've got these dunes. We've got this, what do you call this, like a Badlands area. Mm-hmm. None of it's actually there. These trees, when they sold the desert expansion, they said that we could cut the trees down. You can't actually cut the trees down. The trees don't exist. You run through them. They're not real assets. They're assets in the fact that they're there, like you can see them, but you can't interact with them. There is no interaction with anything in the desert. The mobs are just randomly placed, seemingly. There's no points of interest. So the Riverlands is full of these points of interest. There's about 18 or so, 20 points of interest. They're pretty, they're pretty fleshed out, pretty good, especially the Tower Coffin. Tower Coffin looks great. But the desert is missing all of that. It's missing all of that, right? This is what the quote unquote expansion to the desert is. It's this.
So what do you?
So I mean, what it sounds like is he deems himself to be a smaller creator, he didn't see this getting popular. He made a video to describe why he doesn't want to cover the game anymore. But in fact, the video kind of shifted and became more about why I'm not covering this anymore, but why I don't like Ashes of Creation and why you shouldn't like it either, is how the video came across to me. And disparaging this idea that, you know, if you're going to develop this game and you make these promises, then this is what the expectation was and you didn't meet it, and therefore you are liars and you shouldn't be doing an early access game because you don't know how to. That's how it's coming across.
Like, how do you define, because like I think this has been a big problem with the Ashes of Creation like development, and it's
you're not wrong, man.
It's
holy.
Wait, what?
You're not wrong. The whole thing where, you know, what's what.
Well, what is it like? Yeah, like how do you define an alpha? Because like, so like I've played through a lot of alphas in games, and like some alphas are very different than others. Some of them will have like the entire game available, and there'll be huge swaths of just totally unfinished content. And other people will only have an alpha where it's a small slice of the gameplay, but it's finished inside of that little small area. And so like,
so
how do you define alpha?
That's a marketing alpha.
Yeah.
So Ashes is obviously not a marketing alpha. However, they have marketed the current progress of the game falsely. Another really good example is the Freehold live stream. Did you watch that one where they showed off
I did. And you're talking about the rabbit mount where they're there?
Yeah. So the Freeholds, they're not real either. They've just been implemented into the game. There is no pigs. There is none of this.
And when you say there is none, what you mean is that the alpha doesn't have any in them, any of that system right now. That's correct?
Yeah. So currently, in the alpha, what the Freehold is, it's just a static asset with a fence and a house that's randomized seemingly. I'm not quite sure how I think it's just a randomly generated house.
Yeah.
Then you walk up to it, and then you purchase it for 20 gold or 50 gold, and then it's supposed to have the ability to plant trees, but
so
I
what do you
received a bunch of reports.
So like, what do you think is going to happen? Like, so do you think they're not going to finish it, or like, because I feel like that's like a textbook example of something that they clearly have. This is the rudimentary version of it, and they're going to put more of it into the game, right?
But what people are discontent about is the fact that they showed it 2 years ago in a complete state and in a seemingly fully functional state, and now we pledged $250 based off the idea that it was in that state, just to find out that 2 years later, remember this is a 2-year context, right? 2 years. So you'd think they'd be much farther along than what they showed in 2 years, and we spent hundreds of dollars to support it, but now it's seemingly only just being rolled out. But I think that's what a lot of my community are discontent about, and it's why I don't really feel like, you know, what I feel like, Asmon, is I feel like I've lied to people for 4 years based on what Steven said, and I feel really guilty that I've lied to hundreds of thousands of people because I thought what was being shown and what was being said was real, and it's not.
Well, it's not in the alpha right now. I mean,
no,
like,
it's not in the alpha right now, but it's seemingly not even being developed, or it seemingly doesn't even exist. The story arcs is another really wonderful something I was super excited for.
I mean, do you really think they're not developing the Freehold? I mean, we have to assume that they obviously.
Oh yeah, they'll roll out the Freeholds. Yeah. I'm not saying that they're not going to. I don't think I've ever said that they're not going to develop it. What I'm saying is I don't agree with how they've sold $250 packs of the things that. Making it seem like it exists when it doesn't exist. I don't agree with that. Therefore, I decided, do you know what? Ethically, I can't continue doing this. I can't continue because I feel like I'm lying. I don't want to lie.
Okay. So do you think if the alpha was free, how would you think that would change your perception of the game?
How would it change me? I mean, if it was free, nothing would matter, right? If it was free, then thumbs up. I'll be pogging out. if it was free.
Okay, so you're primarily upset about the price of the alpha, and you feel like that the alpha for the price of it isn't giving you what you thought that you spent your money for. Is that pretty much it?
What's happened? Yeah. I feel, just for context as well, is that I didn't actually pay any money. Someone I used to know actually donated me a key back in Alpha 1. So I've got context all the way back in Alpha 1, right? Okay. I know the full development. I know all of it, right?
That's kind of like what got me into Path of Exile too. Although it wasn't donation, I had my own Steam credit. But just the opinion of somebody else liking the idea and getting hooked on it, and now I'm like a big proponent for the game. I'm a big advocate for it. It seems like that's what happened with Narc. And now he wants to pivot away because he feels like... It's ironic that he feels like he misrepresented the game to others and now he doesn't want to feel like a liar anymore. But then his kind of like, goodbye, I'm moving on video misrepresented the game and makes him look like he's lying.
What I'm saying is, when I say I spent $250, I'm speaking for my community. So I spent $250. Yeah, based on what was shown. So many people have approached me and just said to themselves, you know, I backed during this showcase because I looked at this showcase and I thought, holy shit, they are so far along. I'm going to help support them, $250, just for them to log into an alpha that is, you know, this.
Okay. So do you think they're going to finish the game? Like, I mean, so because you said at one point that it was like fakery, and then at another point you said that it was not a scam. So like, where do you think the game is going to go?
So I think they're falsely advertising the current state of the game. Like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever it was. They've been falsely advertising the current state of the game to make funding. To help fund their game. So what I said in the quote that I used was, this isn't open development, it's funding at any cost. So that's what I feel like they're doing. They're trying to fund, Steven's trying to fund the game at any cost, even if they have to lie and show fake things that aren't real at the time. It's just a concept that's going to eventually exist. If we'd known that, if I had known that, if you had known that, would you still have the same perception of the video game from 2 years ago?
Do you want my honest answer?
Hey, Luku, I'm just reacting to this Ashes of Creation controversy, if you can call it that, while just leveling up my Ranger. So I'm mostly just reacting to the video right now. But after this is done in another 2.5 hours... then I'll probably be more just free chatting.
Yeah, go for it.
Absolutely. I've seen how a lot of games...
If I had known that, if you had known that, would you still have the same perception of the video game from 2 years ago?
Do you want my honest answer?
Yeah, go for it.
Absolutely. I've seen how a lot of games have been developed over the years, and I think this is very common. So, like, one thing... Yeah, so I'll give you an example. Like, well, let me... this is an abstract example. I'll explain it. So, in Warlords of Draenor in WoW, the flying was never actually implied for what the Draenor continent was meant to be. And so, in the process of flying not being implied and flying not be planned for, Blizzard had a massive, huge problem that caused server-wide issues when they had to implement flying later on in a later patch. And what I understand is that the interconnectivity of different systems causes a bunch of problems that exist inside of an ecosystem of other systems. So when somebody shows me a system inside of like its own ecosystem, like for example the Freehold, and I see that just by itself, I'm viewing that as like, this is what the finished product is supposed to look like. And I wouldn't necessarily expect to see that in the game immediately, because maybe that isn't contextualized and developed around all the other systems it's supposed to fit into. It's like kind of you're showing like a finished piece of a jigsaw puzzle, but you need to make sure that all of the other pieces around it also are finished in order for the pieces to fit together. So whenever I see a system like that that's not finished, and then the alpha, and I think that your perception of being disappointed that these things are not available, I think that's a totally fair perception to have, because as a viewer and a fan, you are hoping to see that in the game, and I think that a reasonable person could be disappointed in that. I do think, however, that it does make sense inside of game development. And, like, have you ever done coding before?
That's the thing.
No. Okay. Well, I've barely done
it shows that he doesn't have a concept of how coding works, and even just the I don't want to say food chain, but the way in which you go from developing the code, having the code reviewed, putting it into testing, having it quality controlled, and then implementing it to the production, like it's not something that happens overnight.
Done coding. And one thing that I've learned about coding is that you can get one wrench in the system, one bracket is left and not right, and then the entire system falls apart. You make one change and then the computer doesn't work, or the program doesn't boot up. So when I see systems that are evolving like kind of in real time,
that's putting it simply, but absolutely,
and that they're showing, they're probably going to show. Go ahead.
Let me interrupt.
Yeah.
So we're talking about Blizzard, right? We're talking about Blizzard. And then them showing Warlords of Draenor.
Well, no. So I was creating an example of something that. So the idea, the argument that I was trying to make was that when you implement a system into a game, that system has to seamlessly integrate into all of the other systems into the game. So a lot of times when alphas or betas for something like Warlords of Draenor comes out, let's say, every single system that was going to be in the game is not currently in the game. Like, for example, the Legion system.
Okay. Let's focus on that then.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
I don't think. This is what I'm saying. I don't think Intrepid were open about the fact that what they showed was not the current state of the video game. They, in fact, did the very opposite and said that this is the current state of the video game. In that very live stream, I can bring a context. In that very live stream, we had the devs talking about the fact that how there's this dungeon that exists in the desert, and it's this underground dungeon with snake people in it, and they showed those snake people models. They showed those models, and they said there's this underground dungeon, it's full of lava, it's been crystallized. This was 2 years ago. So if they're talking about it in that detail, then it exists.
Yeah.
But it doesn't exist, but it's 2 years later, and now that doesn't exist. So what happened to that underground lava dungeon that they were going on about? They were saying things, and here's how it comes across to my audience, or the audience that, I like to think that my audience are actually the audience who jumped onto the video game when you and Lazy Peon made your videos in the very beginning.
There's been a lot of people that have been really excited for the game. I mean, for a whole, probably like almost half a decade at this point. I think about it. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So I like to think that people, that my audience, the people who I talk to, are those people. The people who come from you, the people who come from Peon, the people who have been watching the video game quite extensively for 4 years.
Yeah.
So this is what I said kind of at the top, is he's operating under the assumption that he has a small, dedicated audience who's well-informed, and the things that he's touching on are under the assumption that the bigger picture. But then when an outsider who's completely ignorant to the game looks at it, it looks like a miserably unfinished product for the amount of development time that has taken place, which is unfortunate. Like, it's as if operating on the perspective that, I'm a small YouTuber, I'm always going to be a small YouTuber, no one's going to watch this, anyone who does, like, who cares? It's such a weird approach to making a video. You should just make every video as if it's going to be watched by 1 million people. Because then you don't make mistakes like this that potentially could, I don't know for certain. I'm no legal expert, but I feel like he could be accountable for defamation of the game.
When Intrepid show and talk about how they've got these tools that are going to develop the game extremely fast, and they spend an hour live stream saying how we're going to develop this world so quickly, and we've got all these next generation cutting edge tools that's gonna, the game's gonna be developed insanely fast. We've got all these biomes. Stephen makes quotes like, we've got cross sections of the desert, we've got cross sections of the forest areas, the riverlands, we've got the tabletop mountains, the badlands, we've got the volcano areas, and they're showing all of this stuff, but none of that actually exists. And now we're in a situation where we signed up to do a test, to test a video game that is so far from what they advertised that we're not even sure what we're testing anymore. We were fully prepared and understood fully that this was a true development alpha. We were probably the most understanding. We knew this. That's what we signed up for. But we didn't sign up for a desert that is not existing. We didn't sign up for a freehold system.
It's incomplete, right? The desert is incomplete. It does exist. It's just there are areas of it that are unfinished.
Let's talk about percentage. Let's talk about that. Incomplete. Let's talk about percentage of completion.
Well, before I get into that, I'll let you get into it. But have you ever built a computer before?
Yeah.
Okay.
I built this one.
Yeah. That's the thing, is like, he's double checking on his technical expertise to ensure that, does he actually know what he's talking about, or is he just coming from a pure consumer perspective and he's upset that things aren't the way he wished they were, without having an understanding of what it takes to get to where he wants it to be?
Yeah, well, there you go, right? And so I think that a lot of the problems that a lot of people are bringing up are, like, I remember whenever, for example, like, I needed to get more RAM for my computer. And
more
so
dedicated
when I got
RAM.
more RAM for my computer, I went and I got this RAM, and then I realized that it wouldn't fit inside of the motherboard. And then I had to get a new motherboard. But then when I got a new motherboard, I realized that I now needed a new power supply. And I think that the way that you need to make sure that, like, computer components fit together inside of a PC and all of that fits inside of the case is kind of similar to the way that games work. And so if you have a game that comes out and all of those features aren't readily available in the alpha, I don't think that it's really fair to say that they don't necessarily exist, because...
That's not my favorite analogy, but the point that he's trying to illustrate is you don't actually know what it takes to make this happen. So you're taking for granted all the work that's gone into it and what might be happening behind the scenes, and downplaying the fact that because things aren't where you want them, things aren't being done well enough. Like, this isn't a scam. It's just a deeply aspirational project that's extremely hard to achieve. And so, putting it in the same group as, like, Star Citizen, I can understand how people feel. Maybe they should be moving faster. I don't know what they're doing behind the scenes with their development team. Maybe they're taking things extremely slow and are willing to milk the dedicated, invested fans because there's this sunk cost fallacy of time, emotion, but also money, that people are just kind of like on the hook now. Let's string them along. I don't know if that's happening. That's how people seem to feel, but it remains to be seen what the end product will be, which is why I'm just kind of watching from the rafters. And I'm not even watching from the rafters. I'm like not even in the stadium. I'm like, oh, this game's happening. When I heard about it, I started like putting the feelers out and asking other people if they had heard about it, and they hadn't. And then I just decided, like, okay, this is potentially another one of those games that I'm not going to see or even think about for the next 4, 5, 6 years. So, like, it's not worth talking about. But now I'm just interested in this whole fallout between this content creator and that game.
They might not be implemented into the alpha, because if you want to use the metaphor, maybe the motherboard isn't...
The reason I'm interested is because if I'm an aspiring game developer, I want to be mentally prepared to address this kind of behavior if I was to make my own game. Although, as much as I like MMOs, I don't think I ever want to make one, just because of the costs involved and like the size of the team necessary for it to be good. and the fact that the general population who likes that game, it's a mixed bag. We'll say that. I've seen PirateSoftware. It seems to like the game. I've seen it too. I've watched PirateSoftware play it multiple times on his stream. He seems to like it a lot. He boasts about the systems that they have involved. I've seen him specifically talk about the wind system affecting the grass and the trees, and it's not just like random animations where things just shake around to imply windiness, but the wind changes and everything's flowing in that same direction. Like, these systems are quite interesting and quite cool, but to the point of people who are in development and are interested in these things. But when you talk about like the bare bones consumer, who really cares about this? And PirateSoftware is always going to come from that perspective of like appreciating the work done because he knows what it takes to get this work done. He's a developer. He understands these things. I agree. Like, it's one thing to defend the game, but here's the other thing is PirateSoftware stands to enjoy the game more than the average player because in a fully finished Ashes of Creation product, he and his community can come in and just like own a fucking city. Who else would say that? Who else would be able to do that? Like, maybe Zach, if he was interested. And Zach actually did that with the Finnish game PAX Day when it was in its like beta testing, like giving out keys. The way that he got a bunch of people to come together, he wasn't even playing the game. He just got a bunch of people who were dedicated fans, gave them keys, and they built like a castle in the mountains. You can only achieve this if you're like with a massive community behind you. So like for the average player, this isn't what the game is about. And I think that's the added enjoyment that he gets, is that he has people with him so that he can constantly be engaged with the content and not have to deal with any of the downfalls of MMOs, like finding groups, being able to put together a team so that he can start going through like the raiding content and things like this. And then when it comes to how developed these areas are, I'm not sure that they've done enough. I don't know. I have no idea. But this video where he says, I'm not going to cover the content anymore, here's why, and then he kind of like aggressively says that Steven Shariff should not be in early access games. It all comes across in very poor taste. And I think that Steven handled it well. We still have like another hour of this conversation, and then he's going to talk to Steven Shariff. It's a long VOD that I'm just watching in the background, like podcast style, while I grind out my character. So, well, I'm sure we're going to touch on a lot of points here.
Isn't exactly what it needs to be in order for that thing to go into the alpha. And I think that's the way that it works.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I like the analogy.
I understand that.
I also don't.
Right? It's an actively developed game.
Yes.
When they add things are going to break.
Yes.
But again, I don't think that's got anything to do with advertising a game as one thing, and it's not actually that one thing.
So you think that you were falsely advertised to because of the freehold system not being what it was inside of, like, let's say the demo?
Okay, yeah. So okay, yeah. Let's go with that angle. So the freehold system doesn't exist. The weather systems that were shown don't exist. Granted, the seasons do, right? That's actually really good, and I'm really impressed with that they did the seasons. The seasons exist, but the weather doesn't. The story arc systems, the main thing that delivers content to players, they showed it in a state that triggered quests on your screen. They showed it so the world was changing dynamically in real time. That's what we thought that they currently had because they showed it, and that's what they advertised. The server meshing technology, that doesn't exist. There's no server meshing. There's no dynamic gridding. Well, sorry, there is server meshing. Let me correct myself. There is server meshing. There is no dynamic gridding. So they've advertised this whole thing that this dynamic gridding exists. Personally, I think that's Star Citizen copium, and there is no such thing as dynamic gridding. There is no such thing as dynamic server meshing. I just don't believe in that shit.
Why?
That feels like copium. Well, because it's technology that just feels like It's buzzwords that are trying to do something that's literally impossible. A dynamically shrinking and growing server. Show me.
That technology exists. Dynamically growing and shrinking server, that's literally a product that Amazon allows you to buy. Amazon Web Services. Products. Oh, I'm not going to be able to remember this. They have so many products. But I know for a fact that when you rent a server from them, you can enable dynamic growing and shrinking, and then they charge you according to the usage. So they can achieve that with their servers. I think that's all they're trying to do, is so that if one world ever becomes overloaded, they're able to like dynamically accommodate this. So I mean, for him to say it's buzzwords, like, what is he talking about? He was the one that said, "Don't play Helldivers 2. Kernel anti-cheat is bad." Who? Narc?
Show me it working. Show me it first. Stop advertising that it's going to exist.
Didn't they do that? It doesn't. Because the Star Citizen, they
PirateSoftware, okay.
With like throwing the ball back and forth.
Well, the people that I mean.
To clarify, this is off topic, but I've watched PirateSoftware talk about this. He explains that kernel level anti-cheat is a thing that people do in order to stop people from cheating, but he knowingly accepts. He uses a separate machine. That's right. He uses a machine that's dedicated to it because he knows what's happening and he doesn't want to give up that freedom to one of his personal machines, which not everyone can afford to do. I don't remember him saying that he wouldn't play it, but I hear what you're saying in regards to like how you feel about PirateSoftware. Not everyone's gonna like every single streamer. I get that. So like we'll push that aside because like this isn't about PirateSoftware. It's about Ashes of Creation. I know that he likes the game.
Yeah, they've shown that, but it's not actually in the video game yet. Okay. It was a concept. Again, it was just a concept. Sure, it exists in concept, but it's not in the game yet.
Do you think it will ever be in the game?
Dynamic gridding and dynamic server meshing? No, I don't think that's ever going to exist. Okay. I don't know about that one. I don't believe in that one. I don't know about that one.
People are saying it is in the game. Yeah, of course I think it's going to happen.
Really?
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, you have all kinds of different types of technology that are evolving. Yeah, no, I think so. I really do.
Yeah.
If you look at, like, think about it. We grew up playing Super Mario World, playing Super Mario 64. And now we're playing games like Elden Ring. Do you really think that, like, it's going to stop? Do you think it's going to just stop getting better?
Well,
of course it's going to keep getting
his
better.
thing specifically about dynamic server meshing, I just don't think that's real. I don't think that's ever going to exist. I think it's just an impossible technology that is...
What are we even talking about? Ashes of Creation, dynamic server meshing. Like, to say that the nodes will change over time? Where? Server meshing is a scalable process breaking up different geographical areas of the world into multiple game servers. Instead of a realm being a singular server, it's now made up of many game servers. Yeah, this is possible. This is entirely possible. This is like the dream that many people have and many game servers, but then people are probably of like the old World of Warcraft perspective. Well, what happens when that one server has all the players in it and it like, how can it expand? Because they have server technology that can dynamically expand based on demands. And they have, like, they can spin up another server that works in tandem with the other server to load balance. Like, these are things that exist. This is technology that's already here. It's just yet to be introduced into an MMO, and this game is trying to leverage this technology that exists. So, like, what... The baseless accusations that like, oh, no, they're never going to do this. Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Did you even research this? You're just upset. You're just butthurt. That's how it's coming across.
Just impossible.
Okay. It's not impossible.
I'm well open to it being made, and I'm like, yo, if it ever gets made, wow. But until it gets made, I'm like, I'm not going to buy that shit. And it's the same thing for dynamic grading.
Again, like, it's not a question of being made, it's a question of being implemented successfully, which will happen.
It's just basically the same thing, just done in a different way. Until it's shown, I don't believe in it. So currently it still doesn't exist. Dynamic grading doesn't exist. So that's 5 things that they've shown.
And if this technology works the way it's intended to work, there's no way to show it. They're not going to show you their like back-end systems continuing to work seamlessly. And there's probably still going to be a need for like layering, because you don't want to have like a million people standing in one place because of your computer having to render all that. You're going to need like a pretty significant machine to handle all of these connections happening at the same time. But the point is that you're not going to have to choose this realm for your character, but your buddy's on this realm. Like, my workday's just gotten small today. Fair enough.
Shown in live streams that they sold $250 packs off of that don't actually exist in the video game. So how many times do you have to be screwed? How many times do they have to lie? And, well, let's not use the word lie. Let's use misrepresent. How many times do they have to misrepresent the current status of their development before we get pissed off as consumers?
Is that like question? Okay, so
yeah. How many times are you willing to be like, you know, we play fucking World of Warcraft. We're still getting screwed.
For me, my perspective is that I don't really look at it that way. If I see a game and it's not in the state that I want it to be, like, and this is the outlook that I have on WoW now, is that if WoW isn't the game that I want it to be at the current point, I just simply stop playing the game until it is.
Yeah,
that's a really good point.
Yeah,
that's a really good point,
and that's what you said you're going to do.
Yeah, so you used to.
Yeah.
You used to not be like that, right?
I think at the end of the day, Narc should have just made a smaller video where he just said, I'm not going to cover this game anymore for personal reasons, and I'm going to take a new direction with my channel and start doing more variety games, rather than trying to call out Ashes of Creation and cause misrepresentation and confusion among people who are seeing the game potentially for the first time through his video, which he ignorantly assumed would only be seen by his dedicated fan base who's informed about the game. This is the crime that has been committed here socially.
Used to really care about World of Warcraft, and you'd play it, and
it was unhealthy. It was very unhealthy.
It is unhealthy. So what I've done is I've looked at the state of the video game, and I thought to myself, do you know what? It's unhealthy for me, and it's not what I want to do. Right? I don't know if you saw those clips at the end of that video. It was like me dressed up in like some stupid costumes and shit.
Yeah,
like that. I want to make videos where I can express myself creatively. You used to watch my videos. You see my intros.
Yeah, no, I know.
I love that shit. I fucking love that shit, man. And I felt like for the last 2 years, I've been covering Ashes of Creation, and I'm like, this is not what I signed up for. This is not what I thought the game was. I've basically lied to a huge amount of audience because okay, let's not use the word lie. I've misrepresented the game to a huge audience, and I feel extreme amounts of guilt from that. So I want to distance myself from the game and try and pursue.
Well, you've made that worse.
Something that I genuinely care about, which is just making entertaining videos. And
it's funny. He's saying like, I don't want to lie, but yesterday he basically lied. Whether it was intentional or not, he did. It's like, oh, well, you can watch my other video for context. Yeah, well, I didn't see you actively point to that other video. Someone would have to take the onus upon themselves to be like, maybe I'm not getting the full picture here. Go to your YouTube channel, search through your uploads to find this related video. Maybe you point to it in like the closing card in the last 20 seconds. That's not really good enough. There's no call to action to get context.
I just don't think I can do it because there ain't nothing here.
I think at a certain point, I mean, you're not going to be able to do that anyway with any MMO. I mean, I feel like that's always the case.
MMO?
I mean,
oh, no. I'm not going to talk. No, I'm not going to do MMOs. Well, I'm going to...
Well, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, I mean, this is like a YouTube content creator thing. I don't really think this has a lot to do with, like, Ashes itself as a game.
No.
This is primarily about, like, you know, the way that you want to take your YouTube channel. And I by the way, I support that, right? I mean, I think you should definitely do what... You should play other games, make content about other games, and try to hit those other audiences. And that's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
My personal opinion, this is just like from my experience doing content myself, is that I think it's better to like kind of wean yourself off of that rather than cold turkey it. But you should do what you feel like you should do, right? More than anything else. And so, like, I don't really think that necessarily... I can definitely see where you're coming from, and I can see why you would be frustrated if you felt like every single development update would have been something that would be available in Alpha 1, or Alpha 2, excuse me. I don't think that that was ever really explicitly stated, and I think also the truth is that the alternative to the way that Ashes of Creation is communicating its development is the way that I think Blizzard does its development, which is they basically never communicate with the public at all, and it's very...
you gotta remember that...
Yeah, go ahead.
You gotta remember that... But you gotta remember that Blizzard aren't charging $250 and slapping open development on their game.
I mean, I don't know about that. I mean...
Well,
yeah, maybe not a great example, but, I mean, either way, I think that this entire problem is actually not even about the state of Ashes of Creation. I think it's more about, for you...
It's the fact that you paid money, and you feel like you didn't get your money's worth, and you feel guilty that you roped other people into spending money to also support the game, and they don't feel like they're getting their money's worth. So you no longer want to support the development of the game, and you're kind of coercing other people to not support also because you're upset, feeling like you've been duped, even though it does seem like they've been transparent the whole time, and you just didn't temper your expectations to like reality because you don't have a good enough concept of what it takes to develop a game and what technology exists and how these things take time and a lot of money. So that's unfortunate.
Well, it's not.
And forgive me if I'm overstepping, but I think this is for you. This is about you reaching a kind of a fork in the road with your YouTube and wanting to take your YouTube in a different direction and wanting to divert. Well, I feel like this is not true at all. I mean, you did say that at the end of the video.
Is it about me? Is it about me?
It doesn't. That doesn't invalidate what you're saying. It's not invalidating.
I think it's more about. I don't think it's about me. I think it's more about the fact that I don't agree with the misrepresentation of the state of the game. I don't think I don't think I matter.
He's the one who made the misrepresentation of the state of the game. I'm so excited after this conversation to hear what Steven Shariff has to say about the game. And about Narc.
I am nobody at the end of the day. I'm just a random content creator on YouTube. And in my opinion, I don't think what they've represented is accurate to what they've actually got. And ethically, that feels wrong to me. So I can't continue to support something that doesn't ethically line up with my ideals. Does that make sense?
That seems silly.
Do you think Ashes of Creation is unethical because they haven't shown, like, all of the things that were in these showcases were not in Alpha 2? Is that basically where you're coming from?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the things that they've shown aren't an accurate representation of the game.
Well, the current state of the game that's playable to the public.
Right.
Yeah. So
I mean, you know, like, this is what happens, right? It's like there's probably multiple versions of the game. So what I would assume is there's probably 3 versions of the game. There's the version of the game that we're playing. There's the probably internal testing version of the game.
The test
and then
server.
There's the dev version of the game.
Right.
And I feel like it probably exists inside of one of these other 2. Like there's a friends and family alpha, and that usually a lot of people get friends and family alphas, but like they're like 99% of the time like NDA.
It's funny because that's what I built my whole channel off, right? I built my whole channel off of that exact copium that you've just said. I just don't think that's true. I don't think there is all these different...
You don't think that they have a dev server and a test server internally? You're just completely ignorant about how development works then.
I don't think there are all these different branches.
What are you talking about, son?
A video game where it's literally finished. I just don't think that's true.
Well,
I
it's
don't
not.
Think that's true.
You're right.
What the game is.
Well, you're right. It's not finished, but it's in a more finished state. And the problem is that before they want to ship it out to be used by the public, obviously they're going to want to make sure that it's in a place that there are going to be no problems, like different weird things that cause server crashes or anything stupid happening. Like if you play any MMO launch, like you know that there's going to be things that are fucked up on the release. And so
I get that.
Like
I understand that.
Like,
no. Let me interject. I understand that. I get that. But how much further do you think is along? Do you really think that there's this build that they've got, that's this developer branch, where they've got all of this stuff here, that's this giant tower, all of these quote-unquote assets? Do you really think they've got a build that has this? Or do you think that this just doesn't exist, and this was just a concept built to sell a $250 pack to help them fund the game in the future when it does eventually exist in X amount of years?
I don't think that it exists in terms of something... Sorry, I'm away from the mic. I don't think that it exists in terms of something that's interconnected inside of the game completely, but I think that they exist in separate instances that are designed to be connected inside of the game because they're made in modular form. So, like, for example, the freehold system probably does exist. The dungeon for the desert probably does exist. Now, does it exist inside of a system that is completely connected with all of this, like, modular, like, for example, like, you have the portal that you can go into? Maybe not. So, if you want to use percentages, I would say that the game is probably 20% finished, something like that, on this alpha. And I think they probably have an internal version that is 40 to 50% finished. That's probably what I would guess. Which 40 to 50%, it's still not. It's still theoretically not even halfway there.
I mean, yeah. I mean, chat's saying it right now. I mean, we clearly don't agree on this, so it's an interesting conversation. I completely disagree with everything you just said. I think
it's just I'm giving you a guess of the numbers.
Yeah, I just want to make something clear, right? I don't hate Ashes of Creation. I got no bad will. I don't.
You certainly didn't act like it in your video. I've got no bad will. He's so ignorant on the subject of like what it takes to do all this, and also the tone that he took in the video where he's like, you, Stephen Shariff, should not be doing, like, it's very two-faced. He's not being consistent. I'll say that.
I might not like Stephen as a person.
Yeah, exactly.
I got no bad will against Ashes of Creation or their team.
I've got no bad will against a project and the people working on the project, except the person who's the leader of the project, who represents not only the game, but all the people working on the project.
Or anything. I wish the game the best, right? I want the game to succeed. I just don't agree with the current state of things and how it's been advertised, right?
Oh dear.
So it's interesting that we
this
have
is something
opposite opinions about all of this.
Oh no,
But
I don't.
here's my opinion.
Okay, go ahead.
Here's my thought, right? I think ultimately the game is just going to speak for itself over the next few years.
It will.
It will. And it'll be hard for me to even remember in that time. But I'm going to put the prediction now that this guy's going to eat his words. And the game will be everything that it said it would be. It's just a matter of time.
I'm just stepping away because I felt like I need to at least tell my audience why I'm stepping away. That's what that video was.
Mm-hmm.
It was explaining my frustration.
You did it in a very negative way. You could have done better.
For why I'm stepping away from the game. I'm frustrated because I feel guilty that I've advertised something that wasn't true for 4 years of my entire life. So I don't want to pursue that anymore. I actually want to go cover other things and do things that I want to do that are in line with my ethics. Most of my successful videos on my channel are not even Ashes of Creation related. So I'm just like, fuck, what am I doing?
So you're coming full circle to the fact that this is about your YouTube career and not really about the game. You feel bad about covering this game because of the fact that you have a YouTube audience.
Sure. I think that's a good decision for you to make. And like if you think that
a
you
good
should
decision
step
for
away from
you
the game because you feel like it's reductive or it's holding you back or you're just tired of it or for whatever reason, like I mean I think a lot of people do that. I mean, like, you get burned out. Sure, I think that's fine. But I don't think that I don't think that it's that these things don't exist. But
this is
I
crazy.
do think that obviously it's going to take time for them to be implemented into the game in a playable state that's made public. Like, these are two very different things.
You know, because I'm now you know, connected to a much wider audience. I would ask a question to that audience. If you did...
To be honest, Narc is 100% right and Asmon is 200% biased. I'm not taking either side here. But if you were listening to everything that I've heard thus far, Narc doesn't know anything about the technology in this game. I don't know anything about what people were promised, besides like this talk of this technology that's supposed to be implemented in like the final product. I don't know anything about the internal workings of this game. I'm just saying that if you watch the video he made in a vacuum, with no other video that he's referencing after the fact to save face on having no context, there's no context. He's just showing an empty desert and saying, look at this game. I don't want to cover this game anymore. They're not showing that they actually care about us people who made investments in this game. Like, this is bullcrap. And you, Steven Shariff, should not be in early access games. Like, this is the tone that's being taken. And I think it's in very poor taste. He talks about not wanting to misrepresent, but is in fact misrepresenting in this particular video. The empty desert is the expansion promised for December. Okay, but like, this is something that I referred to earlier, but again, I know it sounds so dismissive, but it's a alpha that you paid for, and when you buy into an alpha, you know that when you say that it was promised for December, I don't think it's a promise that couldn't be broken. This isn't like between you and a significant other, like, I promise I'll come to your event because I love you. This is like, these are our projected goals, but shit happens and it may not be met. when the government says that they're shutting down the metro for the summer because they have to do maintenance on the tracks, I don't say that the metro is going to be open on the last day of summer. I say, well, probably the metro will be done, in my mind, a month after that. But I should also be mentally prepared for the fact that shit really hits the fan and it takes, I don't know how much longer. Wasn't there an expansion, baby, on the metro where like it was memed about because it took like an extra year or two to expand? Yeah. Yeah. Real life building shit. And like, oh, it's different because it's software. Well, is it though? Because you still have to go through all of these checks and balances and putting things into implementation. Like, I am a novice developer. I don't have the kind of experience at this scale, but I still fundamentally understand what is happening. With Steam's new TOS, it would be banned from the platform. Yeah, that's fine. That's a separate subject to discuss. Like, they should not be potentially offering this to consumers in this current state. But they wanted to crowdfund more support with promises that many people are deeming to be empty promises, but I'm just saying, like, this, none of this really shocks me at all. Because I've seen in other cases where people don't communicate so openly and make these monthly YouTube videos that are like updating people and showing the promise. Like, if you think it's a scam, get out. But like, I looked at this and I said, this game seems cool. This game seems promising. I like all the technology that they're implementing. Will I buy into it? No. I'm not going to say it's because I'm smart. I'm just saying because I'm skeptical. And I'd rather just experience the finished product than be someone who's part of the testing process, especially in a paid fashion. And I think Narc pointed to this earlier, but if it was free, there would be nothing to talk about.
Or if you watched the coverage of Ashes of Creation 2 years ago,
yeah,
how many of you were under the impression that this is the current state of the game, rather than just a concept that will be in the game in 4 years from now?
A lot of people are saying me, and I get that, but like, I think that comes from a place of inexperience.
That would be a question I would ask to the wider audience. Were you aware that what they're showing isn't actually in the game? Would you still back?
Yeah, I mean,
would you?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry.
would you still back the video game? Would you still have spent $250 knowing that all the stuff that they're showing isn't real?
Even if it was in the game, I still wouldn't spend $250. Even if they were accurately representing the product and not just showing a vertical slice, a demo, concepts of a plan, if you will, I still wouldn't spend $250 because that's a lot of money to me. I don't understand why Asmon is so defensive for AOC when he destroys other games for less. I don't think that's what's happening here. Truly. I think what's happening here is he really likes Narc and he saw a really negative video and he's, at least from my perspective, he's trying really hard to be like, Narc, you gotta chill, bro. 'Cause like, this is not what you want to be known for on YouTube. Like, you have such a promising career, you've established your foothold, you just need to really be a little bit more diplomatic. And I get from the perspective of like, but people are spending money on this game and they're not getting what they feel that they should have gotten for what they paid for. I get that. But this is like textbook buyer beware, set your expectations. Don't get into things that are in a early access state if you're not prepared to be faced with like the ultimate downfall that it's not even going to come to fruition, let alone reach certain milestones on a set schedule. Like I don't know. I like how can you think that you're buying into not a beta but an alpha and think that the game is going to be in a state that's playable like an average consumer full release game? How can you have that perspective? That's just so mind-blowing to me. I need a quick bathroom break, but I'll be back. Okay. Sorry. I remember having to talk you out of buying the mega expensive support pack for PoE 2. Yeah, that's true. And I don't even know who Narc is. His voice sounds familiar though. Yeah, so he at least for the last few years has been primarily covering Ashes of Creation. At least that's all I know him for. He does skit comedy stuff too that he incorporates into like ads and intros and things, but like yeah. I remember when Starfield came out, Asmon played it and told, I'm the only one genuine. This game is not good, but isn't trash, I assume you meant. It's a 6. And now if you listen to Asmon speaking about Starfield, it's the worst shit ever. Do you take every word that Asmon says at face value? Like, when I read this, it says to me that you watch him with the mindset that every word that comes out of his mouth, every word that he utters should be taken with 100% this is literal. That he's not trying to be a comedian, that he's not saying things to like get a rise out of the crowd. Like I'm not trying to talk down to you. I'm just saying like every time I watch Asmongold, I feel like I'm watching a guy who's a performer. He's not showing his true self. He's not Zach. He's Asmongold, which is a character on Twitch. That's what I'm watching. So like everything he says, I take with a grain of salt. I don't agree with many of the things that he's saying. But in other cases, especially lately, he's trying to be this like arbiter of truth. But within this arbiter of truth arc, if you will, he's sprinkling in points of comedy. There was a point when he was being called out by some chatter, and he was banning the chatter and said, like, I'm going to do you a favor for your mental health and ban you so that you can go watch something else. Like, this was making reference to the whole controversy between Narc and the Ashes of Creation director. Like, he does things literally just to get chat engaged. And, like, he's constantly farming Keck W. Like, you can't just be like, oh, at one point he gave, like, this genuine review, and then the next moment he said it's the worst shit ever. Yeah, because it's like, you know, your name is Diablo. I assume you're aware of D4 bad. So, like, it's the same thing. He's just farming a meme. Like, to be honest, he streams on Zach and not on Asmongold because he so-called was bored of the character Asmongold. No, he just... I don't think that's true. I really don't. That was my name before. I don't give a fuck about Diablo games. Yeah, I haven't played any Diablo games, but, like, when I say D4 bad, you're aware of the emote. You know the meme. You can't not. You're on Twitch. So, like, that's all I'm saying is the guy is terminally online the way I have been for most of my life. He's aware of memes. He's catering to his audience, which is of a lower IQ for the most part. And he's pandering to his audience. Like, you can't fault him for that. So, like, you can't watch them. Like, the degree to which I watch Asmongold is to remain abreast of gaming news because of topics that are popular. But the content itself and the things that he's saying, half the time it's going in one ear and out the other because he's saying, like, some dumb shit that's just gonna get, like, true, agree, Keck W, Keck L. It's like half the time there's no substance. I like the guy. He knows what he's doing, though. And it's like, half the time people call him out for the things that he says, but you can't call him out for anything that he says because it's very easily dismissible as him playing his character. If you want to get into the specifics of, like, he's tired of the Asmongold character, then he still has a online persona that does not align with the way that he behaves when he's privately with people he cares about. It's a different person. This is not how I behave when I'm hanging out with my wife. This is not how I behave when I'm hanging out with my buddy. Like, it's not the same.
Currently, and it's just concepts. Because I can name a game that did this very similar thing, and it's called Chronicles of Valeria. And you know all about that one.
Oh yeah, I watched the video about it. It's a concept? Yeah, I mean, so
everything's just a concept.
I can only speak for myself. I think that, for me, if I see the way that a game is, I don't know this game. That I would probably be like half and half with, like, what you're saying. Like, yeah, I could kind of see that. And I could also see, like, some systems aren't ready on alpha. I feel like in general, and this is, like, a distinction that I think some people make between, like, an alpha and a beta.
The one thing I want to talk about, actually, is repopulation game. The repopulation. Is it still available? Ugh. Jesus Christ. Store page. Mixed reviews. Still an early access game. I played it for 20 hours, God knows how long ago. This released in 2014. Why is this for sale? The servers are shut down. Do not buy. Game abandoned. Canceled game. Money grab and run. Company websites even shut down. So, like, these kinds of things occur so many times. That's why people are mad. Because they just don't want this promise of, like, potentially beautiful game to be yet again another lie, another scam. And I understand this feeling, but like, you can't just preemptively react when they're still in not the beta, but the alpha stage of development. And if you bought into the alpha, that's on you. Like, buyer beware. But even though $250 is a lot of money for me, it's not so consequential that it's life ending. So like to get out your torches and pitchforks and go after these people in a way that's so malicious is completely unnecessary and over the top.
Yeah. Is that an alpha is not feature complete, but a beta is feature complete? So
I don't think a beta is feature complete. Maybe definitionally that's how it goes, but I don't go into a beta feeling that way.
What I mean by that is that things like systems, for example, the freehold system, would not all be available in an alpha, but they would be in a beta. So, and this is something, by the way, a lot of people define alphas and betas differently in gaming.
Right.
And I feel like it's primarily a marketing ploy.
Either way, I treat alpha, beta as like one in the same, excuse me. It means the product isn't finished. So you can't really give full comment until they decide to go full release. And a lot of games are reluctant to go full release because it helps them save face when things go wrong. And I get that. But like, I don't think Ashes of Creation is a money scam, but it is still scam/fishy techniques to show things live when they are actually not done. I followed Ashes of Creation for years now, so I have hope for it to be good very long term, but I don't want monthly development review to be fake assets. Yeah, I hear you. I've only watched like a couple of their videos, and it was like a year ago, longer maybe. So I don't know all the things that they've said and all the things that they've promised, and I can understand if people are upset. But I wish, this sounds so like narcissistic, stroking my own ego. I wish more people were like me and just said, huh, that looks cool. Well, I hope it comes out soon. And then move on and play something else, There are always going to be people who invest and like become part of the system and this cycle of supporting the game to help with the effort. I'm just not one of those people. And maybe I disagree with the structure in which they're trying to fund their game and put things together, and the promises that they're making might be very aspirational in scope. But if you decided to support and you're regretting that, like, that's life. Sometimes life is disappointing, It's not going to be the end of the world, though.
More than anything.
Yes. 100%.
So, yeah, but I think that is definitely a pretty big difference. And so, like, if every single feature...
I guess, actually, we're at 129.01. So, if you... 129.01. If you wanted to make a game, and you wanted to make a presentation to prospective investors, do you think you'd get a good turnout in investment if what you showed them was this? Or do you think that it would be smarter to orchestrate a way to demonstrate to your prospective investors what the end goal will look like when all is said and done? A few times in the year to go like, how is it going with AOC? I'm not waiting for it every day. I haven't paid a single euro on the game. Yeah, exactly. So like, I think the people who have the right to feel upset are the people who have invested money, but at the same time, it seems like they went into it with the wrong mentality of investing the money where they thought they were going to get an early chance to play the finished product. And like right now I'm playing Path of Exile 2 early access. They're not calling it a beta, they're not calling it an alpha, they're calling it early access. And even here, I'm like getting frustrated with certain bugs and aspects of the game, but I'm also realizing this is not a finished product. Even after the game fully releases, we are in an era in which you can hotfix live patch games. It's never really a finished product. So like, it's just the wrong mindset, the wrong mentality that's causing all this drama.
Cases we're not in Alpha 2. Is that basically where you're coming from?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the things that they've shown aren't an accurate representation of the game.
With the current state of the game that's playable to the public.
Yeah. So
I mean, you know, like this is what happens, right? It's like there's probably multiple versions of the game. So what I would assume is there's probably 3 versions of the game. There's the version of the game that we're playing. There's the probably internal testing version of the game, and then there's the dev version of the game.
Yeah, thanks for joining the discussion, Diablo. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Appreciate you. We'll see you again.
Right.
And
let's say there's a movie trailer and it has all the A-listers in the trailer. It looks awesome. And then it releases early with people wearing paper face masks. Yeah. Sure. I can see that perspective. But then it's like it was advertised as it will be shown early. It's not done yet.
I feel like it probably exists inside of one of these other two.
But I'm on your side. I let's be clear. I'm not on any side other than buyer beware, always be skeptical when it comes to early access games, when it comes to life. Like, people want expectations to be set, so they can't help but try to set some expectation. But this is not a promise or a guarantee. Hello, not sure how YouTube guided me to your channel. I search a lot of PoE2 content, so hello and greetings. Hello, James. This is indeed PoE2 content. In this particular case, I'm also reacting on the side to this very long discussion regarding Ashes of Creation. And also, people on Twitch are saying hello, James, as well. That can be hard to see because I don't connect the two chats. But yes. But yeah, definitely. I've really sunk my teeth into PoE2. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. So if you like Ranger gameplay, especially gas cloud explosions, you're in for a treat.
Like there's a friends and family alpha, and that usually a lot of people get friends and family alphas, but like they're like 99% of the time like NDA.
It's funny because that's what I built my whole channel off, right? I built my whole channel off of that exact copium that you've just said. I just don't think that's true. I don't think there are all these different branches where there's this magical branch of the video game where it's literally finished. I just don't think that's true.
That's not what he's saying. It's not a magical branch of the game that's magically finished. What is he saying right now? Oh. It's just exposed to a smaller amount of people who more than likely have a better set of expectations in mind compared to the average consumer.
Well, it's not.
Grief.
You're right.
What the game is.
Well, you're right. It's not finished, but it's in a more finished state. And the problem is that before they want to ship it out to be used by the public, obviously they're going to want to
test,
make sure that it's in a place that there are going to be no problems, like different weird things that cause server crashes or anything stupid happening. Like if you play any MMO launch, like you know that there's going to be things that are fucked up on the release.
Yeah.
So,
I get that.
Like
I understand that. Like, no. I get. Let me interject. I understand that.
He interjects a lot, and it's kind of annoying. I would be very annoyed.
Get that, But how much further do you think is along? Do you really think that there's this build that they've got, that's this developer branch, where they've got all of this stuff here, that's this giant tower, all of these quote-unquote assets? Do you really think they've got a build that has this? Or do you think that this just doesn't exist, and this was just a concept built to sell a $250 pack to help them fund the game in the future when it does eventually exist in X amount of years?
I don't think that it exists in terms of something... Sorry, I'm away from the mic. I don't think that it exists in terms of something that's interconnected inside of the game completely, but I think that they exist in separate instances that are designed to be connected inside of the game because they're made in modular form. So, like, for example, the freehold system probably does exist. The dungeon for the desert probably does exist. Now, does it exist inside of a system that is completely connected with all of this, like, modular, like, for example, like, you have the portal that you can go into? Maybe not. So, if you want to use percentages, I would say that the game is probably 20% finished, something like that, on this alpha. And I think they probably have an internal version that is 40 to 50% finished. That's probably what I would get.
But of that higher percentage of finished for the friends and family server, many things are probably broken, and they're basically going through a pre-testing stage with more players. They just need people to populate the server and mess around and play the game, so that if something breaks, it doesn't affect a massive amount of people who are more invested in the game and getting, you know, like a lot of these people who have invested into Alpha Keys are probably taking time out of their normal jobs because they're just fans, whereas other people who are part of friends and family have their expectations set. They're not that invested in the game. They're just kind of helping out because they're related to the people, or they're interested in the game, but they're not as deeply invested as people who paid money. Hasn't PAX Day done the same thing? As far as I know, yes. As far as I know, yes. So, it's at the end of the day, this just comes down to expectations and the fact that they charged money for alpha. That's all that's happening here. And people are just blowing it out of proportion. But I'm still interested in the conversation because, again, I'll reiterate, it's been a long stream so far. As an aspiring game developer, I'm so interested in all these different perspectives to help set my expectations as a developer on how all these different reactions and expectations might come about. Needless to say, the idea of making a game and releasing it as an early access feels so scary based on the track record of early access games.
Yes, which 40 to 50%, it's still not. It's still theoretically not even.
People be
there.
crazy.
I mean, yeah. I mean, chat's saying it right now. I mean, you know, we clearly don't agree on this, so it's an interesting conversation. I completely disagree with everything you just said. I think what.
Oh, sorry, we were at 129. I went on a tangent and then I didn't fast forward again.
Like, if you spend money on something, every customer is entitled to have whatever opinion they want for something that they spent money on. But from my personal opinion, from like playing a lot of games, especially like games early in development, no, it really wouldn't surprise me that much.
Right.
And
it doesn't surprise me at all.
It's like you're making a
mountain out of a molehill.
Good faith.
Yeah. Okay, well, let me ask you this, because this is something that really rubbed me the wrong way with Pirate. Pirate was saying, you know, Pirate, you know, and he's not saying it maliciously or whatever.
Sure.
All he's doing is repeating what Steven said. Steven thinks that the alpha's going to last at least 1 year, right? How long do you think the Alpha 2 is going to last?
Probably a year and a half.
Well, that's a good question. So if they change the name of Alpha 2 to Beta, would that considered be lasting? I mean, because like, so if Alpha 2 lasts for a year and then they change it into Beta, would you say that they lied?
Okay, well, first of all, they're not going to do that, right?
Why?
Sure they might.
they've stated that the alpha period is going to be much, much, much longer than the
Things change.
beta, right? The beta, my perception of the beta, at least from like looking at the game, I think the beta when it launches is going to be feature complete and in a state where, it's basically, that's the marketing part, right? That's where they start marketing it in beta. So I think the alpha, based on because we've got a lot of people that are obsessed with the video game. We've been, pulling it apart for 4 years, and we get a lot of joy out of that. We understand the speed at which Intrepid, at least from our perspective, we understand the speed at which Intrepid works. So what we've done is we kind of extrapolated that and tried to figure out how long it would take them to develop the whole video game, which includes those 18 biomes.
It doesn't seem like he actually knows how long it should take Intrepid to put these things together. He's demonstrated multiple times through this conversation that he doesn't have a good concept of the technology whatsoever.
And we think it's going to be a minimum of 6 years.
6 years from now.
Yeah, before they go into beta, I think. And that's
before
assuming,
so that's even into beta.
Yeah, so that's assuming that's assuming that they launch with the beta after they have all 18 biomes. So that's
I think that's a reasonable prediction, actually. 6 years of development, sure. For how aspirational this game is and all the things that they want to put into it, yeah, I could see that. Which kind of sucks because then people are going to feel like, oh, well, they've been stringing us along for so long and collecting so much money. It's an expensive game. This concept is crazy. I would never think about doing a game of this kind of scale with these kinds of features because it's expensive. Like, I don't even understand how they expect to turn a profit once they're at the point where it's a full release game. I feel like the subscription is going to be more than any other subscription-based game has ever charged. That's how I feel. There's no way that you just buy this game and it's yours and you can play it as much as you want. There's no way. They have to be subscription-based. And I think they're going to charge more than the average subscription-based game because they're going to have this like pull that people will perhaps appreciate, where there's just so much to experience, so much involved, so much detail, so much work. So like people likening it to Star Citizen, I could see that correlation just because of the sheer aspiration, the scale, the potential. But it's, they started in 2016. They've got quite a lot to show for it after all that time. These things aren't easy to put in place, and the technology has changed since then. So like, sure, maybe things can go a little bit faster, but only if you start transitioning into that technology. So I don't know how much stuff is built in-house. Like, I don't know the details, right? But again, that's why I'm just an outsider looking in, and I'm interested in the conversation. But like, yeah, I'm not interested until it's done. Exactly. I think that's a huge majority of people. So the small community who are involved in it, who appreciate what I want to say is like the art form of video game development, it's really cool. But obviously it's unfinished. Obviously it's not going to be finished for a while.
That's just based on how much land mass they've got. So a really good perspective for like the audience who do want to continue following the game is to
and how did you math that out?
So it's based on like, if we assume that it's taken them 4 years, so the start of 2020, when was it? 2021 at the start of 2022?
Sure, yeah.
So it's been 3 years. If we assume 3 years, that's when the game actually started to be developed. That's the current state of the game. This version of the game, we think, started actually being developed in 2022 at the start. So when they switched to Unreal Engine 5, That was a clean slate for them, and that's a good thing, right? By the way, I think that's very good. I think they should have cleared everything before because the assets were not suitable because they're badly optimized,
It was the right
etc.
decision to go to Unreal 5.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. I think that was a good decision for them. That's a very controversial thing to say within the community because a lot of people disagree. But I think it was a good decision because it's a step forward. And so we think the development started there. So if we assume that that's when...
So that's the thing, is because you said they started working on it in 2016, but they had to port over everything they had worked on thus far and start working in Unreal Engine 5, which means potentially overhauling a lot of stuff and not necessarily starting from scratch, but having to put things in place and make sure everything's working the way it was in the previous iteration.
When they started, and up until the point where they launched, and what they have is about 1/3, maybe 2/3 of one biome, which is the Riverlands. Just for context as well, by the way, the Riverlands isn't actually finished. So another reason why I'm pissed off is the fact that they've started working on the desert when the Riverlands isn't even finished. So it's like, fuck, why are you doing that? That's really annoying me.
I mean,
anyway.
Well, yeah, but like the thing is that, and this is, I think, one of the problems with like charging money for an alpha, is that the way that a development team is going to prioritize and do things internally might not make sense to a person who's not like you're not like there might be an internal reason for that. I mean, I don't know why it could make sense. It could not make sense.
So there could be a reason for it. Yeah, let's talk about that. There could be a reason for it.
Sure.
So, do you not think that Intrepid it would benefit Intrepid? So all of this is basically miscommunication, is how I would label this whole scenario.
I think that you're right about that.
Miscommunication on their point. Stephen disagrees. He actually thinks the communication's great. I completely disagree with that. I think the communication's actually extremely poor, or it at least could be a lot better to help sell their game in a better light. Anyway, the point is
well, the last video he made certainly didn't help with that situation. Like, he seems like he's operating on good faith in this conversation with Asmongold, but he should consider taking that video down despite how popular it was, because it's not a good faith video at all.
Why don't Intrepid communicate that what you just said to us? Why don't they communicate to us that actually, here's why? Have you ever played PoE?
Yes.
I mean, I would anticipate that if they go into too much detail about their development, they could be revealing trade secrets to competitors. So they have to be more surface level about it, which I know is like not something the consumer cares about. But that would be what I predict, is that they don't want to go into too much detail because A, the consumer doesn't understand. B, the people who do understand might leverage that in their own products, and they want to avoid competition.
Have you ever read PoE's patch notes?
Yes.
Do you know in every single patch notes, the developers give a reason for the change?
Yeah.
That to me is peak communication from a developer team. And when a project is advertised as open development, I would expect that kind of level of communication to its audience, especially when they're slapping $250 on it. I would expect something. You know, they're not actually extending anything to us.
I understand the complaint about money.
It's like this.
I think,
but I disagree.
You're conflating two different things, though, right? You're looking at like a development prioritization list, which is something that's going to be based around development, and PoE making a balancing change of like, you know, whirlwind or cyclone doing more or less damage.
Yeah,
I feel like
different.
These are two very different things.
Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm using like I'm kind of like straw manning a little bit, but that's fine. What I mean is, why can't they just tell us why the desert is in the current state that it is? Why, when they said that the desert was going to be expanded and we could cut trees, and there was going to be a bunch of resources and get wood and stuff. So basically, to up for the context, you've not actually played the video game, have you? So you're missing context. So a major resource to level up these nodes and progress these nodes is wood. So we need wood in the desert in order to progress these nodes. There is no wood in the desert. because the trees aren't real. So they sold the expansion of the desert having trees that were cuttable, that was going to have a bunch of land mass and a bunch added, but none of that was added. So from my perspective as a customer, as a consumer, I think to myself, holy shit, they're finally expanding the desert. They're finally giving us things to do in the desert. Because 2 years ago, they showed us basically a complete desert. It's complete. It's a complete desert. They showed us a complete desert. I had the impression, and so did a lot of my audience, I would say nearly 100% of my audience, were expecting a desert expansion. There is no desert expansion. It's just sand that you can generate in Unreal Engine 5 by pressing generate sand, and that's it.
Press generate sand.
What are we expected to test here? What's the test here? What's the
saying this just like diminishes his argument because it makes him sound ignorant, which he is.
Point of the phase 2. Why did you sell a phase 2 for
press generate
$110
sand
when phase 2 is basically the same as phase 1 and nothing's changed?
It reminds me of those like tutorial videos on YouTube that are like 30 seconds long, and it's like, hello, welcome to my channel. Today we're going to talk about how to generate sand in Unreal Engine 5. Open Unreal Engine 5, go to the Generate Assets tab and click Generate Sand. Thank you for watching. I hope this was helpful to you. Please make sure to like and subscribe. That's how he's playing it. Is like, it's just that simple.
Wiped everyone back to level 0. What are we testing?
We've all watched one of those tutorials and got frustrated.
Grinding. We've already done that bit. There's nothing new for us to test. So is this how phase 3 is going to go? What about phase 3? What about phase 3.5? What about phase 3.6? How is this game even being developed? We have no idea because there's zero communication. And I was hoping at least, I've tried to...
He's like using PoE tuning and them giving excuses for why they did tuning of certain abilities and saying, so that's the reason that Intrepid Studios should give explicit details about the actual development. Like, show us the source code. Let us download it off GitHub and we'll start making our own version. Like, no, obviously not.
I've tried to talk so many times about the lack of communication at Intrepid. I've made like 6 videos. I think you even reacted to one, maybe? I can't remember. And you disagreed with me in that video as well.
Which one?
But it was like... It was the one where I just spoke about the lack of communication at Intrepid, right? Let me see if I can find the thumbnail. But it was basically a TLDR of the video was the communication is leaving a lot of the audience confused about the current state of the video game, and here it is. The community are losing trust in Ashes of Creation because a lot of people approach me. I am the, I'm not trying to, I'm trying to be as humble as possible. I'm not trying to toot my horn, but I am like the point where people come to get a understanding of the current video game. So a lot of people were coming to me and saying, "What the fuck's happening?"
Do you remember flying in WoW when they gave reasons why you couldn't fly? I.e. flyer's license, cold weather flying, etc. when they just stopped giving reasons why you can't. I mean, like why you couldn't fly outside of the Outlands in the Burning Crusade, you mean? I don't know. Either way, like, the same approach should be taken as you do with, like, Dungeons and Dragons games. You should always do things like that, changes to the way you play the game while respecting the rule of fun. But yeah, they stopped giving, like, proper reasons because people probably didn't buy into the reasons. I didn't really play Dragonflight, but I know that, like, they nerfed the potential dragon race flight speed potential because it was just like too fast and it was causing, I think, issues with like rendering models in a reasonable amount of time. something to that effect. There was like a technical reason, and people were just pissed off and hated that they couldn't do it anymore, or that it was proving to be actually faster than like using a flying mount. But it's like, yeah, that's why people chose the dragon race, so that they could move faster. Some people value that more than being one of the other races with certain racial abilities. So I don't know. Sometimes developers do silly things for silly reasons, and people don't respect those reasons. But it's their game; they can make design choices how they want.
What's going on with this? Why is it doing this? Why are they doing this? I'm losing trust, right? Mm-hmm. So I was like, okay, well, how can I approach this? How can I address this situation? So I addressed the situation by making this video and saying, listen, Intrepid Studios, the communication is really falling to pieces, and we don't know what's going on. Please, can you maybe increase the communication a little bit so we understand what's going on and why you're making these choices and what's why it's been delayed or why it's been changed. So now, originally we thought the Alpha 2 was just going to launch as an Alpha 2, but then they changed it to phases, and a lot of people were really confused about this phase thing. And then they added a bunch of prices to the phases, and it's kind of a bit like scratching their heads, like, what the fuck?
I feel like a lot of this is based off of the fact that it's paid. Like, I feel like that, like, because if this game was free, I don't think that we'd even be having this conversation.
Yeah, I agree.
So like, this is entirely, well, like, I think that matters, though, right? So, like, if the development process is fundamentally problematic or bad for whatever reason, then that's very different than you saying that the development process is frustrating as a paying customer. So, like, you're kind of comparing and, like, arguing about two separate things. That's what I would really say the most about it would be.
Yeah. Well, I am just expressing, like, random concerns now. But sticking to the point of the video, the point of the video is that what they showed isn't actually the current state of the game, and I don't agree with that. Okay. Therefore, I am stepping away. That's all the video is.
Okay.
And then I showed comparisons. They advertised this. This is what we got. I've received a lot of pushback in the comments about how what I showed isn't actually representative of what the desert actually is, and you said that as well. But the part of the desert that is being shown has no content. There are no points of interest in that desert. It's easy to just generate a desert area.
Well, then why didn't you show that part?
Because I've already made a 20-minute video about it. That part already exists on my channel.
So, like, he just expects people to watch all of his content and understand the big picture, which is such a naive thing to do on YouTube. People come from all over the place. So you, like, even if it's a continuation and you feel like been there, done that, you need to cover it again. Even if it means a slightly longer video. But you could argue this part where he spends what Steven said to be 1 minute and 30 seconds showing this empty desert. He could have taken some time and said, like, here's what it looked like before, here's what it looked like after, without even breaking, like, the speech. Like, I'm assuming he had one, like, script that he was reading off of, and he didn't want to interrupt his phrasing, but you could just do the image and then put text on the screen. This is what they've developed. None of this has changed. This is what they added now, and it hasn't been developed. Solved. Like,
for everyone to see.
But
I've already covered that. That was phase 1.
You could see how somebody who watched this video would think that this is the desert, right?
Well, yeah, but the point is that this was the expansion. So we're talking about the desert expansion.
That's not what you said in the video. You said it was the desert. Like, you didn't say it was the expansion. You said it was the desert.
I had a section in that video that explicitly spoke about the expansion.
I think that you probably did at some point, but you also said that it was the desert itself. Like, I can maybe, I mean, I can compromise and say, like, maybe you said both, but I remember you saying that it was the desert.
There's a whole section in this video where he talks about the expansion.
Okay. Well, if people can find the timestamp, I can watch it. And
I'm
look
looking at
it
right now. I've got it on my stream.
Where's the timestamp? And I can listen to it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, just pull up the tape. No need to debate. It's online.
Let's go back to 5 minutes and, I don't know, 18?
Okay. All right, I'm going to play it.
25?
25? Okay.
5:25.
All right, I'll listen to it.
Main reasons to wipe the servers, yet the vassal system or level 4 nodes weren't even introduced this phase. And now they even claim that they're not going to wipe at all. They are instead just going to introduce new servers. So what's going to happen to those old servers? They claimed prior to phase 2's launch that at the launch of this phase, Desert was going to receive an expansion.
I am just going to be talking about what's going to land on December 20th. We're going to go through what systems are going to land. Come December 20th, let's talk a little bit about what we have coming up for December 20th, right? The desert as well. The desert is probably going to receive a little bit more love than the tropics will, given that it's...
What does a little bit more love mean? The desert's going to receive a little bit more love.
Sets are obviously a bit more developed than the tropics location.
This prompted people to finally expect some remnants of the desert showcase that was shown in 2022. Yet what we received... That's pretty much it.
Okay. So, but like, you see how that's confusing for me to see, because you're talking about like the desert and then you're showing the images that are in the game. So you're seeing the expansion and you said it prompted people to believe what's going to be seen 2 years ago, and then you're showing that.
Yeah. Well, I thought I was pretty... I'm going to be honest, I thought I was pretty clear. I thought that...
I'm going to be honest, ironic statement.
There is pretty clearly stating that this is the desert expansion, and there is no desert expansion. The desert expansion is a flap.
I think this guy idealistically wants to operate in good faith and is just falling short. I don't know if incompetence is the right word. It's the word that came to mind. But the incompetence with respect to understanding the technology, the process, what goes into such a project. But also just putting the video out without properly taking the perspective of how people might interpret the video and operating in a way that I have a small audience. Those are the only people who watch my videos, and they understand that I talked about subject X in this video. Not everybody's watching this in an ongoing playlist, and not everybody remembers what you said word for word. Like, it's YouTube. Sometimes things go in one ear and out the other. Sometimes you have like goldfish memory, as I like to say about myself, where you watch the thing but you don't remember explicitly what happened. Like, it's not a good way to make videos.
Piece of sand with 3 nodes that are copy-pasted nodes from the Riverlands. And that's all it is. That's the expansion. So they sold the launch of Phase 2 with a $110 price tag based on lies, basically. Because there is no expansion.
Mm-hmm.
You can't claim that that is an expansion. I mean, do you believe what I'm showing is an expansion there?
Well, no. I mean, obviously not. I mean, it is in a way, right? It technically is an expansion, but no, not really.
Yes.
Okay.
Technically, yes, and I agree. Technically, it is.
But it's not.
Would you then agree? So would you say that that's a communication issue? What I'm trying to express is communication issues. Improve the communication. That's what I want Intrepid to do. I care a lot about Intrepid. I care a lot about Ashes of Creation. I want them to improve their communication skills. Because I think it's vital for the survival of this open development project that communication is key.
And you don't think that it's misleading at all to show the edge of the map?
It feels like, well, they're misleading me, so I'm going to mislead my audience. Like, two wrongs don't make a right, but I don't think he intended this. Again, he's just operating under the assumption that other people are watching the rest of his content, which is a silly way to work.
And then to say that that's the new stuff.
Not the edge of the map. No, that's not the edge of the map. That is directly in smack bang in the middle of the desert. This is a node here. This is in the middle of the desert. I've shown that point before. This is just beyond that point. This is the desert. This is the expansion that they advertised. That part that Steven showed existed in phase 1. I've already covered it. I've got a whole 20-minute video showing that already. That isn't the expansion. This, what I'm showing on my screen right now, is the so-called expansion.
Okay.
You understand?
I mean, I'd have to see it for myself and make sure and decide that.
Yeah.
I mean, look up the definition of expansion. Yeah, I'm not sure. I do think that, like...
I recommend 2 years.
Yeah, for sure.
Like 2 years.
So you think it's going to be 2 years until the alpha comes out?
I think it... No. What I'm saying is give it 2 years. Like, forget about Ashes, right? Stop thinking about the video game. Let them develop it for 2 years, and then come and check in 2 years to see how they're doing. That's what I recommend.
Sure.
I just think that it's unfair to expect...
That's not really what you said in your video, though.
...for an Alpha 2 to have all of the features in it. Because I've played a lot of Alphas before, and they've never had that.
They've delivered on their features so far. No, they've delivered their features so far.
Well, you said they didn't deliver the freehold.
They haven't delivered the freeholds yet, but they will do. I didn't say anywhere that they're not going to deliver the features. They will do, but don't get it twisted. It's not going to be in 2 years, boys. It's going to be, I don't know how long, and I can't tell you. Look at Star Citizen is what I'd say. Maybe compare it to that.
Well, we'll see what happens, right? But, okay.
Yeah.
So are you going to keep playing the game at all, or, like, what are you going to do?
I think I'm going to... Well, I have to, right? I'm not going to play it myself, but I've got a whole community who love the game, right? Over the years, I'm sure I'm going to get people posting the progress. So I will keep up with the game's progress through the people that still come to my community and post it, right? I will just casually keep up with the video game and see how they're doing. But ultimately, I just wish, there's no malicious intent towards them. I just don't agree with what they're doing. And I wish them the best.
Okay. That's fair. I'll probably get Steven on, and we'll talk to him after this. Yep, so,
okay. Do you want to talk to me after the Steven thing? Or...
Maybe, I don't know. It depends on what he says, right?
No.
Yeah, it depends on what he says.
No, he doesn't want to talk to you
we'll
after.
We'll get on both sides, and we'll listen to what Steven's going to say. And I think that's the best idea. But I do really appreciate you talking about this. I definitely do.
Oh,
and and I can see where you're coming from. I think that the communication issues are definitely something I would agree with, right? I mean, for sure, it's hard to like manage expectations, but I also think that the way that games are developed, it kind of makes sense that some things aren't available in alpha that were shown before, because I just think that's the way that development's worked in games that I've observed over
no worries.
playing games.
I disagree with that statement. I don't think that's true. I think that's Chronicles of Valeria copium. That's what Chronicles of Valeria did. Nobody agreed with that shit. So why are we accepting it with Ashes? Don't we want Ashes to be the one to succeed? We want Ashes to be the Kickstarter that succeeded. So why are we following down the same path and doing the same things that Chronicles of Valeria did? That to me is, don't do that.
I'm just saying that's the way that development for a number of games that I've played has been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not me. I haven't played any games like that because I don't really follow scams until, unfortunately, recently.
Yeah.
That's a meme, by the way. That's a meme.
Okay. All right. Well, I actually, to be honest, I really need to use the bathroom. So I'm going to call Steven. I really appreciate you coming on and talking about it. I really do.
Yeah.
And best of luck. And, I'll be looking forward to the new videos, the Dark Souls one.
Yep.
All
Okay,
right,
mate.
I'll see
Cheers.
Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to use the bathroom.
Just long conversation. Oh, pee so bad.
Steven call? No, I can call Steven. That should be fine. Give me a minute.
I'm interested to hear Steven's take.
I think that the main problem, Narc has is with the price of the alpha. That's the main issue more than anything. And if the game, because like I've played so many games and they've had this same development cycle, and it's like some systems they announce and then they're not in the game at the beginning, then they add them later. This is just what happens, right? And I feel like if it was a free beta, you wouldn't have anybody mad about it, and you just have people that are mad about it because it was a paid beta. What game are you talking about? Oh, with WoW. Like, if you play alphas in WoW, a lot of the features aren't available when they first come out. Oh, yeah. I did see that free jam. Yeah. And Corn Brother saw exactly what's going on in Ashes. For sure. It's crazy that they're releasing a map without anything interactable. Yeah. Industry standard used to pay people to test games. Large problem is it doesn't understand the dev process. Intrepid basically needs to teach everyone how they're making their games and why. Well, like, I think that...
Which is an unrealistic expectation, because you can't teach people how to develop a game, specifically how you're developing your game, without revealing trade secrets and introducing unnecessary competition. Like, there has to be a balance here. Is this an Ashes dev? Don't know why this conversation is so serious. It's just an alpha. Nowhere near Chronicles of Valeria. Yeah, I don't know why it's spun out in the way that it has. There was this guy called Narc on YouTube who was covering Ashes of Creation for quite some time. And he was a hype man until apparently the last year or so. And then he stopped being a hype man. And so he just put out a video in the last few days saying that he's not going to cover Ashes of Creation anymore because Ashes doesn't represent their games, and they make you pay into a bunch of money to buy into their alpha, but you don't really get to play what they promised, and you're just being strung along, and all these things that they're promising are just pipe dreams and copium. So he just had a whole conversation with that YouTuber. Now he's about to have a conversation with Shariff, who is the director of Ashes of Creation, the face. He's the guy. So we'll see what he has to say. And I feel like there's going to be lots of reasonable explanations and a more concrete understanding of the technology and what's possible and how they decided to make the decisions they made.
That's also, I think that's kind of true, is that the way that a consumer and a player is going to perceive the development process
entirely
is going to be totally different than the way that a developer actually develops the game. Yeah. So you have people that are looking at it from the perspective of like a viewer, and it's like from them, a lot of these like complications in development don't really have anything to do with the way that kind of stuff works. They need to be open about it. Yeah, but like, how can you be open about it? I said it was open development. Yeah, exactly, right. And so let's go back. I'll message Steven and see where he's at. If he's hashing it out. Yeah, no, it's not really a big deal for me. We do want some communication, yes, but players don't understand developers for sure. Well, no, yeah. and they're not going to understand it from their perspective.
Yeah, exactly. There's no talking to these people. They're just going to be mad and say, "Give me game."
Fuck. Where'd it go? Let me read it. And the communication has not been shit at all. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's going to be everybody's opinion is going to be different, right? Of course. Okay. Yeah, I'll call Steven. He'll be ready in a couple of minutes. And then we'll get into it. It's an alpha. People shouldn't treat it like a game. I know that. I know that. And that's why I said that the entire problem with all of this is the fact that the alpha costs money to get into. If the alpha was free, nobody would be having this conversation. Awkward. And
Hype Man paid influencer? No, Hype Man unpaid influencer. He was never part of their like creator program. He says in the video that he always approached covering Ashes of Creation as like an average player, and he never had discussions with developers or Shariff. He just perceived the game as one of the people who bought a key and tested the game, which I think is kind of doing a disservice in a way. Like, I can see what he was trying to achieve by doing that, but also he's just cutting himself off from all of the potential explanations he could have had for the things that he has gripes with, because he thought the content would be more like pure. I don't know. It's not very clear what his thought process was.
And I think also, by the way, I think that implies that the development process is not fundamentally flawed or disingenuous.
Yeah.
Because the development process would still be bad even if it was free. Like, at least that's the way that my brain works. Games take money to develop. I heard about that, yes. Look at Concord. A free game doing this, I wouldn't even wait for 2 years. Really? I would. I don't give a fuck about this stuff. I don't care at all. Like, to me, I just... As soon as if I'm doing any of this stuff, like, if a game isn't ready, I just wait for it to be ready.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
It.
What a concept.
Yeah, I mean, fuck. I feel like that's the best way to do it. That's the way I did with WoW, and that's what I've done with a lot of other games like New World. Like, I stopped putting myself in positions that, like, just make me mad, like, get me frustrated. Like, what the fuck is going... Of course I don't want to see that. I want to deal with that. It's crazy. The alpha cost is a filter that people that want to invest time to help the alpha, if it was cheap, people would just join and fill the server and no one would give feedback.
Yes. I agree with that sentiment. You could also say the price is a little bit high, but the more prohibitively expensive you make entering the alpha, the more guarantee you have that you have invested players who are interested in making sure that your game is produced in the best way possible.
I'm not arguing as to whether the price was good or not. I'm arguing as to whether the price was a causal factor in causing people to be frustrated, which I think that it was.
100%
These are two different things.
There's no debate there.
The issue isn't that it's paid, but that they misrepresent what's playable to get paid. I don't think that they said at any point that, like, for example, the freehold system would be playable in alpha, like, the second that it came out, right? I don't think they ever said that. Because you're rich? You think if I had less money, I would
because you're rich.
I would be more mad about it?
Oh my god.
I mean, if I wasn't rich, I wouldn't be buying it in the first place. Let's be honest, right? I mean, I feel like if you don't have a lot of money, maybe that's not something that you should spend your money on. But anyway, I'll go ahead and I'll call Steven. Give me a minute. Okay, he's good. All right, let's call Steven. Here we go.
Hello, Cynthia.
Hey, what's going on, man?
We're just doing a reaction to this whole Ashes of Creation fallout. A YouTuber who used to cover Ashes of Creation quite closely, Narc, doesn't want to cover the game anymore. And I don't know, I'm of the opinion that he didn't represent himself very well in his exit from coverage, if you will. So now we're just listening to the Copium guy. Now we're just listening to Steven Shariff, the director of Ashes of Creation, basically react to the conversation he just had with Zach, and now they're having a conversation. And apparently at the end of this VOD, which is like 4 hours long, there's also a little bit of PirateSoftware chiming in. So it's very interesting. I don't really care so much about the game because it's so, like, far away from being ready. But I'm just interested from the perspective of being an aspiring game developer, because I really want to understand all of these differing perspectives and what it takes for a game of this scale and how to handle all of the fallout and frustration of consumers. I find all of this very interesting.
Mike is...
Hello.
Yeah, hey, how you doing?
Not bad. Good. How you doing, brother?
I am chilling, man. Just looking at all this stuff going on with the game. Obviously, it's been probably, I'm sure, a pretty interesting week or so for you. And
oh my goodness.
Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of opinions, a lot of videos, and a lot of reactions. And so Obviously, I think that you probably saw a lot of like kind of what I discussed with Narc about things, and what like kind of the frustrations in the community are about just different aspects of the game, and kind of like what's your take on it? Like, how do you feel like people have been responding?
Well, I think the first thing that's really important is, you know, I get a lot of comments from people that say I really shouldn't be responding. I'm the head of the company. I'm the, you know, head of the project. Like, you know, let this be a news cycle and go away after 3 days. But I want to give context into why I engage, why I respond, even if it means that it gives life to, you know, the negativity or the claims that are not true, beyond the news cycle that might have occurred.
Why is this bad for the developer or studio? Is this giving them negative advertisement? Well, the video apparently did very well. It did like over 100,000 views. And it's just kind of farming negativity. And in my opinion, Steven used the word defame. And I think that there, without being a legal expert, that there might be some grounds here for Narc having an obligation to potentially repay damages if this is going to cost potential sales because of, you know, setting this negative perspective on the game. Like, less people are inclined to advertise, it kills the hype of the game, people aren't going to be as interested because of this fallout. So, like, now the director is going through, like, what I perceive to be an obligated damage control. How could anyone prove that? Definitely would be super hard to prove. But like, they could probably still sue for something, you know? Or at the very least issue some kind of cease and desist and force a video takedown. I would think. I don't know. Not certain.
Occurred with just that single video. And it's because, you know, we care very much about what we're doing. And I didn't start this company to be another, you know, development team or publisher that doesn't respond and doesn't engage with the community. So I just want to get that out of the way first.
Sure.
My primary problem, and I tried to put this in the response, is that, look, it's fair to talk about communication. It's fair to talk about, you know, things that we could have said differently or done differently. But the key takeaway and the problem that I had with the video that was portrayed was the definitive statements that what we've shown in our development updates are not real. And that is absolutely not true. And Narc has zero basis whatsoever to make that statement. And I think the biggest takeaway for anybody that's watching the video, as you had, right, is to look at him showcasing a section of the world that was at the edge of the map, that is in the dunes area, that is incomplete.
So is this part at the edge of the map or not?
Which part?
The part where
Narc showed?
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's 100% at the bottom of the map.
So why did he say it wasn't at the edge of the map?
I have no idea. I can log into the game right now with you. If you still have the game downloaded, I can port you to the area in the game.
Oh,
and we can
he's getting some god mode.
And look at the desert.
Slander is the action or crime of making a false spoken statement damaging to a person's reputation. Yeah, and he speaks to Steven personally, and like in his video, and even in the conversation he was having with Zach, he's like, "Oh, I wish the best for the game and its team, but I don't particularly care for Steven." So it's malicious intent in a very direct fashion.
I think I might have to update it.
There's probably a few updates.
Yeah.
But you can start updating it, and we can go.
Yeah, no, for sure.
You know, the point that's important is that the video that Narc made has 130,000 views right now.
It does.
And what he made definitively as a statement in that video was that the desert that we showcased 2 years ago is not.
That was him,
game.
not me.
I logged into the game and made a video as a response to you that showed all of those assets, all of that terrain, all of that. The cliff sides, the beetle bugs, the scorpions, everything that we showed in the video, even the Wisp Welk mount, all of that is in the game. So definitively that was a false statement, right? And I think the key takeaway is why would Narc want to give the impression. He said, I made a video previous. He said that he made a video previously that had 10, 15,000 views. But the takeaway is that that wasn't the video that had 130,000 views, and it's not the video that got megaphoned into 500,000 views. Mm-hmm. And when people walk away from that video, they look at the showcase that he looked at, and then he would switch screens back to the empty dunes, and they didn't see any part of the desert that was in the video, in his video. So they walk away thinking, wait a minute, why did you show this? This isn't real. But that's not true.
So what Narc said was that basically the part of the desert that was shown, like basically you...
I'm so excited to watch him totally defend every point that Narc made and turn this negative into a positive. The studio could turn this turn this to a positive, showing off the assumed shortcomings are not real and instead just show the development. Yeah. If there's anything interesting on screen, I'll bring it over as I have been doing. But like for now, it's just focused on Zach, and he's just like inquiring. But yeah, this is very interesting. I love game development, so I think this is going to be a huge learning opportunity for me. Just from like the how to sell your game, how to portray it, how to set expectations, how to not set goals to be too lofty, how to not release your game too soon. As long as he doesn't say false claims such as they don't care if he keeps it to statements, it's okay. Yeah, but there are other things where he's being definitive. That's the problem.
You had promised an expansion to the desert that then didn't happen.
Well, the expansion to the desert is going to occur throughout Phase 2.
Okay.
Like Phase 2 just started December 20th. We are 15 days in to Phase 2.
Okay.
And during those 15 days, the studio's been on break the entire time.
Right, because there's Christmas and like holidays and everything.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Right. So there are 5 more months where we have been very clear in all of our development updates that we are going to be continually building the game. Mm-hmm. That is part of what alpha is. We have said that. And that means that territory will expand. It means that the tropics will be expanding, that the Badlands will be expanding.
Yeah.
Like all of those spaces continue to expand as part of the game's continued development. But what's more important is, and I think that this is a key takeaway, is the way that development works is, as you said, there are branches that exist beneath production. And to be clear, production is the name of the branch that's exposed to the player base.
Yes.
So when a build gets completed and when it gets promoted, it has to go through.
Of course, there are multiple builds of the game. Of course. Like, how naive to think that there's only one. How could you test the game?
Second, I'm having like effing on my stream. It's like messed up. Give me 1 minute. I think it's like patching the game, and that's what's causing it.
It's possible.
Yeah.
We might be eating your bandwidth.
Yeah, exactly. Let me go back and double check. Okay. Guys, are we good now? Do you know if there's a way to throttle the bandwidth that the launcher uses to download?
You might have to do it at the application level.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's because, guys, I was downloading the game.
Why did the Copium guy flip on the game? So basically, to make a long story short, he was participating in the alpha. He was not part of the content creator program for Ashes of Creation. He just wanted to make videos hyping the game from a consumer perspective, as he claims. And he felt like this roadmap and the quote-unquote promises that were made weren't being met, and he convinced so many people to get involved with the game that also feel like they were kind of duped. So he felt disingenuous, and he doesn't want to cover it anymore because he feels like he lied. But then in his exit video saying, I don't want to cover it anymore, he kind of told lies and misrepresented himself under the impression that like people were going to watch his entire library of videos. But to Steven's point, one video did super really well, and another one did quite poorly. So no one's really going to see that content that provides the context and gives more clarification. And the people who might watch that video probably already know because they're invested in the game themselves and they're already aware of the shortcomings if they feel the same way that he does. Where's the studio located? I'm assuming it's American. I believe so.
That's the reason. It was like pretty fast. I think I
Intrepid
might have to just do
Studios
that for tomorrow because it'll probably cause other issues.
Yeah, they're probably. I don't know when the last time was that you updated, but it probably. It was probably back in phase 1, so there might be some substantial updates.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I think that's what would make sense. Okay, well, anyway, you can continue. Like, so
what
about
I was saying,
the desert and all that. Yeah.
What you were commenting about the way that development works is that there are branches that exist in our source control, and we use Perforce, where other features, other areas, other assets are not implemented into the production environment. It's because they're not ready, as you mentioned. They don't connect to other systems. They may not be connecting to certain services. They may not be, QA'd not to cause server crashes. There's a whole bunch of reasons why those things might not exist. Use the freeholds as another example. In the freehold showcase, we showcased all the assets that we've developed. We showcased all the interaction and harvesting that we had developed. We showcased the housing and the furniture and the different mounts and the section of the Riverlands. All that stuff is real. But Narc definitively stated in his video that this is quote unquote fakery, which is a complete slanderous and liable statement to make. And he had.
So he thinks that he has legal grounds. Because when he used the word defame, it was in like the first few minutes of when I started watching this. I was like, oh boy. He might be looking to take a legal route here. And now he's saying it again.
Has no founding or expertise to make that type of a statement. Which is, he also said that, hey, I'm just a normal guy. I just want to step away from the game. Well, then by all means, like 100%, I advise that. Like, we are not anywhere near complete as a development. That is the whole part of this process. And I have said time and time again that like this journey of development is not of interest for everybody. The majority of gamers don't give a shit how a game gets made. They just want to play the game. And that makes sense. I understand that. That's totally normal. But we are showing it so that people who do care, which is a minority of gamers, have an opportunity to have a voice in the development of these systems. So what that means is in this showcase you have here, the freehold example, we're showcasing how the freeholds have been developed thus far. Does that mean that they can exist within the ecosystem of Alpha 2 because they're either not connected into our networking system, or we don't have the icons and the UI to interface with the deployment of the buildings yet, or we're still utilizing the tax services and mail systems to facilitate that, the cargo, the construction of that? None of that stuff we showed in the showcase because it wasn't developed yet. But what we did showcase was the interactions with the harvestables, the ability to interact with the livestock. All of that stuff is real. And when you go into the game now, you can purchase a freehold. You can own that freehold. You have specific permissions to that freehold. You can create root balls through the artisanship system. You can plant those root balls. You can harvest those root balls. It goes into the economy. That is what we have shown. And the same is true for the desert. But my key takeaway is that as a viewer, if you're watching Narc's video, you walk away from that video under the assumption that those things don't exist because he definitively states they don't. But they do exist in the current alpha. And so to ask yourself the question, why would he purposefully mislead the visual?
I agree. Defame, slander, etc. They aren't commonly used words. Means people aren't thinking commonly. Yeah, true. Yeah.
Of the desert, not showcasing the parts of the desert that do look like the video we showed, if not to influence the opinion of his more uninformed audience, which it's okay to be uninformed. Like I said, majority of people don't give a damn about what goes into making the sausage. We understand that. But we're not doing this for those people. We are doing this for the people that care to have a voice in the project.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
That's why it's at the price that it's at, because people who are willing to spend that amount of money are equally passionate about the project and want to support it and want to be involved in the process and probably, hopefully, have an understanding of that process.
Yeah, no, I understand that. So with the freehold system and like the way that works, so the way that it looks like in the demo that you showed, like with the rabbit mount and everything, and like slaughtering the pig, like does it function that way? Like how much of that functionality is accessible right now in the beta at this very moment?
At this moment in time, with the freeholds, you can currently harvest resources. You can plant the resources, and there is the Lightfoot Leveret mount, which is the bunny mount that you saw, that you can acquire as well through hunting. Those things are currently in the game. And then what we're waiting on is the deployment system for the buildings, and we're waiting on the cargo system that should be attached to the freehold that allows you to bring resources to the freehold's location and store them at the freehold in order to construct those blueprints.
Yeah.
So that's still in our development branch, which is getting QA tested and some additional code to attach it into the node service, because the freeholds are expected to exist on what's called our node service and our zones of influence, because that's how estates are governed. So right now, what we've done to implement the initial freehold system is we've pre-placed certain freeholds throughout the world, so that we can test permissions and we can test the planting and those types of things. And then once we're ready to implement the estates, which means it has to go through our QA branch and then eventually get to staging before it makes it to our Alpha 2 production branch, that is when players will be able to then place freeholds under the estate system.
So, okay, but like you can't, like, for example, like slaughter the pig or something like that now. Like, I mean, so like for like percentage wise, it's probably like 20-30% of like what was shown that like you can do right now in the alpha.
There are chickens and there are pigs that you can get if you have a tier 2.
I mean, he's being I guess as precise as he can in the description of what's available, rather than being like, because Zach's asking about specific features, and it's very clear that, oh, can you do this? The answer is no. So he's taking the route of actually describing the things that you can do rather than just flatly saying no, because that comes across far more negative.
To upgraded node farming station. And then you can place those on the freehold currently as you...
That's what I've been saying too, Cynthia, is just like people, Narc, the copium guy, was saying like, oh, we need more clear communication. You need to explain in more detail why these things are happening, why you're doing this, that, and the other. They can't publicly talk about the inner workings of their product. They're going to introduce unnecessary competition. They're going to aid their competition in like developing features that give them an edge over Ashes of Creation. And they've spent a lot of time and money developing their product. So like sometimes you just have to keep this stuff to yourself. You can only be so forthcoming.
Do the trees and the herbs that you can harvest, and so the pig will appear and then you can slaughter it after a period of time.
Okay, so you can do that right now inside of the game in the alpha at this very moment.
As long as a node has upgraded to a tier 2 building, yes.
Okay. So all right, well that makes a lot of sense. And let's see, besides that, I feel like there was also the concern about basically the communication for like these different phases and how it works. But actually, you know what, before I go to that, you were mentioning a development branch. So
correct.
Basically, there is an internal version of the game probably where more of these features are available than the public alpha version of the game. Is this accurate?
Well, there are a lot of different branches within.
Yeah.
Like people have been talking about 4 versions of the game. There's probably like 20 versions of the game. Multiple developer stages where they can say like, oh, this broke. We have to roll back and like potentially start this from scratch. It's so naive to think that there's only one production branch, first of all, but that there isn't several versions of the game that are slowly progressing towards the public alpha. and then working its way towards a non-public beta version where they're saying like, okay, this worked for alpha, we think it's complete, it's been quality tested, it works, we're going to put it in there so that when we roll out the beta, it's ready to go. Like, come on, guys.
Within our Perforce where we do development, right? We have an engine branch, we have an ICS branch, we have a development branch, we have our QA. Like there's a whole bunch that has these that have these features in different states that they're not all necessarily interconnected. They don't necessarily connect into the network or the services yet. That work hasn't been completed or done, right? It's still
they're all like modular different things.
That's correct, right?
Yeah.
And so what happens is as those features get more complete, they get integrated, and that is where the integration layer exists, and then they get tested. So a great example of this that Narc was talking about is something called our dynamic gridding, which right now our network utilizes a server meshing technology, which is currently in the game.
So he says that's not real. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's crazy. So I don't know if, gosh, I wish there was a way for you to log in. Oh, I can actually stream and you can watch. I can show you.
It's funny to see Steven say that's crazy, because like that was my thought, but now it's coming from like the face of the game being like, you're crazy, you're wrong.
See if I can do that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna just spam a bunch so it doesn't show our DMs or anything like that. And let me make sure that that's good.
I'm gonna start streaming real quick.
Okay.
And maybe you can just watch me play on a development client on the Alpha 2.
Okay.
So I can show you, the different server workers.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. I want to pause so I can see this.
Okay, I just started streaming.
Give me 1 second. Let me make sure that I can look at it. It doesn't show yet. I am streaming from on YouTube.
Twitch.
Oh, it's gonna take a second. So
okay, I thought I was gonna have to screenshot.
I think what I should do is maybe I'll sit in Zach's lap over here, and we can watch that way, just so I'm not getting in the way of anything that we might see.
Share from Discord or something like that. All right, yeah, sure. Which channel?
Oh, that's a good question. What is my channel? Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
It is Steven Shariff. So it's /Steven Shariff. STEVEN SHARIF.
Can you just link it to me? Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. All right, there we go.
Okay. All right, so this is in the dev client of the game, is that right?
Well, so this is the production environment, which means this is our live alpha 2.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the live game.
Production means the public sees it.
Yeah, this is the live game.
Okay.
But I'm on a developer client, so I can do certain things in the live game that you wouldn't normally be able to do.
Right.
So when he's talking about,
can you go to that area that he was showing that was like super empty?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
Maybe it'd be easier if you could fly.
Yep, no problem, no problem.
Give myself a little dude.
And are these trees actual assets, or are they just images placed in place of an asset?
Well, I think that's part of nomenclature that I think needs to be better understood by people who don't develop games, right? Is like, when you say, is it an actual asset?
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's bad. So, like, can you interact with the trees?
So, the trees cannot yet be interacted with in the desert environment, and there's a reason for that. Our artisanship service is a very complicated service. As you may or may not know, we have certain interactables that are mined materials, that are wood, that are herbalism, whatever. The way that works is those exist all throughout the different areas of the map. And certain types of resources are supposed to spawn in certain areas. And so because of that, each interactable node that you might see, and let me just show you for a quick, I'll just go and show you in 1 second here.
Yep.
Each interactable object is governed by what's called our artisanship service. And, you know, it's a way that you kind of...
It would be so cool if you could fly around at these kinds of speeds, but this is obviously just like developer features.
Create this dynamic server grid where
he's just
pull
zooming
processes off of an individual Unreal Engine game server, and instead you have those governed by a service that lives off of the game server and that game servers can talk to. So for example, you know,
I love how the controversy and drama between Narc and this game studio has given Zach basically like a free tutorial and demo that basically they try to do in some of their developer update videos, but he's just getting this exclusive look to be like, go here, show me this.
If I go up to this tree here, well, I don't have the appropriate level, so it's red. Hold on.
Yeah, sure.
Let me give myself all of the...
Yeah, do a little bit of cheating.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm cheating. Let me toggle max. So, let me go back up to it. So now I can start chopping this tree that I have a certain level.
Okay.
But this tree is governed by an area that is under our Riverlands artisanship service. So the trees that are currently in the desert biome can't yet be interacted with because we haven't extended that service into the desert biome.
I see. So there's basically let's say...
And we told players...
There's an underlying service that controls the resources of the map that are being collected. And they haven't done that back end work yet. So you can physically see the trees, but you can't chop them down yet because they haven't decided this kind of wood comes from this tree. And so let's make the service that controls all of this information of, is the tree in a state of being alive or chopped down? What time will it respawn, etc.
You have like, there's like a middleman that's like not available, so you can't do the interaction. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's generally correct. So hold on, let me fly to the area that Narc is talking about.
Yeah, I want to see this part of the desert here.
1 second. So
free advertisement, changing the narrative for sure.
Created. What needs to be
this looks great
is the artisanship service, right?
And once the artisanship service gets hooked up, then all of the trees and everything will be interactable.
Correct. Okay. That's right. So as soon as we get to this section here, I can't even move. Like I am blocked right here because this area is off of the map. This is the edge of the map.
Okay.
So this is a wall. I am stuck on this wall.
And can you just go around and like kind of show just to get an indication of like because
oh my god,
I mean, the exact spot that he was at, but like, is this true like pretty much entirely around?
And then this is what's called our node quirk. So the way that cities exist within the game is they can be developed by players. Whoops. And this node has been developed, so it is a desert node.
Right.
He mentioned that the node is a copy paste of the Riverland.
Yes.
Hold on. He mentioned that it's a copy paste of the Riverland. That's because the way that nodes exist is they exist on corks. So we have a number of different node layouts that are obviously intended that we are continuing to build, that the node team is building.
Yeah.
But those node layouts aren't fully online yet. So we use in these corks essentially the node templates that we have available until such time as the new template.
So eventually they'll introduce other layouts so that when you build a city within a node in a desert biome, then the way the buildings and things will look different.
Templates become available, and we will replace these nodes with those new templates. That's how development exists.
That's so cool.
That's how releases exist too. I played New World. No, I get it. I understand. And so around the other area that like Narc was showing in the video, because I just want to make sure that like we nail down this point like 100% about it being at the edge of the map or not.
I like how he's in the production environment and he comes across a player and he just fucks with them by flying around.
It's like
that's so
me,
great.
it's like it's very important that like something like this is either true or not.
He has to send the coordinates that he might have been at. I don't know where if he has a coordinates, I can port to those coordinates.
Yeah.
But as I kind of like fly through the desert zone, right, there's a lot of it obviously that's still a work in progress because the zone is being developed. But the key takeaway that I have from the video is that he claims what we showed 2 years ago did not exist, and it does exist. It may not exist near the edge of the map or near even as you go into the deeper portions of the map. But all of this desert zone here, maybe not this desert zone down here, is complete. But regardless, like the point of that is that this is still in development. And we have been very clear about that as part of our communications with the audience, that not everything is going to be complete in an alpha. And that I know that can be a difficult thing to communicate, to convey, but it is part of our process. It is part of the development of the game.
And so part of that is like he brought up that one image and there was a dungeon, I think, or something like that, where it had like this really big tower in the middle.
It's called an Essence Geyser.
Okay.
So the Essence Geyser is a dungeon where a certain monster race that's called the Nagash.
Someone just said new Superman game looks great.
Okay.
And the Najash are essentially, sorry, not Nagash, Najash. The Najash are the serpent race, which is another development.
So the reason why that wasn't, so the reason why that wasn't available to be seen was because the dungeon isn't in the game that exists in?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And we didn't show that in the preview either. We just showed the Essence Geyser itself, which is an asset that we created. That's the top of the dungeon. And we showed the monsters that go into the dungeon, but those aren't in the game either yet, because their dungeon's not in the game. Their animations are complete. Their behavior, some of their behavior trees are complete. Like there is a lot of it that's being, worked in progress. And I think that's the biggest, that's the biggest rub in my opinion. Is that it is easy to look at a development, and as much as we have communicated, which we have communicated probably, and I'm speaking from a gamer's perspective, more than I have seen any other MMORPG of our size in development with a following like ours, probably that I've ever seen. And I don't know if you've seen another MMORPG in development of our size.
Based on not having followed that closely, I do feel like they've communicated a great deal with these monthly developer updates, and also trying to strike a balance between giving as much information as they can while still protecting their IP. I think they've done a fine job.
That's communicated more than us.
I've seen the negative outcomes of them trying to communicate. Yeah, I mean, usually it doesn't go very well. I mean, like the way that users and like players and gamers like perceive a development cycle is going to be way different than like the way that it actually exists.
And I'll be honest with you, like the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway for me about that, by the way, you're 100% correct. Like the biggest takeaway, in my opinion, about that is many people have said time and time again, when I've gone to DICE or when I've gone to, GDC, different conventions, I've talked with executives at other companies and developers and publishers. They've said, hey man, what you're doing is crazy. Like that it is, you will get eaten alive. And in part, like we know, that's the double-edged sword.
It is.
Right? That is 100% correct. That is the downside of transparent development, is that.
But that's what they wanted to do. And they were willing to accept that there was going to be some negativity involved. But they're willing to address it clearly.
Every single thing you say, every single thing you do is going to get picked apart, and not by people who know the process.
Yeah.
Not by people who.
That's the biggest thing. Is like, I don't know what Steven Shariff's background technically is, being a director, he must have some technological understanding, but maybe it's more abstract than the people doing the actual grunt work. But Narc demonstrated that he knows nothing about the technology. He put his computer together. That's not a hard thing to do. Putting together a computer, the analogy that Zach used earlier in the stream, and putting together a video game, it's like night and day. It's not that straightforward.
Who know what it takes to build these games, or even know what development is, or software development in general. And the best thing that those people can do is they sometimes can sell negativity, because if you look at Narc's videos, and this is not just Narc, by the way, I'm not just trying to pick on Narc. This is something that is true of content creators and influencers in general, right?
Yeah.
Is that there is certain types where they want to sell negativity because it sells best. And
the guy talking sounds like he's trained to talk to people. Well, I think he's just experienced in talking to people because he's the director of the game. And as far as I know, he had a significant personal investment. I think the number's 30 million. So he's like an affluent person who has a dream of making a crazy game, and he's super passionate about the project, and he's very in touch with the people who are working on the game. So people have helped make him understand, and he's qualified what's been explained to him and said, okay, how can I explain that to the average Joe who doesn't understand tech? So he is a salesman at the end of the day, and he seems quite good at it. So, yeah, I would agree. He definitely is trained, whether properly trained or just really good experience with it. He's nailing it, in my opinion.
And Narc is a great example, because if you look at his videos where he's praising the game, they have 10,000 views, they have 15,000 views, right? They have something that is not the equivalent of the videos where he's criticizing. They have his videos where he's praising the game, they have 10,000 views.
Midnight Bard.
They have 15,000 views, right? They have something that is not the equivalent of the videos where he's criticized or where he's lobbed baseless accusations against the game, like his most recent one that has now 150,000 views and over probably 1 million views that'll get megaphone by you reviewing it as well.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And he talks about a conflict in interest for the referral program, which, by the way, many products, many companies, many services have a referral system. But the reality of it is, if you talk about conflict and interest for a content creator,
this is a crazy good
ad revenue, they are going to want to create content that yields the most amount of views and the most amount of engagement. And if you're looking at the proposition of making a clickbait title or making a rage bait title or making something that's going to cause drama and get picked up and spread and amplified and megaphoned, like, if you are that type of person that's trying to build your channel, like, why would you?
That's what I was saying earlier. I don't want to be a drama channel ever. I had that one successful video that Zach watched, and it was nice to have that huge influx of followers, but I'm not proud of that video at all. I felt like a dick. When I look back on it, I watched myself talking, and I'm just like, ugh, I hate this person. I never want to be this person. So you could argue, am I getting invested in the drama here? Well, it's coming in the form of kind of a podcast that's super long, and I'm not that popular, so like, how many views is this even going to do? I'm just interested in the subject, and I want to be able to look back on this historically as what an interesting case study of game development and the drama of the technically inexperienced user defaming or talking shit about your product. Plan for every vid to reach 1 million people. Yeah, that's what I said. That's really what I try to emphasize. I know what I just said kind of contradicts that, but I'm just saying that I'm not adding this to the stream as part of getting involved in drama. Will it do some views? Maybe. Will I put a title saying that I'm reacting to that specifically? Yeah, probably. Because I want viewership. Of course I do. But at the end of the day, like, I'm on the side of rational thought. And if you're uninformed about a subject and then you start making definitive statements about how, like, oh, these kinds of features are a pipe dream, it's impossible. Like, what are you talking about? It's impossible. You sound crazy to a person who understands the technology already has existed for some time.
Not do that. It's no skin off of your back per se. You're not getting kicked out of the game. You can come back after a year and now you have your redemption arc all set up and teed off for you, right? It's like, oh, Ashes of Creation succeeded, a year later.
Yeah, I've only done that myself 10 times. Yes, I'm
right,
fully aware.
But here's the part that gets missed by a lot of people is that there are actual human beings behind the screen that are devoting their 100 hours a week at times to build something where it matters to us very much the public's reception, the public's perception.
I'm quoting Dap, he is smart.
And that is why we create these things. And to see someone say something like, they lied to us, it doesn't exist, it's not in the game, when he has no basis for fact there, that is a super, super hurtful, sad thing to have to endure.
Well, it's either something that's true or not at the end of the day,
correct,
right? And so, like, if it's in the game, then you can show it in the game. If it's not in the game, then it can't be shown in the game.
Correct.
Like,
and that's why I made that response video.
Yeah, I feel like it's actually like a super, super simple dynamic. And I think that, like, I feel like with content, it's not necessarily always something that's negative. It's something that reinforces viewpoints that people already have. So, like,
Man, after watching this, I kind of want to try Ashes of Creation. I won't. But, like, it looks really cool.
People already have a viewpoint that's something, it's confirmation bias. People want to hear that their opinion that they have is already accurate. And so
for sure. But I will say one thing to that, Asmon. I will say one thing to that.
Yeah.
Is while you're saying it's true, it's either in the game or it isn't. The fact of the matter is that some percentage of the 150,000 views that he's already garnered with that video will not see that truth afterwards. They will walk away. They may not watch the follow-up video, right? That's how media works. That's how marketing works.
Yeah.
And they're eventually going to, it's kind of like that effect, where they say we have too many satellites in orbit.
It's what Cynthia said is like, how can you prove that? But you can easily assume there's a percentage of that viewership, and not just the percentage of viewership of his video, but as Steven alluded to, the megaphoning of people reacting, including this video. People are tuning into the stream and watching me react to this, and they're seeing potentially a negative look. Maybe they're only watching the part where he's talking to Narc, and they never make it to this part of the stream where they see him talking to Steven, refuting all of these claims. This is lost sales because of what this guy said. Like, that sucks. And that you can potentially be liable for that.
And eventually trash is going to start
in
hitting
terms of amounts. I don't know.
It's going to have this exponential growth of trash throughout space or whatnot. That the same is true for a viewer, right? If a person walks away with a now what you've described as a confirmation bias, with an opinion that they formed based off the video that they saw, and they don't get to see the follow-up, they get to go ping pong that on Reddit, they get to go ping pong that in the comment section of another video, they get to go ping pong that in the Twitch viewers, and then that spreads to other people.
He's right.
So to a degree, that is why there are libel, slander, and defamation laws that exist, because you cannot control what those things are. Now, Narc made some very definitive statements that are inaccurate and false. And I would be well within my rights to act upon that in a very legal manner. But I can't do that, obviously, right? That's not to my benefit. It's not what I want to do anyways, even though it defames and hurts me.
Because it sure sounds like he does.
What that bias is. And now I'm forced to roll around in the mud, right, about the project, which is taking away from really what the focus should be
focus on a project. I get what you're saying. So, like, how do you feel about, like, the way that Narc feels about the communication? Because isn't
that crazy? Like, it's very obvious. You don't know what you're talking about. You're talking shit. You're pulling him away from the things that he'd rather be doing, and like that right there, it was a threat. Absolutely it was. He's just hinting at the fact that, like, I'm not officially issuing you a cease and desist, but shut the fuck up and go away. Like, any chance that you had of having a good relationship with this studio is gone. If you want to be a player, you're a customer and that's it. Just like you wanted. And I have every right to come after you if you keep doing this shit. But, like, I think he should take it a step farther and issue a takedown on YouTube. And technically, Narc could go back and say, I'm not going to take down this video. I want to proceed legally. I don't think that would be a very good idea. Because, like, you're earlier when he's having the conversation with Narc, he's like, oh, I don't know how many views that it's done. You're a YouTuber and you don't pay attention to the views that you're doing. You don't check YouTube Studio every day. Give me a break. Oh, it's doing well. Oh, I should throw some ads on that bastard. Like, shut the fuck up. You do not deserve ad revenue for this. You poorly represented yourself and you should take that video down. It's embarrassing.
I think that there's been a lot of people that have felt...
Look, if Narc had made a video that said, hey, I think you should have communicated this better, and I think you should have communicated that better.
Yeah.
100%. That's the whole fucking point of us being open about the transparent in the first.
He's getting so mad.
In the first place.
It's the whole fucking point.
Like that constructive criticism, not going on his stream and calling people who support the game autists and retards and banning them and just acting like a complete degenerate, right? And because.
Oh my goodness, Steven. I've not seen this side of you. You're clearly pandering to the Asmongold audience here with your language. Dropping the hard R.
Because, and again, I'm not...
I know the hard R is a different thing. It's a nod to the controversy of Linus Tech Tips not understanding what that is. It was very funny, but anyway, niche joke.
I'm not trying to make any ill will towards Narc.
Sure.
Like, yes, I'm super pissed about the fact that he went and made a video that was completely defamatory. But the reality of the matter is that we never engaged with Narc from a company's perspective as a content creator. Why? Because his brand was not the brand that we wanted to engage with about the...
You know what's interesting is he also framed himself in a light that said, I chose not to be part of the creator program because I wanted to represent myself from the perspective of the consumer. Now Steven is here saying, we saw his content and we did not want to associate with his brand. Very different. If I were the studio, I would leave it as he finished to report on the game, then okay. But if Narc would go against them again, full-fledged violation report and push him under the waterline, yeah, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, that's up to him. But, like, if it were me, I'd take the video down. Even if it was successful. You've already drawn eyes to your channel. Represent yourself better.
The game. Now, of course, that's a big conflict for us because he was creating content about the game, and some of those videos and content were great. Yeah, but some of them were not. And
I don't know why I did that.
Not match what
I just felt like it.
Our brand to be, and I got a lot of flack internally from my own marketing and community team when I would even talk and engage with Narc because they're saying, "Hey, man, like this guy is not a good dude," and I would say, "Okay, well,
yeah.
You know,
I mean, this is just marketing and PR people are always
100%.
They are so careful. I'm fully aware of that.
They could sue him, but he won't. Not because they don't want to, but because the legal controversy and big guy going after little guy is just how to make people hate your game. Like, it's good faith. Now they're the good guys. They come out on top. Narc looks like a dick. That's the way to do it from his perspective. I'm not saying Narc is a dick. I will say the video that he made was in poor taste, and he made a lot of assumptions about his audience and how people would perceive the content and appreciate his full breadth of content that's available. If you watch every single Narc video, then maybe you would understand. the context, but like you can't just assume that's going to happen.
And yeah. I think that makes sense, right? That's their job. But you talk about banning, right? And so there were a lot of criticism. This actually wasn't really even discussed in like the conversation.
The Reddit?
Yeah, people getting banned on Reddit for like.
That's so false. Like that's another thing that was absolutely crazy. So let me tell you.
So people
you know
aren't
this
getting
very
banned.
Well.
Like
here, listen. So you know this very well. Narc was in his stream. Narc was in a stream for 4 days straight, playing at the beginning of Phase 2. He was running a subathon.
Yeah.
And in the subathon, you know, it was a total hate fest, right? And he had a pretty solid like 300 viewers. Anybody who was watching can corroborate this. This is true. And those viewers were all just kind of, you know, hate baiting each other.
Yeah.
And they would go on the Reddit and they would make statements with their Reddit, and they would say things like, "This game is 100% scam. What they're doing is fake. This isn't real. They should be shut down." All these types of things, right? And so over the course of December, there were probably 7 people that got banned, and the only reason they got banned is because they violated our respect each other rule. There was one thread that got locked out of 10 different threads that were about Narc. One
and that
got
was
locked
the desert
because it was
one,
just
right?
a hate fest. There were like 7 desert threads.
Okay.
You can go on our Reddit and look at the 7 different desert
And why
threads.
do you think there were so many desert threads? Because like it feels to me like that's like a really big point of contention.
Well, they were all Narc.
It's all being drummed up by Narc, and it's individual viewers trying to get traction and make themselves popular. He's got receipts. He's been looking into all of this, and he's prepared with everything in terms of like points of defense, like the different angles of speculation, and also I think approaching this in a very diplomatic way. Maybe a little questionable on some of the language used a little bit earlier just now, but, you know, the man is passionate.
The majority of them, I don't want to say necessarily all.
Yeah,
The majority of them, in my opinion, were from Narc's stream. Because, again, he was running a 4-day-long stream, and the desert was a big point of topic for him. Now, I don't know if that was a result of him being upset about having to shave his beard because I don't know what might have exacerbated that, you know, aspect, but that is what I think caused it. But I have been a mod of that Reddit because it's our official subreddit of the Ashes of Creation game. It was handed to me because the person.
I just want to look at this environment here. This is beautiful. Look at that. That looks so fun to just walk through. Like, you don't even need a game. This would be cool as just like a VR game, and you just walk through this environment. It's gorgeous.
Person who made it back in 2016 didn't want to be the owner of it anymore. So after like 5 months, he said, "Here, you know, this is your subreddit now." And I said, "Okay, we'll make it the official subreddit. We'll engage. We'll talk to the community here. You know, we'll make sure to enforce some decorum as well."
So you're saying that like if a person goes and they make a post on Reddit right now that isn't like insulting or like saying it's a scam or everybody's lying, and they have a constructive post about Ashes of Creation on the subreddit, that they're not going to get banned for it, even if it's completely negative.
Any one of your 40,000 viewers right now can go on our subreddit, and they can look through the history and see just how many constructive, critical posts there are about Ashes of Creation.
I love the way he invites people to look for themselves, rather than just matter-of-factly like being like, "No, that's false," and then not providing any kind of like the calls to action to be more informed as an individual. I really respect.
Okay. I would even say that a healthy, probably half of that subreddit is reasons why a game design is bad, or reason why a system should be changed, or reason why the communication isn't good. I don't ban people at all. Our Discord is the same way. Like I have people constantly that'll ping me with feedback that's like, hey man, this is a terrible design, you shouldn't do this, the game's going to fail because of this. I don't ever respond to that in a negative way. That's the whole purpose of this development, is to garner that level of interaction with the community. That is what we have done for 8 straight years. It is a completely false narrative for anyone to say that.
Well, if I look at it and I look at the subreddit, it does seem like there's a lot of critical comments that are made, and these comments are not being deleted. So
no, of course not. Like, well, first of all, you can go on to there are a number of different websites that you can go on to, and you can see if there are any deleted comments. Like that. I mean, that is just that's just a factual truth.
Okay. Well, that's at least good to know. I'm thinking about some of the other components of this too. And so if you're talking about go ahead.
Here's the other thing, Asmon. Yeah. It's like when you put these things into perspective, and your audience is a very I consider myself a member of your audience. I enjoy your taste.
Interesting.
I love watching you. We have a lot of people in the studio that are Asmongold fans. I mean, that's why I invited you to the Asmongold Guild when you joined Alpha One.
Okay.
But, what I will say is that
little bit of pandering to large viewership streamer. A little bit of pandering. Good advertisement.
If you put these points into context, look, I don't know what's going on with Narc. I don't know.
Someone just said W glazing. Absolutely true.
You know why he's come to these conclusions that he has. I have assumptions. My assumptions are it's because, you know, this is the reason of him wanting to farm views and engagement or whatever, and then maybe he'll do a redemption arc later, and that's like his master plan. I have a lot of different commentaries, but it is what it is. I don't really care. Only thing I care about is that when someone makes false and defamatory statements and it gets 100,000 plus views, and then it gets 500,000 plus views, and it demeans the character of myself or the 230 plus families that I care that are putting their hearts and souls into this game, of which I put over $55 million of my own money into the development of this game. There has never been a dime or profit that's been taken from this company in 8 years. When someone says that, it is utter and part.
Damn. He's about to curse again. This man just flexed his wealth and also said, I'm the best guy. Shut up. Like, damn.
It's going to piss you off. It's bullshit.
It's complete fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Total bullshit.
Well, all right, I'm gonna ask you. Like, I don't know if you can really give me the answer for this. Like, $55 million. There's no way you can make an MMO with $55 million. Like, how much money do you think it's gonna take to make the game?
At least another 50 minimum. Like, I mean, at least another 50 I'll be on the hook for. Minimum. And by the way, we've grown to 230 developers. That's not 230 developers in the middle of Croatia. That's 230 developers
Americans.
in the middle of San Diego, California, which is the most expensive part of the United States.
It's like a, what is it, like,
and I'll tell you another.
Damn. He's boasting even more. And made in the US of A. God damn.
I'll tell you another thing. I take care of my developers.
Sheesh.
We give 100% health insurance for our developers, their spouses, and all of their children as well. And that's on a game that's not making profit.
Right.
So for someone to demean my character like this and to drag me through the mud this way,
Stephen is cooking.
Absolutely out of character and wrong. It is just wrong.
No, I understand that. I mean, what do you think about like the 6 years of the game being?
Let me fucking lick my fingers. That was some tasty barbecue right there. God damn. Woo.
In alpha.
God damn.
I think I said this at the start of this development. I said that we are going to make this game in a way that we feel is right. A lot of games come out and they get worked on in the dark. How long did Throne and Liberty take to develop? 12 years.
You mean Lineage?
And Lineage 3.
Yeah, exactly.
12 years. And by the way, this is no hate against NCSoft or their game. I think they did a great job. I'm just saying it took 12 years to make, and that was from an established major MMO RPG powerhouse to build a game like that.
Yeah, it takes a lot.
Right?
It takes a village.
And I'm not trying to judge whether or not the movie was good or whatever. I don't, it is what it is.
But it takes a long time to make a game.
Opinion.
Yeah.
But it takes a long time to make a game, and it takes a real fucking long time to make an MMORPG, and multiply that by 10 when you're trying to do the level of complexity and systems that we are trying to do, which is fucking crazy.
No, so do you don't have like a time?
That's what I've been saying. The word here is aspirational. It's intense, the kind of things they're trying to put in place. I'm a novice. I don't have a full insight as to what needs to be taken on here in order to achieve this goal, but I know it's no easy undertaking, and it's going to take time. Small-time company with 55 million of your own money. Well, I mean, the man's well off. There's no question there. But relative to other projects, it is small. Like, I'm not mocking, but you're not indie, Steven. I mean, I don't know the definition of indie, but like, it's not AAA, but it's not like indie. He's somewhere in the middle, and I think it comes down to not necessarily the money put in, but it's the audience that's been garnered, how far along you are with development. Like, it's not quite there yet, but it's looking to be a very professional, full-fledged project. And I think, especially after this whole thing, I wouldn't be surprised if the amount of, I mean, I guess it's limited keys for alpha. I forget. I don't remember if there's a limit on how many people can join, but I would anticipate the interest in Ashes of Creation is going to go through the roof. It certainly sparked my interest.
Frame or anything for how long the alpha is going to last?
Do you know if I told you a time frame today and that time frame changed?
Uh-huh.
What would happen? What would happen? I would be
you'd be lying again. Yeah.
Exactly. I'd be a liar.
Yep.
That's the thing. There's no reason to give a number, because what if that number changes for any number of reasons?
Okay.
I'm probably getting a key. Are you actually? I'm thinking about it. I got other things to do, though. Yeah, I don't has monies. So, anyway.
I get a time frame, because then you're going to get nailed down for another video about you lying in the future. No, I think that's fair.
The other thing is, like, how can I give a time frame when we just started our alpha 2?
Yeah.
The whole point of this fucking alpha is to test everything.
Just get rich.
And before we go into full onslaught production of these core systems, we need to test that, 1, they work, 2, players want them, and 3, whatever we need to do to make those systems work differently, we have time to do that.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole point of alpha 2. So, like, again, if you aren't interested in the development process of an MMORPG, my whole recommendation is chill, don't follow us, check in a year, in 2 years, whatever it is, get an average update every now and then. But the reason I told Narc, like, and anyone else who was getting their tits in a twist, or excuse me,
God damn, the expressions this man has behind closed doors coming to light. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, true. Yeah, for sure.
who were getting their boxers in a bunch because
boxers in a bunch, that's better.
The development process.
Yeah.
Go take a break. Take a break for your own mental. Let me tell you, developing this game has not been great for my mental health.
Yeah.
It sure as I would not wish this level of engagement with the community, this level of complexity in the game development. I mean, you got to understand.
Please make a bald joke.
Also 8 years ago, without having any
He's losing his hair
development whatsoever, just being a lover of MMOs and wanting to make something that I like.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, like, I had to run through the crucible on fire with my head on fire.
Yeah, sure.
Right. And
I understand.
I'm such a fan after this.
Take a break.
Yeah.
Go take a break for your own mental health. That wasn't any dig on his mental health.
Like, I get that he's a wealthy guy and all that, but damn, This man knows how to interact with people. He just gets it. Dare I say it, as the kids say, this man is based as fuck.
Health. I don't personally care about Narc too much to care what his mental health status is. I'm just suggesting to anyone that is too emotionally invested in our development process, go take a break. We will be here when you get back. This project is too large. I have put too much of an investment. I care too much, and so does our team, about its success for it to fail. And so because of that, we are going to do what's necessary, no matter the time it takes. Now, ultimately, I don't want to be in a 10, 12, 14-year-long development cycle. But another thing to keep in mind is that when people say, hey, it's been 8 years, that first year we were 12 people.
Yeah, sure.
We were 12 people. We were 25 people the next year.
Things scale and pick up speed over time. That's a great point. Because you were saying, oh, they started in 2016 and they had a technology change. Like, yeah, these things don't happen quickly. They need to snowball into something and then become real.
And then we were 40 people the year after that. We didn't start this development with 500 people on the side. I don't have $700 million that I've collected from crowdsourcing like Star Citizen. And again, it's no heat against Star Citizen. You know, it is what it is. I'm just saying, like, this is a project built of passion. And by the way, Ashes isn't going to be for everybody. We are a PvX game. Probably half the market doesn't want PvP in their game. Half of the market share of MMORPG players probably do not want our flagging system. But I understand that. And there's space in the market share for a game like us, even if half of the people don't like our visuals, don't like our art, don't want our, mechanics. Okay, do we want to gatekeep the other half of the market share that do want that?
Yeah.
Is it if you don't like it, does it mean it shouldn't be made? Does it mean it's a scam? Does it mean that you should demean the character of the people who are putting their blood, lives, sweat, and tears into the project and make false statements that you yourself can be liable for like that, Narc? No.
Well, so
if you want to walk away, if that's truly your intent, then by all means, walk away. Don't drag us through the mud in an
Steven Shariff, rap god,
effort to get views and misrepresent the game when you do it. Like, come off of it.
So we could go back to this old desert situation, right? About it being an expansion to the desert. Now, whenever you were talking about the expansion to the desert that was going to happen on December 20th, what is that? What?
That's the nodes. That's the node.
Okay.
So these three locations, you see this node that says Athenar, Sunhaven, and Asmaron. Like, those were nodes that didn't exist before the 20th.
Okay, so those all got added.
Now they have nodes. Can
you go to one of those? Like, because I think you went to one of them. But okay.
Hold on one second.
Now I'm looking forward to what PirateSoftware has to say.
By the way, are on the server? Like, do you have any idea of like how many people there are?
We have over 110,000. I think it's like 112,000 people now that are participating in Alpha 2. And on our record for a server was 7,400, I think, on December 20th. We had 7,400 people on one realm, which, by the way, for an Unreal Engine 5 game is... I don't know of any other UE5 games that have released that have been able to achieve that number. So if anybody else knows that, that's
I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not.
I don't think so. So this is the.
I just want to hear that number one more time. I'm sorry.
And on our record for a server was 7,400, I think, on December 20th. We had 7,400 people on one realm, which, by the way, for an Unreal Engine 5 game is... I don't know of any other UE5 games that have released that have been able to achieve that number. So if anybody else knows that, that's
they can. I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not.
I don't think so. So this is the Sunhaven node.
Okay.
Right? And this
is one of, and this was added in the December. Okay, so this is
correct.
So to say that like there was nothing that was added, this was added.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, there were 3 nodes that were.
And there's 2 more of them besides this.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. And they were encampments before this, and they were crossroads before that. So anybody that played it, they can come and they can see this. There's building sections here that a mayor can construct.
Is one of them called Asmaron? Because I think that's where a Narc was in the video.
Asmaron?
Yeah. Can you go to that? Because like Again, it's just about like this thing about it being on the edge of the map. To me, this might sound like some kind of like weird fixation, but like to me that matters a lot because it's like, was it or wasn't it, you know?
Yeah, that's fine. The other key takeaway is that like, whoops, I got stuck under the ground.
Yep.
Nobody look. You're not supposed to teleport. Hold on.
Oh God.
There we go. This is Asmongold. Let's see, where would the edge be? So already you can see that Asmongold is kind of near the edge.
Okay.
Right? This is Asmongold.
Okay, and so it's at the edge down there at the bottom. Yeah,
Wow.
if I look at his map, it just, like, I don't know. I mean, I could, like...
This is the edge. This is Asmongold, and then this is the edge right here.
Okay.
You can't go further.
So if you just go... Okay, so you can't even... And this is the case all around the map, right? Like, this is like, if you go...
Yeah, you can see the map edge is here.
So
you can't go further than that.
Okay, so this. Okay.
See, I'm trying to like it won't let me.
Okay. So
And that's where Asmongold is. But again,
all right.
The key point isn't so much whether or not he was at the edge. That's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe he was 100 meters off of the edge. I don't know. But regardless, the point is he showed side-by-side comparisons of our showcase from 2 years ago, and he said none of this is in the game. That is what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said
he
none
did
of
say
this is
that
in the game, and that's bullshit. I just released a video
And this,
that showed
this
all
what
of
you're
all
looking
those
at
assets
right
in the game.
now. This is it. This was added into the game on December 20th.
Yes.
Okay.
This was added into the game on December 20th. Anybody who's been playing here, let me ask this dude. Here, let me just ask this guy. Hello, Mew. Hold on.
Uh-huh. And this
Let's
is in the
just
live
ask this
version
guy.
of the Alpha 2 that other players can regularly see.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Hold on.
Okay. So you're asking how long
So
you've been playing?
I just asked him. He says since Alpha 1.
Okay. Somebody else saying they were there. Yeah.
Yes, the nodes were there. December 20th. That's very so blurry.
May I ask a question? All right. Were these nodes present in phase 1? He says no.
There you go.
All right. Well, he's gonna have to check his PayPal,
Hold
right?
on. Let's get my hat.
Check his PayPal.
Hold on.
That's so funny, dude.
Boom.
This is
Let's get the
great.
Santa hat.
Great. Good for him.
Hold on. Let's ask him if he can put the Santa hat on real quick. Look at him dancing. I guess I'm big dog.
Get some, big dog.
And also, like, there's going to be more stuff, I'm sure, added to the desert as time goes on, right? I mean, it's not like it...
I mean, what
December 20th, and they had to be leveled. To be fair, there were bugs, but we playing in desert now.
It
kind
had
of
to be
a question
leveled.
is that, Asmon?
Okay.
You know that. Come on, like
Yeah, well, I mean,
What did he ask?
More stuff. So, and also, like, there's going to be more stuff, I'm sure, added to the desert as time goes on, right? I mean, it's not like it...
I mean, what kind of a question is that, Asmon?
Okay.
You know that. Come on, like,
yeah, well,
we're building the game.
Well, it's just, yeah, but like I'm leading it because like that's like these are what the concerns are, right? And
yeah, that's true.
And so like that's really I'm not really like obvious. Like, let's be real, fucking obviously, it's not like you're gonna have a bunch of random mobs out there doing nothing, right? 100%.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Here,
okay.
This is the mayor. Oh, come on! Why didn't this dude put his hat on?
The mayor.
Yeah. Maybe he doesn't know how.
I'm gonna say, put your hat on.
Put your hat on now.
Oh man,
or you're
yes,
banned.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, that is the whole point of. Oh, look, he did. He put his hat on.
There
So
it
that's
is.
a Santa hat. Boom.
That's nice.
Thank you.
That's nice.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate that, Mew.
About a week late, but it's okay. Yeah.
For real.
So that's going on. You've got all the so this is the desert. They did add new stuff into the second phase with these 3 nodes and the desert being expanded, and with like the dungeon and all of that, I'm sure that'll probably get added into the future too. I feel like
which dungeon? Which dungeon?
The one that had that.
This is cool.
I forgot the term that you used for it.
The Najash dungeon.
Yes, the Najash dungeon.
Yeah,
yes.
Absolutely. So we just added the Befallen Forge dungeon in, which is like a bunch of undead dwarves that are governed by a Dracolich, basically.
Yeah.
A what?
This is. Hold on one second. Let me do this real quick here. This is the Befallen Forge dungeon, which just got added in December 20th as well. There's a little party here that's probably trying to do things.
So it's an outdoor dungeon.
No, this is an indoor dungeon.
Oh. So I mean, a non-instanced.
Oh yeah, no, not the vast majority of all of our content in game is open world. Like the whole point of a PVX, game that we're trying to build is contested, zones and whatnot. So
that is really interesting as far as design choices go. So like, we can't run the Befallen Forge right now because PirateSoftware's guild is there farming it. I question this design choice because of how large content creators could just have like a community that basically locks down an area. But I guess if you can't beat them, join them? Question mark.
There are
like Black
good
Desert
spots
or whatever. I get it.
There are good spots to XP. There's rare drops or whatever. Like, look at this dude.
Yeah.
That are available. There's another group. They're kind of down here. There's a little puzzle down here that you can succeed at to get to cross. But yeah, it's all open world. In the dungeon you're talking about, the Najash dungeon that has the Essence Geyser.
So there's multiple groups that are at different points. So there's a necessity to keep moving through the content before respawns happen or the other party catches up to you. Can you just have larger groups of people? Anyway.
The Essence Geyser asset is complete, but the asset kit that's used to actually build the interior of that dungeon is obviously something that we're still working on.
Okay.
The Najash monsters and whatnot have been worked on, and those models we've shown, and that's the whole point of our development update that we do every single month, right? The whole part of us showing all of these assets getting created, all of the world being built and the monsters being constructed, like that's, oh god, I'm gonna die. Hold on. The whole point of that is so that we can get player feedback before we move into mass production, which is an alien idea for many people, for many developers, for many publishers, because of course you can run into situations like the one we're currently in, which is where, hey, a lot of people who are witnessing the game that are very, we have millions of registered users that are interested in Ashes of Creation, because for 8 years we've been very public about its development, which is a good thing. That's the good side of the sword, is that we don't have to spend any money on advertising. We don't have to spend any money on marketing. There is a cost that comes with us needing to each month kind of prepare something to be shown to the public. That's why we have a community team. That's why we have Margaret who heads up that team, right, in the communications team. And a lot of development teams don't like having to kind of, to essentially having that exposure
to do regular updates
undone.
Because there's also like there's a degree of accountability with it. No,
absolutely,
I can easily see
absolutely. And the biggest concern is that like something changes and the community puts you on a flail for it.
Yeah, of course.
Right, where it's like, oh, you promised this and now it's not a thing anymore.
Just constantly getting crucified. But I mean, things happen, things change, demands shift, like technology limitations, anything. Like, this stuff happens. So get with it or get lost.
The whole gambit, the whole gamble of this approach is that we can be open about the changes, and we can foster some degree of understanding from our community when those changes happen for the game. Isn't that what we want to see, rather than getting something we had no idea about on day one, hating it, and then the game fails, and now boom, that game is gone.
Yeah.
Like they can't go back and they can't fix it. right? Because they've already put $300 million into creating what it was.
Yeah.
And for them to go back and fix it, it's going to cost another 100 million or another 150 million in order to do it.
Right.
So, like, to that degree, you're mitigating risk on the side of the open development in exchange for the risk of landing something that people didn't ask for or don't want. Right. Well, in my opinion, it's worth this risk that is now being realized in the communications department. That's a problem. Right. And instead, what we're mitigating is the risk that we land on day one without an audience that gives a fuck to play the game.
Yeah, sure. Of course, right? Because like that, at that point, it's like you're going to have people that, like, if you develop in the wrong direction, you go too far in that direction, you can't change course, and like then you're kind of stuck there.
Correct.
Like I've seen a lot of games that have ended up being in that position.
That's absolutely right. And let me tell you another big thing. One other thing that is really sets my bullshit radar off.
Oh boy.
Okay.
He says, that he doesn't agree with the pricing.
That was the big thing I wanted to talk about. Yeah.
No, absolutely.
Okay, as someone who's very skeptical about this personally, I really want to hear him sell me on why it's priced the way it is.
And that's totally fine. Like, this is specifically priced in part to restrict the number of people who are participating in this alpha because it's not for everybody.
So I understood it intuitively.
In addition, we have to pay for servers to host at a minimum 1 year's worth of time that our alpha.
If I'm not mistaken, it's $250. Ashes of Creation. Join the alpha. Oh, it's not even that. Why do people keep saying minus 250? Access to subsequent Alpha 2 test phases, access to future Beta 1 test phase, access to future Beta 2 test phase, 1 month of game time. I guess when the game fully releases. Okay, so they actually have established that it's going to be a $15 per month subscription game. $15 embers. In-game marketplace credits, no pay to win. Huh. Yeah, the price is to filter out people who aren't actually going to benefit the cause. To keep the trolls at bay, basically. Which mostly worked, I think. Mostly. Huh.
Is going to be live. And that $100 goes to pay for that 1 year's worth of what would normally be a subscription.
Sure.
1 year's worth of what must normally be.
Well, I'm so dumb sometimes. I can't be bothered. This is easier. Yeah, that checks out. Like, and it's not a fully finished product, so they're kind of giving you a deal. In a way. If this is what I think it is. So, like, I don't know why people keep throwing out the 250 number. Like, what is 250? I don't know. Anyway.
Be a subscription. So how much, what does that come out to? And then on top of that, we're giving 1 month subscription with it, and we're also giving access to all the betas. So I get it. People don't want to pay that money. That's fine. We literally tell people, do not buy the alpha. This is not a game. This is not for you. You will lose nothing by not participating in our alpha. The game will launch and you cannot pay a box price for it. We don't even have a box price. which is, in my opinion, the best monetization model.
Well, that's the biggest, like...
It is kind of nice that they have no box price and that it's just going to be the flat subscription. There's a part of me that would prefer a box price, but I bet that box price would be astronomical. So this is just more palatable for the average consumer.
Objection. Yeah, of course.
Correct. So anybody that goes out there and says this is a scam, I am telling you that this game that I've sunk $55 million or more into over the course of the last 8 years, myself personally, so far, and will have to put in another 50 probably.
Yeah.
That you should not buy the game, and we have a 90-day refund policy on these $100 alpha keys.
Yeah.
And we do not have a minimum time requirement if people want a refund.
Uh-huh.
If you want a refund and you go in and you play this and you play our alpha and you test our alpha and you test it for 10 hours, 15 hours, we are granting those refunds because we don't want people to be upset about that. So it is total fucking bullshit that what the statements that the way he represented us and the game in his video. And again, I don't want to pick on Narc. Like, okay, dude,
sure,
go play another game. Go enjoy your content creator career. Yeah. Go play Dark Souls. Do you? That is, it's all. This is your life, brother. You go do you. But you left. You lit a match and you threw it behind you and you said, "Fuck you, Steven. Fuck you, Ashes, and fuck you, developers." And that's.
Yeah. He can say. Like, in the conversation earlier, he said that he didn't do that. Yeah, he did. Yes, he did.
Fucked up.
Well, there it is. Well, I
This is crazy.
I feel like there's a lot of development teams that feel that way, and just from, like, my own personal opinion, I wish that more development teams would communicate honestly, rather than, go through, like, 8 layers of PR bullshit. Because it's like you don't really know what somebody's thinking. You're not having an honest conversation. It's a bunch of fakery. For sure. No, I do really appreciate you coming on and talking about it and everything. Like, I really do. And, I'm sure it puts you in a weird position, especially with, like, the people in your team, etc. But
I don't want to be in this position.
Yeah,
this is not why this is not why I've devoted 8 years of my life to building this game. I don't want to be here talking about drama. I don't like drama. You don't like drama. I don't like drama. The community.
Hold up a second. Are we seeing the space? Hold up a second. Well, give me a second here. Oh, I'm so slow. I'm so slow. Come on.
Definitely a tiger because he has the eye of the tiger.
He does have the eye of the tiger.
Are you sure about that?
Probably loves the drama, but I do not. I'm sure it's entertaining, but it's not why we're doing what we're doing.
Zach doesn't like drama? What?
I get that it's
Come again?
And I know that it's some level of exposure, but I just want to make a great game.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I want to do. Oh, there's one other thing.
Yeah.
That was in our video here. Hold on.
Yeah, no, if there's anything else you want to cover, like, I'm ready to see it or hear it or whatever.
Okay.
I just got a message that was like, "Hey, you should show the snail."
Okay.
Because that was in the desert video.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the snail.
This is our snail.
Everyone wants to know, where's the snail?
Oh,
yeah.
It's a very rare snail.
Okay.
Its name is a wisp whelk. And you can walk around on the wisp whelk. I'm going a little fast.
Okay, so this is the one exactly from the video. Yeah.
Yep. And not only that, the snail, the little horse snail, we call it a snorse, right? It still has some textures that need to be added. It's missing some mats that I think unfortunately got stomped when we did a master material update on the saddle. But you can take the snail and you can press period here and it'll turn into a little snail.
Oh shit, okay. So it's like a mount, like,
and then,
special.
And then you can just, oh shit, no. Oh, killed the fucking snail. God damn it.
Oh, wow. So it has like 2 different movement types.
Yeah, it has 2 different movement types.
Outside of that guy attacking you? Yeah.
That's cool.
That's
okay. Well, yeah.
There's one other thing, by the way.
Or
like,
snail.
Pirate Software Thor,
yeah.
he's been playing the game a lot. I know that he's a big proponent of it. We definitely have a lot of systems that are mirrored off of the way that Eve's economy and like zero sec space and stuff have been architected. We have a lawless zone. We have we have a territory in the the open seas that are kind of similar to zero sec.
So that's why Narc was saying earlier that Pirate really likes the game and he thinks it's going to be like Eve. So they did model stuff off of Eve. That's cool.
And a lot of the things that Narc said about Pirate are just totally unfair and demeaning as well. And I think that it's important. The biggest takeaway that I have when it comes to these types of interactions is that we're all part of the same ecosystem and genre of player groups.
Yeah.
We have all I went on your show back in 2020 when I was driving to Vegas, and I made the statement that as an MMO player, we all feel like a bunch of beaten dogs.
Yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
And that is still to this day very true, and we all know this because of some of the games that have recently released.
Yeah.
But what I will say is that there is some level of camaraderie that should be had within our community as MMORPG gamers, because the only way that we're going to get games that answer the calls of things that we want, which is not gotcha quality of life bullshit monetization, which is not pay to win, which is not undermining the player achievement in game and integrity, like those are the core tenets that I think are most important when it comes to actually bringing in an MMORPG to today's.
Man, this guy's not only selling his game, but he's like, if you buy our game, you're part of the change. You're part of the movement. Make MMOs great again.
Market that I think a lot of developments and a lot of publishers are still getting wrong.
Oh yeah, of course.
And we can be supportive of each other. The tribalism doesn't need to exist. A game doesn't need to call to you aesthetically, visually, or mechanically in order for you to say, hey, I wish that game does well.
Yeah,
I wish that game finds an audience.
I think a lot of people, the reason why I think a lot of people do it is that and this is especially true with gacha games, is like they're terrified of their gacha game going end of service and like all of their waifus going into the void, right? And like it's the same thing with MMOs where it's like, well, I don't want to have this game die because this.
Sorry, random aside, it's not relevant at all. But my dad and my best friend in Canada are texting me that Justin Trudeau is stepping down as the Liberal Party leader, which is massive because a lot of people have speculated that he has too much of an ego to step down, and that's why the Liberals will lose in the coming federal election. But now the Liberals have a chance to stay in power because he's stepping down and someone else can take the reins. Someone who's probably more trusted by the Canadian public. I think it's very good. Because, like, I mean, it's kind of painting with a broad brush without having read the details of the platform, but nobody really wants a conservative government in Canada. They just don't want Justin Trudeau to be the leader anymore. So, done. Because we have multiple parties, but really when it comes down to it, it's very much a mirror of America where it's either red or blue. In our case, blue is conservative and red is liberal. It's a flip from America. But yeah, I think in that case, depending on who they elect as their new leader, the Liberals probably stand a chance to win for another term. I guess we'll see. Interesting. Anyways, not relevant. Just gonna back it up so we get the context here.
Game going end of service and like all of their waifus going into the void, right? And like it's the same thing with MMOs where it's like, well, I don't want to have this game die because this item that I spent 1,000 hours farming isn't going to matter anymore. I think that's the real reason why you see a lot of the tribalism. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yes. No, I mean, you're 100% correct. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to speak to the better part of humanity, which is different than that. Hey, look, you may have a sunk cost, but in order for that sunk cost to feel better.
If you play my game, you're part of the better part of humanity.
There can be something.
That's not what he's saying, but that's how I'm manipulating it.
And those things will be less if you shit on them.
Yeah, sure.
Like there will be less opportunity if you shit on it. The reason why people say the MMORPG genre is a dying genre is in part our own culpability. We as an audience have some level of responsibility to be supportive of the people who are trying to push the bounds. And I'm not saying for people to come and support me. I will do this on my own. Okay, that is okay. You can watch, and when the game comes out, if it's for you, please come and join us.
Yeah.
But we can still be supportive of each other, and it doesn't need to be a light a match and stroke the fire because you get some views.
No, there it is. Well, hopefully, I mean, I think that I agree with you there. I mean, I feel like that's why I wanted to have the conversation with like you and also Narc, is because I feel like at the end of the day, almost everybody really does want the same thing. And so it's like, why is there this much animosity and hostility over people that effectively agree with each other? It's very...
I feel like an MMO needs an offline mode that works when servers shut down if he is going to talk about pushing bounds. I mean, I get where you're coming from because of past experience, but you can't prioritize end of service, end of life features when you're not even alive yet, you know? It's too soon for that. But I think eventually people will probably be able to manipulate the client in a way where they could make their own private clients the same way that they've done with World of Warcraft when it's in a full release state. It just depends. We'll have to see what the lifespan of this game is. Like, it could last a really long time. It could have major success, especially after this amazingly effective ad, as you could put it, with him talking to Asmongold about this. Like, that, what a showing on Steven's part. Like, huge applause for the way that he's handled this situation. It wasn't exactly a big situation, but like, he turned a negative into a huge positive.
A very weird dynamic, right? And so I do hope that, like, you know, more honest conversations like this and everything do really kind of help people get that better understanding.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
hey,
mean,
look, it's
I
Thor.
do. Yeah.
We found Thor.
There he is. There is the guy.
Oh my God.
He's flying around on his little Thunderwing.
Oh, he's got a flying mount too. Oh,
he's a mayor. He's a mayor of one of the nodes.
Yeah, there you go.
So
there you
go.
Of course he is.
That's a nice mount too.
It is pretty cool. It's a sweet mount.
Well, look, man, I really appreciate you coming on and talking with it and just like giving everybody a just like straight up like no bullshit version of like what's really going on. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate your audience too.
Yep, for sure.
Hope you guys have a nice new year, and we'll see you at some point in the alpha. If you want to play, let me know. I'll run around with you. We can game. We can get a group together.
Okay.
Try it out, brother.
All right, man. I'll keep it in mind. I'll have to download it whenever I'm not streaming, and that way it won't DDoS me. So I'll see you later.
Later.
All right, peace. I need to use the bathroom again. Give me a minute.
Long conversations with no break.
Man, what a day! What a day! What a day! To be honest, I think that is exactly what I would say. What a day! What a fucking day! Man, that is crazy. Oh my fucking god! Rising stream, yeah. Baited Steven to showing the entire game. Yeah, I guess so. But man, I've been cooking. Yeah,
that was something.
Well, the reason I wanted to get Steven on is that, like, at the end of the day, I mean, I can't really, you know, I don't make the game. Like, I'm not, like, if I say, like, yeah, this is what I think they're doing, like, people are gonna say that it's copium, but, you know, I do feel like.
I'm tempted to just start playing PoE again, but I know there's another 40 minutes where he's talking to PirateSoftware, and PirateSoftware. Is he going to be actively showing things about the game? I'll bring it back on screen if that's the case.
It, right? Yeah, thanks for Steven on. You're knowledgeable at game tech too. I try to be. I talk to Pirate. I might do that at some point. I think it'd be good to like just get everybody together and talk about it. Like, I don't want to have like people forcing content or anything.
Okay, hello? Are we back? I think we're back. And now we're gonna get a fresh stream on Twitch. Naturally. Apparently updating the driver for the network card built into my motherboard didn't work. So might as well check the event viewer really quick. What has occurred? Even though I updated, the interface reset again. DNS client. Name resolution. Peer-to-peer stow discovery steam server.net timed out after none of the configured DNS servers responded. Network interface card. Device viewer may have a power saving setting. It's complaining about DNS resolution. So you think the DNS resolution failed because it was just like powered off or something? I don't know. The fact that we're back online now, I kind of just want to continue because when this is finished, I'm going to end the YouTube stream and start it again so that this comes out as one VOD, excuse me. So it's only another 40 minutes and then we can dig a little bit deeper and just game.
I will say it again. I will be absolutely clear. I have no financial vestment in Ashes of Creation. I have zero. No. Yep, absolutely not.
I wish he said that with Steven on the phone.
Cap, there was not a misunderstanding. Yeah. He said he's down to talk. Yeah. Let me see. What's the best way to do? Thor said call him. Okay, I don't know if I have him on Discord. What can I do? Yeah, give me 1 second.
I don't think there's going to be a need to pull him on screen. He's a well-spoken guy. He'll describe all the things that he feels.
Yeah, let him know. I don't want to talk for like a huge long period of time, but like I do want to get his take on things and like kind of get where he's coming from, etc. Let me just I'll DM him on Twitter, and I will. What the fuck? Is it not there? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I don't know why it didn't work. Okay. Okay, I just DM'd him. He said he just DM him on Discord. It's just PirateSoftware. Oh, is it really? Okay. I'll add him real quick. Okay. Let's see here. Add friend. Software and got it. Okay. I sent him a friend request on Discord. The drama caught was hilarious. Hey, look, guys. Look, I try to bring it. I try to make the content. What can
I don't like drama. You don't like drama. That was really funny.
You know, we try to have a show. We try to put on a show. That's
the most important statement of all time, because we were having that discussion earlier with the person in chat, Diablo. He tries to put on a show. You can't always take everything that comes out of his mouth or the way that he behaves on stream as like his true authentic self. Because he's also trying to appeal to an audience.
the way it is. Replying on Twitter? Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, he's gonna add me. All right, great. Yeah, just DM me. I like that you got both perspectives. Yeah, of course. I mean, like, yeah, 100%. Okay. And... all right. Okay, he's good. All right, let me call Thor. Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I was just wiping into a world boss.
Oh boy, yeah, in that dungeon?
Oh yeah, so stupid, dude. I pulled extra mobs because I'm a dumbass. It was great.
How is it, dude? I've been seeing you playing this game like non-stop.
Yeah, I think in Alpha 2 Phase 1, I had about 400 hours,
Jesus.
and I think in Phase 2, over 100 hours now. So
wow.
I've just been having a blast in it. And I think the thing is I got back into hardcore classic World of Warcraft recently because I'm doing the OnlyFans stuff. And it really kind of got me into that mood of like, I want to play a game where you don't level to 60 instantly, where you don't get max level immediately, where you don't get everything handed to you. And I got into this and I was like, okay, it's going to be an alpha. It's probably going to suck. And the first like 2 weeks, it was a mess, man. Like, because it's an alpha. Like,
well,
it's
you
going to be
remember
that.
I tried to log on. That was it was a bad day, man.
Oh, yeah. No, it's wild. But like, the thing that got me was like, I was like, okay, I got my key back in 2021, like a while ago. Yeah. And I've been waiting for this and they finally brought this thing out.
So you played the first alpha too, right?
I actually didn't end up playing the first alpha because I got an alpha 2 key back then.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't end up getting to play the first alpha. And like, I got into it and I was like, okay, this is really rough. I'm a bit worried. And within a month, everything in the game had changed. Yeah. They'd fixed all the server performance issues. Like the game was actually playable. And we stopped worrying about like, is the game playable? And started worrying about strategizing,
like playing the game
to compete with other players. And I was like, this is really good. And then once Phase 2 started, we were like, okay, let's get into Phase 2. I wonder what they've added. And they expanded the map into the desert, and those 3 new nodes are there, and everybody got wiped. But the economic changes have been pretty massive because you have 3 whole new zones. You've got like 30% more of a map, right?
Okay, yeah.
So like it's been fun and interesting.
Like resource spread, etc.
Yeah. And they started adding these dungeons too. Like we've got that dungeon that he showed you, and then we've got like more Tower of Carfin now and Grave Peak. So there's 3 like major endgame areas right now that are hard. They're like 16-man open world dungeons. What you have to do.
So you need to bring in 16 people to even make it happen.
Yeah, if you do it with 8, it's possible, but the bosses they're going to beat you.
Do they scale?
Especially the final one. They don't scale. No, they're just really hard. Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's no scaling or anything like that, but if you're over leveling over the monsters, they don't drop loot. So like it's not going to allow max level players to come back and just like farm that boss so you never get into it. Yeah. Like it is good for the time that it's good.
So what did you think about like, obviously I'm sure a lot of people had, were bringing up Narc's video and like this whole discourse of like what's going on. And, I'm really curious like what your take on all of it is. Because like, I mean, you have way more experience than I do with like development and like software development, especially, right? And so like, how do you feel like the way that Narc approached Ash is like, how much of that do you think is like accurate, is like a fan, or like kind of like where are you coming from with that?
I think the biggest thing is it looks like he felt like he got burned pretty early on and has been upset for a while, and that's kind of snowballed, right? If that makes sense. But this video didn't make a lot of sense to me as a player because I've been following all the communication. I've been seeing all the things they're doing and seeing the throughput that they have for these updates. Yeah. And they've been really communicative. Like here, I've sent you the roadmap that they sent out. Like they're really granular on this thing, man. Like they show all the pictures of what they're going to do. They have breakdowns for all of it, videos for everything they're doing, and they've kept to this. And if they have to push it, which they've done a couple times, they're like, hey guys, we're pushing this. Or like one of the things they did recently is they're like, hey, we're pushing some of the content, but we're making it so the game is 24/7 playable until January 6th. So like all through Christmas break, we had no breaks in server uptime. We've just been playing every day. And like that's stuff that's just completely unexpected, legitimately. Most of the time when you interact with devs, especially for like AAA or anything like that, you don't get to have a conversation.
Well, you can see why. I think the worst part about it is the fact that like you're totally right, and I think this is the reason why. It's because a lot of them are gun shy because they don't want to come out and have an opinion about something, and then somehow things change, the release doesn't happen when you think it should, and then before you know it, now you're a fucking liar.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too is like people get so upset about that, and then the dev has to pull back because they've got investors or some shit, and then they piss off the investors, and then they're afraid to say anything, and then the players think that they're being abandoned or being ignored. But like, we have an opportunity finally to have an MMO where you don't have investors. Like he's bankrolling this shit himself, right? And you get to talk to the dev. Like, he's the game director. You can just be like, I think this sucks. And it'll be like, let's have a talk about that.
Exactly.
He shows up in the Reddit all the time and, like, actually responds. Like,
well, you know who
this
else
is the
does
shit
that is Chris Wilson.
Everyone bitches.
I mean, look at in PoE. Like, I know you played a little bit of PoE too, right?
Oh, I love PoE,
It's so good, right?
And so, like,
and they get Chris gets in the trenches. He is on Reddit writing diatribes. He's writing manifestos on Reddit, arguing with people. And like, that's real, genuine interaction. And I feel like that's why the game's so good. And so it's so weird to see people that are complaining about that.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is like we've asked as players for ages just to have a conversation.
Exactly.
And finally when you have a conversation, they're getting shit on. And I'm like, dude, you have to be mad about something that's real, right? Like if you're going to be angry, it's got to be real. It's got to make sense. And like in that video when he showed off the desert, I was like, I know exactly where that is on the map.
Yeah.
And I actually showed it off on stream. I was like, I know exactly where that is. He did it during phase 2 alpha, but during or alpha 2 phase 1, which is before they added everything to the desert.
Right.
That was a month ago. That's it. Like all of the things that you saw in there, that whole zone, everything, that was added in a month, man.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the only thing too. Like there's tons of stuff they don't even put in the patch notes. Like we went to go farm in this area. Let me actually put the name of this damn place. Darrigal Estates. We went to go farm there, and we had this room that was just like an empty wooden box that we were farming in during phase 1.
Was the drama just a streamer thought it was scammy or something? Well, it was one of these big streamers called Narc who for a long time was making content about the game and basically an unpaid hype man. But then his content started becoming negative and people were upset that like progress wasn't moving as quickly as it should. And he basically did like an exit video saying, I'm not going to cover this game anymore. But instead of just ending it there, he started like shitting on the game and shitting on the director of the game. And so now it's just spiraled into this super long video of like, he talked to that streamer, he talked to the director, and now he's talking to PirateSoftware for a bit.
And it looked like shit. And we went back in there during phase 2. It's like filled with set dressing. There's like mushrooms and stuff all over the walls. Like everything looks incredible. And that's not even in the patch notes. So like every environment got picked up with that. And I remember like when we first walked into Wind and Sea, which is probably the next zone they're going to be unlocking for this, it was flat and green. And now it's like a tropical beachside with like plants and trees and all kinds of stuff.
So like there's things on the patch notes that are being added in. It's not like every single thing that's stated is being added in. Or I guess vice versa.
There's things that aren't even in the patch notes that are being added. If you move around, and it sucks because like Narc was a mayor in the game, which means he had a flying mount. He could see all of this.
Yes.
And that video doesn't portray any of it. It shows the opposite. And that was so, to me, that was like, dude, like, what are you doing? Like, you know better than that. You know what's going on. You can see it, right?
So what do you think about like, because obviously I think it's been really contentious. A lot of people, at least especially in like YouTube comments, have been really critical about the price tag of the game. And I think that's where I think a lot of the criticism and the frustration comes from, is that people paid money to play the game and the game isn't what they wanted it to be, which is disappointing. I mean, it's understandable, right? I mean, you know, viewers, consumers are going to have the opinions they're going to have. But at the same time, like it's definitely a double-edged sword with charging that much money for a beta, because people are going to have that opinion.
Yeah, I think generally, like especially as players, we're used to an alpha or a beta that's like a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of days. You'll get this all the time from AAA where they're like,
that's the thing, is there's no formula as to how these things should be done. Every game, every product is going to be unique in that regard. So the fact that, you know, people are holding it to some kind of standard as if there's some cookie cutter about how long an alpha should last. Like, either you're in this for the long haul or you're not. Like, that's up to you. And as Steven said, like, if you can't handle this, just don't bother. And we'll see you when the full product comes out, or we'll see you at the next update in like a year or so. Not the next update, but you can come back and check year by year if you like and see how it's going. You don't have to be fully invested if you don't want to.
Like, hey, you get early access for 3 days for $100 kind of a shit, right?
A marketing tool.
And most of the people, people that come into my chat have that kind of an opinion. They're like, oh, this is going to be like a couple of days, right? And I was like, no. Like, if you look at the roadmap, that key isn't just alpha. It's alpha 2, which we're on right now, all of beta 1, all of beta 2, a month of game time when it launches. That's the next 1.5 to 2 years on the roadmap. Yeah. So, like, when we're looking at that, if we try to compare that to other offers, right, inside of MMOs, you've got something like World of Warcraft. It's $15 a month. It's $180 a year. Yeah. And you're doing $110 for 2 years minimum.
So you're looking at it like you're prorating or amortizing the cost of a subscription over the year of content that the beta is going to have, and that's kind of like how you make sense out of it.
For me, that's how I made sense of it as a baseline. And then I got into it being like, okay, this makes sense for me from a purchase perspective, from a consumer perspective. And I got in, and it was more than that, more than what I expected. Because we have things where, like, in the beginning, you could do server performance tests. And the way that you would do that is you just restrict the environment or something like that, make all the players go to that area. The way that they did it is Steven got on, turned into a god, flew around and PvP'd us while RPing it all out and directing all of the players to attack him through the world while they did performance testing in the background. So you have things like this that are just so much more interesting.
That's so cool. Like, turning something technical in terms of testing into, like, an event. I really like that idea.
Interesting and engaging for the player base in a way that still gets the objective done.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have had that experience had I not jumped in. And that was really interesting to me.
Well, that's one of the best things about alphas and like the early testing periods of games is you have like those weird, like random moments, right? I mean, I remember I had a moment where I was in like the wrong place or a place I wasn't supposed to be in like a WoW alpha, and then a GM came and killed me. And it's like, I'll always remember that because like those cool moments are, they're totally worth it. They're amazing.
Yeah, I had this moment that was really hilarious. It's like he was actually doing wishes for players, and the way that they do that is like he puts out a riddle in global or something like that, and the first person to solve it, they tell him a wish of what they want to have, and then he adds that to the backlog for the game. Yeah. And the one for ours is he teleported me to the top of a tower and he gave me a riddle, and I got to solve it. I actually solved it, thankfully. It was the answer was Vera, which is the name of the world, and I wouldn't have gotten that unless I read the wiki, so I got into the lore and everything. Okay. And then he gave me a wish, and I said, I want to add ferrets to the video game. And he said, okay, we're going to do that. And he hands me a mount and then killed me with lightning. And like that was the event. It was just like, I'm always going to remember that because that shit's hilarious. Yeah. Right? And you just have this crazy moment with this. And it was funny because it wasn't just streamers they were doing this with. Yeah. It was just random people in the world. They did it a whole bunch of times across the different servers. And I love that, man. And like, I have not seen that since Vanilla WoW. Yeah, I haven't seen anything like that. That kind of interaction.
I think they're afraid to, and that's the thing. That's what's so disappointing. It's what you were talking about earlier. It's like developers are gun shy to do stuff like this because people can take it out of context or turn it into something that it's not. But the reality is, I think a lot of people really enjoy and appreciate that kind of stuff because it reminds them of times when gaming wasn't as, I don't want to do like this whole like, counterculture, it was corporate and everything. But it did feel like it was more relaxed. And I feel like it takes us back to a time like that. It's very reminiscent of that.
It is. And that's why I've liked WoW Classic Hardcore so much. Yeah. Right? Like, we're all out there, like, role-playing our characters, surviving the world. And when you lose someone in Hardcore in WoW, it's devastating, right? You could have a dude with, like, 15 played days on a Hardcore character, and he just dies in the middle of it or something like that. It's like, oh, God, dude. It's terrifying. And, like, that kind of an experience is in this mostly because the time it took me to level. To go from level 1 to level 25 was about 100 hours. Jesus. And that was me optimizing that.
What's the cap now? That was interesting. Is it 25?
It's 25.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 25. So, like, the plan at launch, I guess, is 50. And they were saying that should take months, if not a year, to do it. And it makes sense because most of what I realized was if you...
A year to get to max level? Oh, my God.
Are only focusing on your character level. That's like your adventurer level, your power level, right, for fighting monsters. But professions are outside of that. So they're not restricted by your character levels. So one of the things that I've been seeing a lot of is like we have this guy on the server.
Oh, so some people can just be dedicated to the game in like doing the trades rather than being someone who goes out and adventures. Or you can try to do it all, I guess. It's kind of interesting that they accommodate that style of play.
He just trained up all the things to make mounts, like do animal husbandry and go and hunt out mounts and like build those. And he's like the mount guy in the server. And what he did in phase 1 was he told everyone which towns he was going to be in throughout the day. And he was a traveling mount salesman and just sold them off to people. And it was freaking rad.
Oh my
and he was like level
God.
11,
See,
but he was the most sought after player in the game.
Yes,
right?
exactly. It's like, instead of, this is the best thing. I used to love this about Classic WoW. And it was a bit in Burning Crusade too. Is that some people, instead of being a warrior or a mage, they could be a leatherworker or a blacksmith. I love that so much because it expands the way that you can play the game, and it gives people more options and like progression paths. And yeah, I'm a huge supporter of like long form progression content, or sorry, profession content. 100%.
I'm super into the profession system. And I think right now it's like
it's immersion
hint
player
of what
behavior.
It's going to be. Yeah. Exactly, and that's what you want, man. Like, especially in a social sandbox game, because like I played EVE for 15 years. Like, I'm a huge EVE nerd, right? Yeah. And I came from that kind of world that's brutal as shit. And when I get into this, I see a lot of the failures that EVE had in terms of like area ownership, because there's this thing in EVE called sovereignty.
Yeah,
you can take a section of the map of the galaxy, and you basically own it as your corporation or alliance, which is like a guild or an alliance of guilds.
Yeah,
right?
I've got like a rough understanding, but okay, go ahead.
You kill basically everyone that comes in there that's not your guys, right?
Yeah, sure.
In this, you have these things called nodes. They're like towns, and those level up as anyone does anything in that zone of the game. So the town grows with you, and that already is really interesting. But unlike Sov and Eve, you can't exclude a small guild. You can't exclude a solo player. So because everyone lives in that
to
town
the economy. Like, that's my understanding is the nodes, is so you have to make the nodes appealing to other people by having them contribute to the economy and like having taxes be fair, etc.
Exactly. So now I'm the mayor of Halcyon on the Lyneth server, and we dropped the taxes to minimum. We focused our town on mount production. So we made all the facilities for people to be able to train and craft mounts. And now everybody goes in and they're like, oh, that's where you buy a Porsche. That's where you buy a Ferrari.
Yeah.
And it's cool because we have to spec into that, and we can't make our town do anything else in another direction, right?
Yeah.
So we have this like highly specialized system, and it has to rely on every other town's highly specialized systems in order for all of us to progress together. But we also have wars with each other. We go and fight. You can actually make siege weapons and go destroy other towns. That's the thing that I'm interested most in this phase is the siege weapons coming out.
Oh,
I want to see how that works.
Did you see the big fight that they did with like the 250 players thing, where they brought out like the trebuchets and like the catapults and like all this stuff? Oh my god, it was amazing. That's why I'm so excited for that.
We did like a caravan thing the other day, and I'm waiting for the servers to be able to handle like super large scale PvP, because right now you get kind of like distance limited vision, right? It's just the render distance is just not very far. But we did about a 200. It's got to be like 150 people in that fight.
Yeah,
and it was fun. Like, it was really cool, and like we had some bugs and system problems where it was like we have a caravan, and the caravan makes a PvP zone around it, which is cool. And I invited everyone in the server to try and come kill me because we're the dominant force, right?
Yeah.
And they kind of formed up, and our guys formed up, and then they couldn't flag for PvP for the caravan because you have to get close to it. We're like, okay, everyone hold back. They all came up and flagged, and then they went away, and then we actually had a real battle. It was super fun, man. Like, it was just it was
that's
cool
nice.
And everybody was like cheering afterwards. We took photos. It was cool.
Well, that's what MMOs are supposed to be, right? And like you have like that's the emergent player behavior that systems like that are supposed to create happen, or like to like make happen. And if that's the way the game is going to be designed, I think that's what really keeps people engaged in it for a really long period of time. I think that classic WoW is like that. For example, like the Angoro, like the Angoro Crater Mafia, or like the way that people would farm Scarabord, or like all these other types of like emergent player behavior. That's the stuff that like really makes a game like EVE or any sandbox game. That's what keeps it alive, or also that's what kills it if it's not done properly.
I completely agree. And like those types of systems that they add in here, like I'll give you an example. We're fighting in this raid right now. I've got 17 people in the raid. We're about to kill the boss. Near the boss, there's 2 crafting tables. Those crafting tables create items that can only be crafted here. So you need to get a guy that has dedicated himself to metallurgy. And that dude is really hard into metallurgy. Like, he is trained for that. You bring him in here, you keep him alive, and then you get him to that so he can start his crafts. And then you have to bring him in to go and get the crafts back out later. And that kind of stuff is really cool. It reminded me of like in Skullomance, where you could go and make flasks inside of Skullomance. Or BRD, same thing. Like, that shit is rad. And I miss that for crafting because it makes a crafter into a utility piece.
It makes the game a world. right? And I feel like people say MMOs are dead now, but like if you think about how many of these shows have you watched? Have you watched like Overlord, Sword Art Online, any of that?
Yeah. I'm a huge weeb, dude.
Of course. Yeah, so I have too. I've watched Log Horizon, every single one of them. It's like, if these shows are so fucking popular, why is it that people can't make a game that follow the paradigms in these shows? And I feel like if you watch these shows, the old original MMO paradigms, like what you're talking about, the BRD, or like going down to the bottom and having like this like maxed out blacksmith that's able to create this insane weapon, like that is all a narrative that people love to see. And it's something that people remember for like 10 or 20 years. So like, I feel like these isekai animes are like a really good benchmark of like where people really want to see dynamics and narratives in MMOs go.
I actually have an item on screen if you want to see this.
I do. I'm watching. Yeah, weaponsmithing,
so,
quality experience rating. Yeah.
So these pants only drop in this dungeon. So you need to get these and then extract them back out to bring them to your crafters as well. They have all kinds of crazy items like this, and they can be upgraded with enchantments and all kinds of other stuff that you do. And they're not like they're not easy to get. Like this is, you bring a 16-man in to get a pair of pants for your guild weaponsmith, so you can gain advantage on the server, because now you guys are the ones making the thing.
Oh, I remember hoping that New World would be this game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, that's exact. I remember when we first started playing this, and I was like, "Oh man, this is what New World was supposed to be."
Exactly. Yes, and it's like the alpha was like that. That's what it was. They changed it, and you even had the weaponsmithing stuff. It's like I was thinking. I remember there were specific weaponsmithing pants, but it's just it didn't turn out that way. And I feel like again, it's like the I feel like a lot of games are afraid to tell people no with certain things. And I think that's also that's going to be a huge point of contention with Ashes. And I feel like it's going to be massive. And I don't even believe that, like, now you only have the people that are, like, extremely invested, right? Literally hundreds of dollars. But, like, when you bring in those more casual players, I'm expecting to see a huge amount of people that are frustrated about that.
I think it's going to be one of those games where, like, a lot of people join and many of them fall off because EVE Online. Right, you've got a more PvP oriented environment. You've got a difficult game. It's got something that is probably not going to be very interesting for people that don't have like a super long interest in something, like low attention span on stuff, things like that, because it takes time. Like this isn't. You're
Sounds
not
like it takes a lot of
time. You
time.
can't buy level 60. Like you have to go and fight this for a long time. Like getting 25 was a lot, man. Like that was a huge amount. That was with really good play.
The only thing I question about this kind of design is that there are classes of characters. Do you choose your class when you're creating the character? Or can you kind of change the style of play as things go along? I haven't watched enough of this game to know. Because, like, leveling a character and then feeling like you've bricked the character and having to start over when the timeline is that vast for progression. Anyway.
And optimization too. So like if you're trying to do that, you're not doing that overnight. That's going to take a while. And even then, like if we look at my professions on this, I've really just done lumberjacking, carpentry, and
I'm seeing it.
A little bit of lumber milling. The rest of these I haven't even touched.
Yeah, alchemy 0. Yeah, weaving 0. I can see that. Yeah. I mean, that's a huge amount of investment. And you said you put in a collective total of 500 hours, right?
Total. Yeah.
Whoa, that's a lot.
It's about 140 on this playthrough on this character.
Okay. Yeah.
And like it's a shitload. And even then, that's also like you have to understand too. I have an advantage. I'm a mare, so I have a flying mount.
Like a stream,
the average player isn't going to have that.
100%.
And I've got a guild that can hand me items. This is with the streamer privilege that comes with that, right?
Yeah.
So you've got time invested in this. It's not a get there overnight thing, which to be real with you, every level that I've gained has felt really good and satisfying because of that in a way that I haven't felt since Classic WoW.
Well, you know what really also proves this is Path of Exile 2. That game doesn't give you shit. And if you look if you look at the level of retention that it's had, it has been absolutely incredible. Like it is a level of retention that a live service game almost never has. And I think that it's because it actually does make things take a long time, but it doesn't do so in a, hey, we've decided to arbitrarily make this take longer so we can extend your playtime metrics. And I think this is something that a lot of people want, is like a form of long-form content that's not just basically do the exact same thing 400 times.
Yeah, we've made a lot of jokes about it too. Of like, it feels like you got isekai when you play this game. It feels like
it is.
You're in there. Your reputation matters. Like you're in this world, and the only thing that matters is your word and how people perceive you.
Like classic WoW.
And we have enemies. Yeah, we have enemies on the server. We've got other rivals that that don't like us. We've got a guild that fights against us all the time. Like this is a pretty normal thing for us. And like, I love that, dude. I'm in it for that. In fact, we caused a lot of conflict on the server because the caravan system's fully in. Yeah. And one of the things about caravans is you blow up a guy's caravan, he loses that caravan, man. Yeah. So what we do is we blow up caravans and then we sell the parts back to people.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
We're the guys making
get
the parts,
them coming and going,
and they're buying them after we blow them up. You know, like that's kind of how it works, right? And I actually love that. I think that ends up allowing us to play a role on the server. We could be a villain. That's why our guild is named Actual Pirates. It's not a joke. We are, right? Damn. And that kind of stuff is really, really fun, and you can get into the role play of it and actually enjoy it. And I've seen that so many times in different ways. Like we've had people that play a town fool. We've had people that are like the mount salesman, guys who are like the giga fishermen on the server. And like it's neat to see that kind of diversity in play where it actually matters to your gameplay and you can have meaning inside of the game systems.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I feel like that's what people have been waiting for an MMO. And like people have hoped that, you know, Lost Ark would be that game. They hope that Throne of Liberty would be the game. Or New World.
Dude, I did too.
Well, I mean,
I've got 1,000 hours in New World. I've got almost 1,000 hours in Lost Ark. Like, I love those games.
Me too.
They just weren't what I wanted them to be at the end. And then I got into this, and I was like, here we go again. And I was like, no, this is great. Like, I'm in, right? And I've just been having a blast with it.
Well, that's awesome,
cool.
Man. Yeah,
Yeah, look at this. Tanks can do this, by the way.
Oh, it's like in Final Fantasy. I think Warriors do the same thing. Limit Break 3.
Yeah, they throw. Yeah. This is like one of their cooldowns, and we use it all the time when we're fighting caravans because the caravan's trying to escape.
Yeah,
and
that's
just
so
like,
badass.
Nope. Just drop it.
Final Fantasy.
Yeah, look at this, man. Right.
You can just drop a wall?
Well, that's awesome,
cool
man.
Wall.
Yeah,
yeah, look at this. Tanks can do this, by the way.
It's like in Final Fantasy. I think Warriors do the same thing. Limit Break 3.
Yeah, they throw. Yeah. This is like one of their cooldowns, and we use it all the time when we're fighting caravans because the caravan's trying to escape.
Yeah,
and
that's
just
so
like,
badass.
Nope. Just drop a wall in front of them.
Oh,
that's
so
it.
like it's an interactable wall. It's not just like an animation.
Oh no, it's fully collision. Like you can't go through that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hilarious, dude. You can climb on it and everything. It's awesome.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to start playing again. I'm gonna have to level up to 5 or 10 off stream and then maybe try to get into it, man. Yeah, I mean,
as a mayor, this is kind of the stuff that I have to do here. By the way, if you haven't seen this UI, I don't know if you have yet.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know if I'd want to be a mayor. Like I've seen some of the I was a guild leader for many years, and it's like, oh man, it's great to have somebody else just do everything.
Yeah.
So one of the things I can do with this is if you look at this, I'm the guy creating quests for people. So I can choose which ones we want them to do. And I'm like, hey, I want everybody to go kill skeletons.
It's like a mobile game where you have like these little followers and you send them off to do tasks so that you can collect things, but you're doing it with actual people. So the mayor gets to play like a mini mobile game within the game. What the fuck?
We pay 5 gold from the node, and then they get this quest, and everyone gets that available to them.
Do they function?
It's just fun.
This functions the exact same way as the what is it, guild or like the town boards in New World, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm going.
But as the mayor, I'm selecting which quests they get. And then also you can do another one for the crafters. If you look over here, this is like we do a buyback order and then or a buy order. And it's like we need to produce quality weapons so we can upgrade one of our buildings for the whole server. And in order to produce that, I need you guys to turn in these materials. So we put up a buy order. They go and send those items in, and they get the material back out. They get node currency, and they can buy upgrades and shit with that. And like this is
very clever
right now.
Yeah.
But the next upgrade we're doing is animal husbandry to do the next tier up of mounts.
Oh, the mounts.
And like, yeah,
so that the server can produce.
Yep. Yeah. But since they're producing it in our town, we get the tax money, and I can't steal that as a mayor. So there's no like bullshit from a mayor stealing it. It goes into our node. Our node is very rich. We can apply, we can do things with it.
Right.
And we always have commissions running because of that, because they cost gold. So like these types of systems are really compelling. And
so also being a mayor doesn't have any kind of like in-game financial incentives. So only the best kinds of people are elected to be mayor because they're always working in the interest of the node. That's pretty cool.
that's the stuff you get to do as a mayor.
Yeah.
In payment back, you get the flying mount, and like that's basically how that goes.
So
you get a flying mount.
Like, I mean, that's part
that's
of like
true.
you know, you have your own profession as being a mayor, right? That's like its own meta game in itself.
Oh yeah. And I have spreadsheets for everything. I have to sit down and figure out what resources are available on this server, where everybody else's progression is, what is even possible for us to do, and then we work out the plan for the week, and then I put all those buy orders and everything up, so they're all just kind of set up that way.
Oh jeez, yeah.
It is work, but I love that because I played Eve, right?
Yeah, right. No, I
used to
mean,
it.
I was a guild leader for many years. I don't know if I'd be willing to do it again, but man, it was a lot of work. But it's rewarding too, because the flying mount does look really fucking cool.
I think the thing I'm looking forward to the most is the node variety for mayors, because like
the question is, will they elect a new mayor and he'll lose access to the flying mount, or does he get to keep the flying mount now that he's been the mayor?
right now everybody just votes for it.
Yeah.
Right? You just vote to see who's the biggest mayor or whatever. But they've got these other ones going in, like Scientific is how that works. But they've got one like Divine Nodes where you have to be like doing pious quests, and whoever does that is like the most divine. And then the Martial Nodes are like you PvP for it. So whoever's the
It's
most
like an arena
badass in
or something.
PvP becomes the mayor. Yeah. And then the economic node is you buy it with gold. So whoever's like the trade baron becomes the mayor. And I'm interested in seeing how those play out, because it means that a streamer like me can't just win.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
I do like that.
In a Scientific node, I'm just going to win. We vote. We have more people voting for me. That's how that's always gonna go.
Everybody vote for me. And then, okay, well, I'm the mayor now. Great game.
And I love that there are other varieties of leadership that stop streamer privilege from allowing that, even though I have that. I love to see that is...
Well, it's good to have one with streamer privilege, too, right? That's just a straight-up vote, because it's like every type of gameplay is valid, and that's what makes MMOs special. That's what I think people want, is like a living, breathing world that has texture and actual like
I can agree with
variety to it, rather than everything being like this uniform theme park experience that's hyper-defined. You're on rails, you can't go off them.
Yeah, I always feel like theme park MMOs, they start off kind of broad. You have a lot of options available to you, and then as you get closer to the end game, it just thins out until you have one lane of content left. And then social sandbox MMOs work in exactly the reverse. You start off with not being able to do anything, nobody knows you, you have no name to you, and then by the end of the game, you're like, you could be very well known. You have a ton of options available to you, and it just keeps expanding outwards, which makes it it just makes it super compelling for me. That's why I like those more, and I've just been a fan of them ever since. I think the other one I bounced off was Albion, because I just couldn't get into it.
Yeah, that game was really it's still really popular. It's got like such a strong audience, but I never really played it myself either.
Yeah, I got into it a little bit, and then I was like, I could just be playing Eve, and then now I've quit Eve. So
I think a lot of people have. I feel like that game's kind of fallen off just for different various reasons.
It's just too much pay to win. I think that was the biggest thing for me when they introduced what are called skill injectors. You could just buy experience for your character with real money, and I was like, dude, I'm out. Like, I just can't do this anymore. And like,
weird game.
With this having the promise of no pay to win, I think if they ever introduced pay to win in this, they'd lose everything.
Yeah,
and they know that. And I think. Even things like WoW selling like the $90 mount and shit like that have been really a big turnoff for me.
It's
weird.
Seeing
the way that they're it's weird, and it sucks because it feels like you're buying status, you're buying power in that way, even if it's just a mount, right? Because everyone looks at the mount, they're like, look at that thing. And with this, they're selling skins for the mount. So like mounts have speed on them. And like you have to breed a good mount if you're gonna move. Like this one has 140% speed.
Sure.
But if you have a shitty mount, you're slow. And you would be like, oh, I'll just buy a mount off the store, right? But no, they're selling a skin, so you can't even buy a faster mount. You buy your mount, but looking different. Which I was like, okay, man, you got me with that. That's great.
It's just
you
like,
can't even buy power that way.
I mean, they've got to make money somehow, right? And like, I get it. And if they're gonna do something like that, I would much rather that than a lot of the other alternatives.
Yep.
So yeah,
I agree.
I totally agree.
I super agree. And I think that's the thing with me, man, is like I have felt, I guess the basic way to do it is, as a developer, I understand where they're at.
Yeah.
As a player, I feel like my purchase was respected and that my time is respected. And I feel like the game is compelling for me systems wise. So like
good enough for me. So all claims otherwise refuted as far as I'm concerned.
For me, it's a perfect storm of positivity here.
Yeah, I feel like that's the dream, right?
Yep.
I just really hope it happens. And it's sad to see people that are skeptical or negative, but I think that's what's going to happen with any game. But I just hope that, you know, I mean, again, take a break for a year or two if people feel that way and come back and it'll still be there.
Yeah, no, I really enjoy it, man. Yeah. And I hope you're able to get into it. I saw what happened to you when you first started. By the way, you can't
really fun time.
You can't PvP people in that zone now. They've got the flag.
Steven told me, yeah. It's just like, yeah, he's like, yeah, this is a very big problem. Okay, yeah, no, I will probably try it out and maybe play a little bit myself. Because, like, after all this conversation and everything about it, and I've been watching you play and other people, it's like, it actually looks pretty good. And so, yeah. Maybe
it does look really good.
But, yeah, Oh, go ahead.
Have you seen the actual talent trees yet?
I'm looking at them right now. You're showing me.
All the weapons have a talent tree.
Oh, yes. I did see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when they announced that, and I just went crazy. It's like, are you kidding me? It's amazing.
Yeah, dude, like, I'm a mage wielding a spell bow, which is already, like, I've never seen that with a mage. Like, you're actually casting through a bow, which is wild.
Like Dragon's Dogma, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, like, very much so. And it actually adds magical pens. So, like, the enemy's MR is dropped based on me having a bow on. And it's just a weird, iconic look.
Yeah.
It's pretty rad.
Yeah, no,
so I've been really
that.
liking that.
Especially
cool
the way
shit.
that people can make their own classes and, like, define the way that they're going to play. I think that's a huge component.
Yeah, we don't have subclasses yet, and I'm really waiting for that. And, like, I just keep memeing about it because I'm like, mage is the best class, so I'm just going to go mage.
Mage, like Archmage or, like, Wizard or something. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited for it. But there's the other one that I was really interested in is they got Summoner in May, like, Phase 3, when they start that. And they have Summoner Tank, which is like a Broodmancer, or Brood Warden, and you cover yourself in beetles for armor, which is insane.
Oh my god.
So, like, just weird shit. Right?
Yeah.
So, like, I'm interested to see how they play that out, because so far the classes have been very compelling and they work well together. Not like, I guess in WoW retail you kind of have this isolated lane of you just do damage and your damage is what matters and your rotation is what matters and everything outside of that kind of doesn't. There's very few crossovers between other classes.
Well, you saw
synergy
did you
is
see
cool.
what happened when they brought out Augmentation Evoker and, like, how much drama that caused? Yeah. Because, like, this is exactly what you're talking about, right? How, like, you don't have support classes or ancillary classes. You just have each class kind of effectively being a mage. Like, a warlock is a mage that shoots shadow balls. And, a shaman is a mage that shoots lightning balls. Is that basically kind of what you're saying? And there's, like, no real actual dynamic difference. Yeah, 100%.
Exactly. And it's like, it all comes out to just damage, and they don't play off each other. Yeah. And, like, one of the things that I noticed really early on is you have not enough talent points to be able to pull off all of the combos and not enough cast speed to pull off a perfect combo either. So you have to work with others. So in this case, I can freeze an enemy using Frostbolt on it and then Cone of Cold, which advances chilled into frozen. Yeah. If an enemy is frozen and gets hit with your lightning, you shatter it and do bonus damage. So what we'll do is we'll rotate between the different mages of who's applying the frost right now. I'll hit with my lightning, I'll hit with my frost, you hit with your lightning, and you're playing off of each other all the time. But also, fighters play off that. So when an enemy is frozen, the fighters can do an extra thing. When an enemy is burning, a cleric can actually combust them. So you play off of so many different classes that it's not even about your personal performance. It's about everyone working together and communicating, which I'm really liking that because it reminds me of Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 combat.
It's so weird for me because, like, coming from somebody who used to be, like, a massive, like, parsing, like, I used to try to do, like, oh, I'm going to do that. I'm going to get the highest parse in, like, this WoW fight or something. And I've kind of changed my stance on it to where now I'm actually kind of glad that they're not doing damage meters. Because, like, people can actually focus on, like, their input and the way that they enhance the experience of the group rather than trying to, like, assign a value to it and then say, well, because my number is bigger than yours, I'm a better player. Because, like, I mean, you've
better person, dude.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like you've rated, and, like, that the person who's sometimes doing the annoying job, this person is doing more work than everybody else. Like, in classic WoW, like Razor Gore, like moving the boss around and killing all the eggs, like, that's a separate job, but you're not going to be on the meter for it, and it, like, creates a level of gameplay. And once you have that meter, though, it totally contrives the way that people value everything.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like, I'm playing a mage in Hardcore Classic, and I'm going to be the winner's chill mage. So my DPS is just going to be less, but everyone else's is more because of me. Right. And, like, I love those types of interactions.
I never invested enough time into Guild Wars 2, even though I have the base game, and I think, like, the first 1 or 2 expansions, but I don't want to invest in it to, like, take that experience further. It's just kind of like, it's an opportunity I never took in the past, so it's kind of too far gone for me.
Interactions, and this has probably the most that I've seen from a combat system in a while. And I actually have leveled up my mage to the max, and I started leveling a ranger today. I was just blown away by it. It's fun as hell.
Oh,
so yeah.
All right. I gotta play it. All right. You got me. Yeah, you got me.
And the thing is like for anybody on the fence about it, dude, maybe it sucks in the end. Right? Maybe it doesn't suck in the end. But right now, this shit is really fun.
Oh,
and like. I can't ask more than that.
Yeah,
right?
I hate the idea. Like, oh, what if it's bad in 3 years? I don't know. I'll deal with it in 3 years. Yeah, I'll think about it
in 3 years. If it sucks, then it'll suck in 3 years.
Yeah,
right now, it's great.
Imagine only having fun for 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
exactly.
man. Anyway,
that sounds
I do
shitty.
really appreciate you coming on and talk about it. I promised everybody I'd play Belantro today, so I'm gonna probably go do that in just a little bit. Yeah, it'll be my first time. Yeah. But yeah, thanks a lot for coming on and talking about it. And if I do log in, I will absolutely let you know.
All right. Yeah, rock on, dude. And I hope you have fun in Belantro. That game kicks ass. It's rad.
All right. Awesome, man. I'll see you later.
All right. See ya.
Peace. Oh, actually, I think it's probably one of the first times I talked to Thor. Yeah, Thor, what a good guy. I've always really liked Thor. He's been great. And yeah, huge shout out to PirateSoftware. Great guy. Absolute W guy. Yeah, dope stream. Yeah, we've been cooking, man. We've been playing a lot. I'll watch like maybe one thing, guys, and then I want to move on, and we're gonna try and play the game, okay? Because I know a lot of you guys have been asking it for it, and you know, we'll get into it.
Well, that was an ordeal, but I not only got so much more clarification about the complaints of Narc, but clarification from the director of the game, plus some further clarification from I'll say outside source in PirateSoftware, because he's just really into the game for all the right reasons, and he has the developer experience to know what goes into these kinds of things. So now I'm over here thinking like, But that's a conversation for another time. For now, I'm going to say goodbye to YouTube. I'll restart the stream just for like standard PoE play, but this is just going to turn into like one big VOD talking about this whole situation basically. So